Section 18 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 40, The History of Phosphorus, by Edward Farber, Part 3. Phosphates in Biological Processes. The first indication that phosphorus is important for life came from the experience that plants take it up from the substances in the soil. They incorporate it in their body substance. What makes phosphorus so important that they cannot grow without it? The next insight was that animals acquire it from their plant food. It is then found in bones, in fat, and nerve tissue, in all cells, and particularly in the cell nuclei. What are its functions there? The answers to such questions were developed from the study of a long-known process, the conversion of carbohydrates into carbon dioxide and alcohol by yeast. It started with Edward Buchner's discovery of 1890 that fermentation is produced by a preparation from yeast in which all living cells have been removed. When yeast is dead ground and pressed out, the juice still has the ability to produce fermentation. It is strange, but in many ways characteristic for the process of science, that the riddle of phosphorus in life was solved by first eliminating life. In such lifeless fermentations, Arthur Harden found that the conversion of sugar begins with the formation of a hexose phosphate, 1904. The ferment of yeast, called zymase, proved to be a composite of several enzymes. Hans von Euler-Chelpin isolated one part of zymase, which remains active even after heating its solution to the boiling point. From 1 kilogram of yeast, he obtained 20 milligrams of this heat-stable enzyme, which he called cozimase, and identified as a nucleotide composed of a purine, a sugar, and phosphoric acid. In the years between the two world wars, zymase was further resolved into more enzymes. One of them, the coenzyme I, which was shown to be ADP connected with another molecule of ribose attached to the amide of nicotinic acid, or diphosphopyridine nucleotide. Its function is connected with the transfer of hydrogen between intermediates formed through phosphate transferring enzymes. Fermentation proceeds by a cascade of processes in which phosphate groups swing back and forth, and equilibria between ATP and ADP play a major role. Many of these enzymes are closely related to vitamins. Thus, carboxylase A, which takes part in the separation of carbon dioxide from an intermediate fermentation product, is the phosphate of vitamin B1. Others of the V vitamins contain phosphate groups, for example, those of the B2 and B6 group, and in B12. One lonely phosphate forms a bridge in the large molecule that contains one atom of cobalt, C63, H90, N14, O14, P, CO. The formation of vitamin A from carotene occurs under the influence of ATP. The first stages in fermentation are like those in respiration, which ends with carbon dioxide and water. These two are the materials for the reverse process in photosynthesis. When light is absorbed by the chlorophyll of green plants, one of the initial reactions is a transfer of hydrogen from water to triphosphoridine nucleotide, which later acts to reduce the carbon dioxide. Under the influence of ATP, phosphoglyceric acid is synthesized and further built up by the way of carbohydrate phosphates to hexose sugars, and finally to starch. In many starchy fruits, a small proportion of phosphate remains attached to the end product. The synthesis of proteins is under the control of deoxyribonucleic acid and ribonucleic acid, abbreviated by the symbols DNA and RNA. The genes in the nucleus are part of a gigantic DNA molecule. RNA is a universal constituent of all living cells. Where protein synthesis is intense, the content in RNA is high. Thus, the spinning glands of silkworms are extraordinarily rich in RNA. In his research on the radioactive isotope P32, George de Hevesy gained some insight into the surprising mobility of phosphates in organisms. A phosphate radical taken up with the food may first participate in the phosphorylation of glucose in the intestinal mucose, soon afterward pass into the circulation as free phosphate, enter a red corpuscle, become incorporated with an adenosine triphosphoric acid molecule, participate in a glycolytic process going on in the corpuscle, return to circulation, penetrate into the liver cells, participate in the formation of a phosphatide molecule, after a short interval, enter the circulation in this form, penetrate into the spleen, and leave this organ after some time as a constituent of a lymphocyte. We may meet the phosphate radical again as a constituent of the plasma, from which it may find its way into the skeleton. Much has been added in the last 30 years to complete this picture in many details and to extend it to other biochemical processes, including even the changes of the pigments in the retina in the visual process, or in the conversions of chemical energy to light by bacteria and insects. Medicines and poisons. In the delicate balance of these processes, disturbances may occur which can be remedied by specific phosphate-containing medicines. Thus, adenosine phosphate has been recommended in cases of angina pectoris and marketed under the names like sarcolite or in compounds named angiosine. A considerable number of physiological active organic phosphates can be found in the patent literature. Yeast itself is considered to be a valuable food additive. On the other hand, there are phosphate compounds that act as poisons. One group of such compounds was discovered in 1929 by W. Lange, who wrote, "Of interest is the strong action of monofluorophosphate esters on the human body. The effect is produced by very small quantities. Diisopropyl fluorophosphate has since become a potential agent for chemical warfare. It inactivates an enzyme which controls the transmission of nerve impulses to muscle, acetylcholine esterase. Organic esters of phosphoric acids are used as insecticides. The hexylethyl ester of tetraphosphoric acid, prepared by Gerhard Schrader by heating triethyl phosphate with phosphorus isochloride, actually contains tetraethyl pyrophosphate, TEPP, among others. Bayer's diptotrex, the dimethyl ester of 2,2,2-trichloro-1 hydroethyl phosphate, has been modified to dimethyl 2,2-dichlorovinyl phosphate and is especially active against the oriental flute fly. The story of phosphorus, which began 300 years ago, has acquired new importance in this century. Many scientists have contributed to it. 13 of them have received Nobel Prizes for work directly bearing on the chemical and biological importance of phosphorus compounds. In chronological order, they are Edward Buchner, Albrecht Kossel, Otto Meyerhoff, Arthur Harden, Hans von Euler-Kelpin, George de Hevesy, Carl F. Corey, Gertie T. Corey, Fritz Lippmann, Lord Alexander Todd, Arthur Kornberg, Severo Ochoa, and Melvin Calvin. The developers of industrial production and commercial utilization of phosphate compounds have had other rewards. Some impression of the continuing growth in this field can be gained from the following data. Phosphate rock, annually sold or used by producer in the United States in million long tons, 2,240 pounds, 1880, 0.2, 1890, 0.5, 1900, 1.5, 1910, 2.655, 1920, 4.104, 1930, 3.926, 1940, 4.003, 1945, 5.807, 1950, 11.114, 1955, 12.265, 1955, worldwide, about 56, 1960, 17.2, 1962, 19.06. Elemental phosphorus annually produced in the United States in short tons, 2,000 pounds. 1939, 43,000. 1944, 85,679. 1950, 153,233. 1956, 312,200. 1958, 335,750. 1959, 366,350. 1960, 409,096. 1961, 430,617. 1962, 451,970. End of section 18. Section 19 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology, by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 41, Tunnel Engineering, a Museum Treatment, by Robert M. Vogel. During the years from 1830 to 1900, extensive developments took place in the field of tunneling, which today is an important, firmly established branch of civil engineering. This paper offers a picture of its growth from the historical standpoint, based on a series of models constructed for the Hall of Civil Engineering in the new Museum of History and Technology. The 8 models described highlight the fundamental advances which have occurred between primitive man's first systematic use of fire for excavating rock and mining, and the use in combination of compressed air, an iron lining, and a movable shield in a subaqueous tunnel at the end of the 19th century. The author, Robert M. Vogel, is curator of heavy machinery and civil engineering in the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of History and Technology. Introduction. With few exceptions, civil engineering is a field in which the ultimate goal is the assemblage of materials into a useful structural form, according to a scientifically derived plan which is based on various natural and man-imposed conditions. This is true whether the result be, for example, a dam, a building, a bridge, or even the fixed plant of a railroad. However, one principal branch of the field is based upon an entirely different concept. In the engineering of tunnels, the utility of the structure is derived not from the bringing together of elements, but from the separation of one portion of naturally existing material from another, to permit passage through a former barrier. In tunneling hard, firm rock, this is practically the entire compass of the work, breaking away the rock from the mother mass and coincidentally removing it from the workings. The opposite extreme in conditions is met in the soft ground tunnel, driven through material incapable of supporting itself above the tunnel opening. Here the excavation of the tunneled substance is of relatively small concern, eclipsed by the problem of preventing the surrounding material from collapsing into the bore. In one other principal respect does tunneling engineering differ widely from its collateral branches of civil engineering. Few other physical undertakings are approached with anything like the uncertainty attending a tunnel work. This is even more true in mountain tunnels, for which test borings frequently cannot be made to determine the nature of the material and the geologic conditions which will be encountered. The course of tunnel work is not subject to an overall preliminary survey. The engineer is faced with not only the inability to anticipate general contingencies common to all engineering work, but with the peculiar and often overwhelming unpredictability of the very basis of his work. Subaqueous and soft ground work, on the other hand, while still subject to many indeterminates, is now far more predictable than during its early history, simply because the nature of the adverse condition prevailing eventually was understood to be quite predictable. The steady pressures of earth and water to refill the excavated area are today overcome with relative ease and consistency by the tunneler. In tunneling, as in no other branch of civil engineering, did empiricism so long resist the advance of scientific theory. In no other did the practical engineer remain to such an extent the key figure in establishing the success or failure of a project. The Hoosac Tunnel, after 25 years of legislative, financial, and technical difficulties, in 1875 was finally driven to successful completion only by the efforts of a group who, while in the majority were trained civil engineers, were to an even greater extent men of vast practical ability, more at home in field than office. DeWitt C. Haskin, during the inquest that followed the death of a number of men in a blowout of his pneumatically driven Hudson River Tunnel in 1880, stated in his own defense, "I am not a scientific engineer, but a practical one. I know nothing of mathematics. In my experience, I have grasped such matters as a whole. I believe that the study of mathematics in that kind of work, tunneling, has a tendency to dwarf the mind rather than enlighten it. An extreme attitude, perhaps, and one which by no means adds to Haskin's stature, but a not unusual one in tunnel work at the time. It would not, of course, be fair to imply that such men as Hermann Haupt, Brunel the Elder, and Greathed were not accomplished theoretical engineers, but it was their innate ability to evaluate and control the overlying physical conditions of the site and work that made possible their significant contributions to the development of tunnel engineering. Tunneling remained largely independent of the realm of mathematical analysis long after the time when all but the most insignificant engineering works were designed by that means. Thus, as structural engineering has advanced, as the result of a flow of new theoretical concepts, new, improved, and strengthened materials, and new methods of fastening, the progress of tunnel engineering has been due more to the continual refinement of constructual techniques. A new hall of civil engineering. In the Museum of History and Technology has recently been established a hall of civil engineering, in which the engineering of tunnels is comprehensively treated from the historical standpoint, something not previously done in an American museum. The guiding precept of the exhibit has not been to outline exhaustively the entire history of tunneling, but rather to show the fundamental advances which have occurred between primitive man's first systematic use of fire for excavating rock and mining, and the use, in combination of compressed air, iron lining, and a movable shield, in a subaqueous tunnel at the end of the 19th century. This termination date was selected because it was during the period from about 1830 to 1900 that the most concentrated development took place, and during which tunneling became a firmly established and important branch of civil engineering, and indeed of modern civilization. The techniques of present-day tunneling are so fully related in current writing that it was deemed far more useful to devote the exhibit entirely to a segment of the field's history, which is less commonly treated. The major advances which have already been spoken of as being ones of technique rather than theory devolve quite naturally into two basic classifications: the one of supporting a mass of loose, unstable, pressure-exerting material, soft-ground tunneling, and the diametrically opposite problem of separating rock from the basic mass when it is so firm and solid that it can support its own overbearing weight as an opening is forced through it, or rock or hard-ground tunneling. To exhibit the sequence in a thorough manner, inviting and capable of easy and correct interpretation by the non-professional viewer, models offered the only logical means of presentation. 6 tunnels were selected, all driven in the 19th century. Each represents either a fundamental new concept of tunneling technique or an important early application of one. Models of these works form the basis of the exhibit. No effort was made to restrict the work to projects on American soil. This would in fact have been quite impossible if an accurate picture of tunnel technology was to be drawn, for as in virtually all other areas of technology, the overall development in this field has been international. The art of mining was first developed highly in the Middle Ages in the Germanic states. The tunnel shield was invented by a Frenchman residing in England, and the use of compressed air to exclude the water from subaqueous tunnels was first introduced on a major work by an American. In addition, the 2 main subdivisions, rock and soft-ground tunneling, are each introduced by a model not of an actual working, but one of typifying early classical methods which were in use for centuries, until the comparatively recent development of more efficient systems of earth support and rock breaking. Particular attention is given to accuracy of detail throughout the series of 8 models. Original sources of descriptive and graphic information were used in their construction wherever possible. In all cases, except the introductory model in the rock tunneling series, representing copper mining by early civilizations, these sources were contemporary accounts. The plan to use a uniform scale of reduction throughout, in order to facilitate the viewer's interpretation, unfortunately proved impractical, due to the great difference in the amount of area to be encompassed in different models and the necessity that the cases holding them to be of uniform height. The related models of the Broadway and Tower subways represent short sections of tunnel only 8 feet or so in diameter, enabling a relatively large scale, 1.5 inches to the foot, to be used. Conversely, in order that the model of Brunel's Thames Tunnel be most effective, it was necessary to include one of the vertical terminal shafts used in construction. These were about 60 feet in depth, and thus the much smaller scale of 1/4 inch to the foot was used. This variation is not as confusing as might be thought, for the human figures in each model provide an immediate and positive sense of proportion and scale. Careful thought was devoted to the internal lighting of the models, as this was one of the critical factors in establishing, so far as is possible in a model, an atmosphere convincingly representative of work conducted solely by artificial light. Remarkable realism was achieved by use of plastic rods to conduct light to the tiny sources of tunnel illumination, such as the candles on the miners' hats in the Hoosac Tunnel and the gas lights in the Thames Tunnel. No overscaled miniature bulbs generally applied in such cases were used. At several points where the general lighting within the tunnel proper has been kept at a low level to simulate the natural atmosphere of the work, hidden lamps can be operated by push-button in order to bring out detail which otherwise would be unseen. The remainder of the material in the museum's tunneling section further extends the 2 major aspects of tunneling. Space limitations did not permit treatment of the many interesting ancillary matters vital to tunnel engineering, such as the unique problems of subterranean surveying and the extreme accuracy required in the triangulation and subsequent guidance of the boring in long mountain tunnels, nor the difficult problems of ventilating long workings, both during driving and in service, nor the several major methods developed through the years for driving or constructing tunnels in other than the conventional manner. End of section 19. Section 20 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum. Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 41, Tunnel Engineering, a Museum Treatment by Robert M. Vogel. Part 2. Rock Tunneling. While the art of tunneling soft ground is of relatively recent origin, that of rock tunneling is deeply rooted in antiquity. However, the line of its development is not absolutely direct, but is more logically followed through a closely related branch of technology, mining. The development of mining techniques is a practically unbroken one, whereas there appears little continuity or relationship between the few works undertaken before about the 18th century for passage through the earth. The Egyptians were the first people in recorded history to have driven openings, often of considerable magnitude, through solid rock. As is true of all major works of that nation, the capability of such grand proportion was due solely to the inexhaustible supply of human power and the casual evaluation of life. The tombs and temples, won from the rock masses of the Nile Valley, are monuments of perseverance rather than technical skill. Neither the Egyptians nor any other peoples before the Middle Ages have left any consistent evidence that they were able to pierce ground that would not support itself above the opening as would firm rock. In Egypt were established the methods of rock breaking that were to remain classical until the first use of gunpowder blasting in the 17th century. which formed the basis of the ensuing technology of mining. Notwithstanding the religious motives which inspired the earliest rock excavations, more constant and universal throughout history has been the incentive to obtain the useful and decorative minerals hidden beneath the Earth's surface. It was the miner who developed the methods introduced by the early civilizations to break rock away from the primary mass, and who added the refinements of subterranean surveying and ventilating, all of which were later to be assimilated into the new art of driving tunnels of large diameter. The connection is the more evident from the fact that tunnel men are still known as miners. Copper mining BC. Therefore, the first model of the sequence, reflecting elemental rock breaking techniques, depicts a hard rock copper mine in Figure 1. Due to the absence of specific information about such works during the pre-Christian eras, this model is based on no particular period or locale, but represents in a general way a mine in the Rio Tinto area of Spain, where copper has been extracted since at least 1000 BC. Similar workings existed in the Tyrol as early as about 1600 BC. Two means of breaking away the rock are shown. To the left is the most primitive of all methods, the hammer and chisel, which require no further description. At the right side, the two figures are shown utilizing the first rock-breaking method in which a force beyond that of human muscles was employed, the age-old fire-setting method. The rock was thoroughly heated by a fierce fire built against its face and then suddenly cooled by dashing water against it. The thermal shock disintegrated the rock or ore into bits easily removable by hand. The practice of this method below ground, of course, produced a fearfully vitiated atmosphere. It is difficult to imagine whether the smoke, the steam, or the toxic fumes from the roasting ore was the more distressing to the miners. Even when performed by labor considered more or less expendable, the method could be employed only where there was ventilation of some sort. Natural chimneys and convection currents were the chief sources of air circulation. Despite the drawbacks of the fire system, its simplicity and efficacy weighed so heavily in its favor that its history of use is unbroken almost to the present day. Fire setting was of greatest importance during the years of intensive mining in Europe before the advent of explosive blasting, but its use in many remote areas hardly slackened until the early 20th century because of its low cost when compared to powder. For this same reason, it did have limited application in actual tunnel work until about 1900. Direct handwork with pick, chisel, and hammer, and fire setting were the principal means of rock removal for centuries, although various wedging systems were also in favor of some situations. Their importance was so slight that they were not shown in the model. Hoosac Tunnel. It was possible in the model series, without neglecting any major advancement in the art of rock tunneling, to complete the sequence of development with only a single additional model. Many of the greatest works of civil engineering have been those concerned directly with transport, and hence are the product of the present era, beginning in the early 19th century. The development of the ancient arts of route location, bridge construction, and tunnel driving received a powerful stimulation after 1800 under the impetus of the modern canal, highway, and especially the railroad. The Hoosac Tunnel, driven through Hoosac Mountain in the very northwest corner of Massachusetts between 1851 and 1875, was the first major tunneling work in the United States. Its importance is due not so much to this as to its being literally the fountainhead of modern rock tunneling technology. The remarkable thing is that the work was begun using methods of driving almost unchanged during centuries previous, and was completed 20 years later by techniques which were, for the day, almost totally mechanized. The basic pattern of operation set at Hoosac, using pneumatic drills and efficient explosives, remains practically unchanged today. The general history of the Hoosac project is so thoroughly recorded that the briefest outline of its political aspects will suffice here. Hoosac Mountain was the chief obstacle in the path of a railroad projected between Greenfield, Massachusetts, and Troy, New York. The line was launched by a group of Boston merchants to provide a direct route to the rapidly developing West, in competition with the coastal routes via New York. The only route economically reasonable included a tunnel of nearly 5 miles through the mountain, a length absolutely without precedent, and an immense undertaking in view of the relatively primitive rock-working methods then available. The bore's great length and the desire for rapid exploitation inspired innovation from the outset of the work. The earliest attempts at mechanization, although ineffectual and without influence on tunnel engineering until many years later, are of interest. These took the form of several experimental machines of the full area type, intended to excavate the entire face of the work in a single operation by cutting one or more concentric grooves in the rock. The rock remaining between the grooves was to be blasted out. The first such machine tested succeeded in boring a 24-foot diameter opening for 10 feet before its total failure. Several later machines proved of equal merit. It was the Baltimore and Ohio's eminent chief engineer, Benjamin H. Latrobe, who, in his report on the Hoosac Tunnel, Baltimore, October 1, 1862, page 125, stated that such apparatus contained in its own structure the elements of failure, as they require the machines to do too much and the powder to do too little of the work, thus contradicting the fundamental principles upon which all labor-saving machinery is framed. I could only look upon it as a misapplication of mechanical genius. Latrobe stated the basic philosophy of rock tunnel work. No mechanical agent has ever been able to improve upon the efficiency of explosives for the shattering of rock. For this reason, the logical application of machinery to tunneling was not in replacing or altering the fundamental process itself, but in enabling it to be conducted with greater speed by mechanically drilling the blasting holes to receive the explosive. Actual work on the Hoosac Tunnel began at both ends of the tunnel in about 1854, but without much useful effect until 1858, when a contract was let to the renowned civil engineer and railroad builder Herman Haupt of Philadelphia. Haupt immediately resumed investigations of improved tunneling methods, both full-area machines and mechanical rock drills. At this time, mechanical rock drill technology was in a state beyond, but not far beyond, initial experimentation. There existed one workable American machine, the foul drill, invented in 1851. It was steam-driven and had been used in quarry work, although apparently not to any commercial extent. However, it was far too large and cumbersome to find any possible application in tunneling. Nevertheless, it contained in its operating principle the seed of a practical rock drill, in that the drill rod was attached directly to and reciprocated by a double-acting steam piston. A point of great importance was the independence of its operation on gravity, permitting drilling in any direction. While experimenting, Haupt drove the work onward by the classical methods, shown in the left-hand section of the model, Figure 2. At the far right, an advance heading, or adit, is being formed by pick and hammer work. This is then deepened into a top heading with enough height to permit hammer drilling, actually the basic tunneling operation. A team is shown double jacking, that is, using two-handed hammers, the steel held by a third man. This was the most efficient of the several hand-drilling methods. The top-heading plan was followed so that the bulk of the rock could be removed in the form of a bottom bench, and the majority of drilling would be downward, obviously the most effective direction. Blasting was with black powder and its commercial variants. Some liberty was taken in depicting these steps so that both operations might be shown within the scope of the model. In practice, the heading was kept between 400 and 600 feet in advance of the bench so that heading blasts would not interfere with the bench work. The bench carriage simply facilitated handling of the blasted rock. It was rolled back during blasts. The experiments conducted by Haupt with machine drills produced no immediate useful results. A drill designed by Haupt and his associate Stuart Gwynn in 1858 bored hard granite at the rate of 5/8 inch per minute, but was not substantial enough to bear up in service. Haupt left the work in 1861, victim of intense political pressures and totally unjust accusations of corruption and mismanagement. The work was suspended until taken over by a state commission in 1862. Despite frightful ineptitude and very real corruption, this period was exceedingly important in the long history both of Hoosac Tunnel and of rock tunneling in general. The merely routine criticism of the project had by this time become violent due to the inordinate length of time already elapsed and the immense cost, compared to the small portion of work completed. This served to generate in the Commission a strong sense of urgency to hurry the project along. Charles S. Starrow, a competent engineer, was sent to Europe to report on the progress of tunneling there, and in particular on the mechanization at the Mont Cenis Tunnel, then under construction between France and Italy. Germain Sommelier, its chief engineer, had after experimentation similar to Haupt's invented a reasonably efficient drilling machine, which had gone into service at Mont Cenis in March 1861. It was a distinct improvement over hand drilling, almost doubling the drilling rate, but was complex and highly unreliable. 200 drills were required to keep 16 drills at work. But the vital point in this was the fact that Sommelier drove his drills not with steam, but air, compressed at the tunnel portals and piped to the work face. It was this single factor of one application rather than invention that made the mechanical drill feasible for tunneling. All previous effort in the field of machine drilling, on both sides of the Atlantic, had been directed toward steam as the motive power. In deep tunnels with ventilation already an inherent problem, the exhaust of a steam drill into the atmosphere was inadmissible. Further, steam could not be piped over great distances due to serious losses of energy from radiation of heat and condensation. Steam generation within the tunnel itself was obviously out of the question. It was the combination of a practical drill and the parallel invention by Sommelier of a practical air compressor that resulted in the first workable application of machine rock drilling to tunneling. The Sommelier drills greatly impressed Starrow, and his report of November 1862 strongly favored their adoption at Hoosac. It is curious, however, that not a single one was brought to the U.S., even on trial. Starrow does speak of Sommelier's intent to keep the details of the machine to himself until it had been further improved, with a view to its eventual exploitation. The fact is that although workable, the Sommelier drill proved to be a dead end in rock drill development because of its many basic deficiencies. It did exert the indirect influence of inspiration, which, coupled with a pressing need for haste, led to renewed trials of drilling machinery at Hoosac. Thomas Doane, chief engineer under the State Commission, carried this program forth with intensity, seeking and encouraging inventors and himself working on the problem. The pattern of the Sommelier drill was generally followed. That is, the drill was designed as a separate, relatively light mechanical element, adapted for transportation by several miners, and attachable to a movable frame, or carriage, during operation. Air was, of course, the presumed power. To be effective, it was necessary that a drill automatically feed the drill rod as the hole deepened, and also rotate the rod automatically to maintain a round, smooth hole. Extreme durability was essential, and usually proved the source of a machine's failure. The combination of these characteristics into a machine capable of driving the drill rod into the rock with great force, perhaps 5 times per second, was a severe test of ingenuity and materials. Doane in 1864 had 3 different experimental drills in hand, as well as various steam and water-powered compressors. Success finally came in 1865, with the invention of a drill by Charles Burleigh, a mechanical engineer at the well-known Putnam Machine Works of Fitchburg, Massachusetts. The drills were first applied in the east heading in June of 1866. Although working well, their initial success was limited by lack of reliability and a resulting high expense for repairs. They were described as having several weakest points. In November, these drills were replaced by an improved Burley drill, which was used with total success to the end of the work. The era of modern rock tunneling was thus launched by Somalier's insight into initially applying pneumatic power to a machine drill, by Doan's persistence in searching for a thoroughly practical drill, and by Burley's mechanical talent in producing one. The desperate need to complete the Hoosac Tunnel may reasonably be considered the greatest single spur to the development of a successful drill. The significance of this invention was far-reaching. Burley's was the first practical mechanical rock drill in America, and in view of its dependability, efficiency, and simplicity with compared to the Somalier drill, perhaps in the world. The Burley drill achieved success almost immediately. It was placed in production by Putnam for the Burley Rock Drill Company before completion of Hoosac in 1876, and its use spread throughout the western mining regions and other tunnel works. For a major invention, its adoption was, in relative terms, instantaneous. It was the prototype of all succeeding piston-type drills, which came to be known generically as Burleys, regardless of manufacture. Walter Shanley, the Canadian contractor who ultimately completed the Hoosac, reported in 1870, after the drills had been in service for a sufficient time, that the techniques for their most efficient use were fully understood and effectively applied, that the Burley drills saved about half the drilling costs over hand drilling. The per-inch cost of machine drilling averaged 5.5 cents, all-inclusive, versus 11.2 cents for handwork. The more important point, that of speed, is shown by the reports of average monthly progress of the tunnel itself, before and after the use of the air drills. In 1865, the average monthly progress was 55 feet. In 1866, 48. In 1867, 99. 1868, no data. In 1869, 138 feet. 1870, 126 feet. 1871, 145 feet. 1872, 124 feet. The right portion of the model, of Figure 3, represents the workings during the final period. The bottom heading system was generally used after the Burley drills had been introduced. 4 to 6 drills were mounted on a carriage designed by Doan. These drove the holes for the first blast in the center of the heading in about 6 hours. The full width of the heading, the 24-foot width of the tunnel, was then drilled and blasted out in 2 more stages. As in the early section, the benches to the rear were later removed to the full tunnel height of about 20 feet. This operation is shown by a single drill in Figure 4, mounted on a screw column. 3 8-hour shifts carried the work forward. Drilling occupied half the time, and half was spent in running the carriage back, blasting, and mucking, clearing the broken rock. The tunnel's 1,028-foot central shaft, completed under the Shanley contract in 1870 to provide 2 additional work faces as well as a ventilation shaft, is shown at the far right side of this half of the model. Completed so near the end of the project, only 15% of the tunnel was driven from the shaft. The enormous increase in rate of progress was not due entirely to machine drilling. From the outset of his jurisdiction, Doan undertook experiments with explosives, as well as drills, seeking an agent more effective than black powder. In this case, the need for speed was not the sole stimulus. As the east and west headings advanced further and further from the portals, the problem of ventilation grew more acute, and it became increasingly difficult to exhaust the toxic fumes produced by the black powder blasts. In 1866, Doan imported from Europe a sample of trinitroglycerin, the liquid explosive newly introduced by Nobel, known in Europe as glonoin oil, and in the United States as nitroglycerin. It already had acquired a fearsome reputation for its tendency to decompose with heat and age, and to explode with or without the slightest provocation. Nevertheless, its tremendous power, and characteristic of almost complete smokelessness, led Doane to employ the chemist George W. Mowbray, who had blasted for Drake in the Pennsylvania oil fields, to develop techniques for the bulk manufacture of the new agent and for its safe employment in the tunnel. Mowbray established a works on the mountain and shortly developed a completely new blasting practice based on the explosive. Its stability was greatly increased by maintaining absolute purity in the manufacturing process, freezing the liquid to reduce its sensitivity during transport to the headings, and extreme caution in its handling further reduced the hazard of its use. At the heading, the liquid was poured into cylindrical cartridges for placement in the holes. As with the Burley drill, the general adoption of nitroglycerin was immediate once its qualities had been demonstrated. The effect on the work was notable. Its explosive characteristics permitted fewer blast holes over a given frontal area of working face, and at the same time it was capable of effectively blowing from a deeper drill hole 42 inches against 30 inches for black powder, so that under ideal conditions, 40% more tunnel length was advanced per cycle of operations. A new fuse and a system of electric ignition were developed, which permitted simultaneous detonation and resulted in a degree of effectiveness impossible with the powder train and cord fusing used with the black powder. Over 1 million pounds of nitroglycerin were produced by Mowbray between 1866 and completion of the tunnel. When the Shanleys took the work over in 1868, following political difficulties attending operation by the state, the period of experimentation was over. The tunnel was being advanced by totally modern methods, and to the present day the overall concepts have remained fundamentally unaltered. The Burley piston drill has been replaced by the lighter hammer drill, the Doane drill carriage by the more flexible jumbo, nitroglycerin by its more stable descendant dynamite and its alternatives, and static electric blasting machines by more dependable magnetoelectric. But these are all in the nature of improvements, not innovations. Unlike the preceding model, there was good documentation for this one. Also, the Hoosac was apparently the first American tunnel to be well recorded photographically. Early flashlight views exist of the drills working at the heading, in Figure 6, as well as of the portals, the winding and pumping works at the central shaft, and much of the machinery and associated aspects of the project. These and copies of drawings of much of Doane's experimental apparatus, a rare technological record, are preserved at the Massachusetts State Library. End of Section 20. Section 21 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 41, Tunnel Engineering, A Museum Treatment by Robert M. Vogel, Part 3. Soft ground tunneling. So great is the difference between hard rock and soft ground tunneling that they constitute two almost separate branches of the field. In penetrating ground lacking the firmness or cohesion to support itself above an opening, the miner's chief concern is not that of removing the material, but of preventing its collapse into his excavation. The primitive methods, depending upon brute strength and direct application of fire and human force, were suitable for assault on rock, but lacked the artifice needed for delving into less stable material. Roman engineers were accomplished in spanning subterranean ways with masonry arches, but apparently most of their work was done by cut-and-cover methods rather than by actual mining. Not until the Middle Ages did this skill of effective working openings in soft ground develop, and not until the Renaissance was this development so consistently successful that it could be considered a science. Renaissance mining. From the earliest periods of rock working, the quest for minerals and metals was the primary force that drove men underground. It was the technology of mining, the product of slow evolution over the centuries, that became the technology of the early tunnel, with no significant modification except in size of workings. Every aspect of 16th century mining is definitively detailed in Georgius Agricola's remarkable De Re Metallica, first published in Basel in 1556. During its time of active influence, which extended for 2 centuries, it served as the authoritative work on the subject. It remains today an unparalleled early record of an entire branch of technology. The superb woodcuts of mined workings and tools in themselves constitute a precise description of the techniques of the period, and provide an ideal source of information upon which to base the first model in the soft ground series. The model representing a typical European mine demonstrates the early use of timber frames, or sets, to support the soft material of the walls and roof. In areas of only moderate instability, the sets alone were sufficient to counteract the earth pressure and were spaced according to the degree of support required. In more extreme conditions, a solid lagging of small poles or boards was set outside the frames, as shown in the model, to provide absolute support of the ground. Details of the framing, the windlass, and all tools and appliances were supplied by Agricola, with no need for interpretation or interpolation. The basic framing pattern of sill, side posts, and cap piece, all mortised together, with lagging used where needed, was translated unaltered into tunneling practice, particularly in small exploratory drifts, and remained in this application until well into the 20th century. The pressure exerted upon tunnels of large area was countered during construction by timbering systems of great elaboration, evolved from the basic one. By the time that tunnels of section large enough to accommodate canals and railways were being undertaken as matter-of-course civil engineering works, a series of nationally distinguishable systems had emerged, each possessing characteristic points of favor and fault. As might be suspected, the English system of tunneling, timbering, for instance, was rarely applied on the continent, nor were the German, Austrian, or Belgian systems normally seen in Great Britain. All were used at one time or another in this country until the American system was introduced in about 1855. While the timbering commonly remained in place in mines, it would be followed up by permanent masonry arching and lining in tunnel work. Overhead in the Museum Hall of Civil Engineering are frames representing the English, Austrian, and American systems. Nearby, a small relief models, figure 19, is used to show the sequence of enlargement in a soft ground railroad tunnel of about 1855, using the Austrian system. Temporary timber supports of tunnels fell from use gradually after the advent of shield tunneling in conjunction with cast iron lining. This formed a perfect support immediately behind the shield, as well as the permanent lining of the tunnel. Brunel's Thames Tunnel. The interior surfaces of tunnels through ground, merely unstable, are amenable to support by various systems of timbering and arching. This becomes less true as the fluidity of the ground increases. The soft material which normally comprises the beds of rivers can approach an almost liquid condition, resulting in a hydraulic head from the overbearing water sufficient to prevent the driving of even the most carefully worked drift, supported by simple timbering. The basic defect of the timbering systems used in mining and tunneling was that there was inevitably a certain amount of the face or ceiling unsupported just previous to setting a frame, or placing over it the necessary section of lagging. In mine work, runny soil could and did break through such gaps, filling the working. For this reason, there were no serious attempts made before 1825 to drive subaqueous tunnels. In that year, work was started on a tunnel under the Thames, between the Rotherhithe and Wapping sections of London, under guidance of the already famous engineer Mark Isambard Brunel, 1769 to 1849, father of I.K. Brunel. The undertaking is of great interest in that Brunel employed an entirely novel apparatus of his own invention to provide continuous and reliable support of the soft water-bearing clay, which formed the riverbed. By means of this shield, Brunel was able to drive the world's first subaqueous tunnel. The shield was of cast iron, rectangular in elevation, and was propelled forward by jack screws. Shelves at top, bottom, and sides supported the tunnel roof, floor, and walls until the permanent brick lining was placed. The working face, the critical area, was supported by a large number of small breasting boards, held against the ground by small individual screws bearing against the shield framework. The shield itself was formed of 12 separate frames, each of which could be advanced independently of the others. The height was 22 feet 3 inches, the width 37 feet 6 inches. The progress was piecemeal. In operation, the miners would remove one breasting board at a time, excavate in front of it, and then replace it in the advanced position about 6 inches forward. This was repeated with the next board above or below, and the sequence continued until the ground for the entire height of one of the 12 sections had been removed. The board screws for that section were shifted to bear on the adjacent frames, relieving the frame of longitudinal pressure. It could then be screwed forward by the amount of advance, the screws bearing to the rear on the completed masonry. Thus, step by step, the tunnel progressed slowly, the greatest weekly advance being 14 feet. In the left-hand portion of the model is the shaft sunk to begin operations. Here also is shown the bucket hoist for removing the spoil. The V-type steam engine powering the hoist was designed by Brunel. At the right of the main model is an enlarged detail of the shield, actually an improved version built in 1835. The work continued despite setbacks of every sort. The financial ones need no recounting here. Technically, although the shield principle proved workable, the support afforded was not infallible. 4 or 5 times the river broke through the thin covering of silt and flooded the workings, despite the utmost caution in excavating. When this occurred, masses of clay, sandbags, and mats were dumped over the opening in the riverbed to seal it as the tunnel pumped out. I.K. Brunel acted as superintendent and nearly lost his life on a number of occasions. After several suspensions of work resulting from withdrawal or exhaustion of support, one lasting 7 years, the work was completed in 1843. Despite the fact that Brunel had for the first time demonstrated a practical method for tunneling in firm and water-bearing ground, the enormous cost of the work and the almost overwhelming problems encountered had a discouraging effect rather than otherwise. Not for another quarter of a century was a similar project undertaken. The Thames Tunnel was used for foot and light highway traffic until about 1870, when it was incorporated into the London Underground Railway system, which it continues to serve today. The roofed-over top sections of the 2 shafts may still be seen from the river. A number of contemporary popular accounts of the tunnel exist, but one of the most thorough and interesting expositions on a single tunnel work of any period is Henry Law's A Memoir of the Thames Tunnel, published in 1845 to 1846 by John Wheel. Law, an eminent civil engineer, covers the work in incredible detail from its inception until the major suspension in late 1828, when slightly more than half completed. The most valuable aspect of his record is a series of plates of engineering drawings of the shield and its components, which, so far as is known, exist nowhere else. These form the basis of the enlarged section of the shield, shown to the right of the model of the tunnel itself. A vertical section through the shield is reproduced here from Law, for comparison with the model, figures 21 and 23. The Tower Subway. Various inventors attempted to improve upon the Brunel shield, aware of the fundamental soundness of the shield principle. Almost all bypassed the rectangular sectional construction used in the Thames Tunnel, and took as a starting point a sectional shield of circular cross-section, advanced by Brunel in his original patent of 1818. James Henry Greathead, 1844 to 1896, rightfully called the father of modern subaqueous tunneling, surmised in later years that Brunel had chosen a rectangular configuration for actual use as one better adapted to the sectional type of shield. The English civil engineer Peter W. Barlow, in 1864 and 1868, patented a circular shield of one piece, which was the basis of one used by him in constructing a small subway of 1,350 feet beneath the Thames in 1869, the first work to follow the lead of Brunel. Greathead, acting as Barlow's contractor, was the designer of the shield actually used in the work, but it was obviously inspired by Barlow's patents. The reduction of the multiplicity of parts in the Brunel shield to a single rigid unit was of immense advantage, and an advance perhaps equal to the shield concept of tunneling itself. The Barlow Greathead shield was like the cap of a telescope, with a sharpened circular ring on the front to assist in penetrating the ground. The diaphragm functioned, as did Brunel's breasting boards, to resist the longitudinal earth pressure of the face, and the cylindrical portion behind the diaphragm bore the radial pressure of roof and walls. Here also, for the first time, a permanent lining formed of cast iron segments was used, a second major advancement in soft ground tunneling practice. Not only could the segments be placed and bolted together far more rapidly than masonry lining could be laid up, but unlike the green masonry, they could immediately bear the full force of the shield-propelling screws. Barlow, capitalizing on Brunel's error in burrowing so close to the riverbed, maintained an average cover of 30 feet over the tunnel, driving through a solid stratum of firm London clay, which was virtually impervious to water. As the result of this, combined with the advantages of the solid shield and the rapidly placed iron lining, the work moved forward at a pace and with a facility in startling contrast to that of the Thames Tunnel, although in fairness it must be recalled that the face area was far less. The clay was found sufficiently sound that it could be readily excavated without the support of the diaphragm, and normally 3 miners worked in front of the shield, digging out the clay and passing it back through a doorway in the plate. This could be closed in case of a sudden settlement or break-in. Following excavation, the shield was advanced 18 inches into the excavated area by means of 6 screws, and a ring of lining segments, 18 inches in length, bolted to the previous ring under cover of the overlapping rear skirt of the shield. The small annulus space left between the outside of the lining and the clay by the thickness and clearance of the skirt, about an inch, was filled with thin cement grout. The tunnel was advanced 18 inches during each 8-hour shift. The work continued around the clock, and the 900-foot river section was completed in only 14 weeks. The entire work was complete almost without incident in just under a year, a remarkable performance for the world's second subaqueous tunnel. The Tower subway at first operated with cylindrical cars that nearly filled the 7-foot bore. The cars were drawn by cables powered by small steam engines in the shafts. This mode of power had previously been used in passenger service only on the Greenwich Street Elevated Railway in New York. Later, the cars were abandoned as unprofitable, and the tunnel turned into a footway, Figure 32. This small tunnel, the successful driving due entirely to Greathead's skill, was the forerunner of the modern subaqueous tunnel. In it, 2 of the 3 elements essential to such work thereafter were first applied: the one-piece movable shield of circular section and the segmental cast iron lining. The documentation of this work is far thinner than for the Thames Tunnel. The most accurate source of technical information is a brief historical account in Copperthwaite's classic Tunnel Shields and the Use of Compressed Air in Subaqueous Works, published in 1906. Copperthwaite, a successful tunnel engineer, laments the fact that he was able to turn up no drawing or original data on this first shield of Greathead's, but he presents a sketch of it prepared in the Greathead office in 1895, which is presumably a fair representation, Figure 33. The Tower subway model was built on the basis of this, and several woodcuts of the working area that appeared contemporaneously in the illustrated press. In this and the adjacent model of Beach's Broadway subway, The tunnel axis had been placed on an angle to the viewer, projecting the bore into the case so that the complete circle of the working face is included for a more suggestive effect. This was possible because of the short length of the work included. Henry S. Drinker, also a tunnel engineer and author of the most comprehensive work on tunneling ever published, treats rock tunneling in exhaustive detail up to 1878. His notice of what he terms submarine tunneling is extremely brief. He does, however, draw a most interesting comparison between the first Thames tunnel built by Brunel and the second built by Greathed 26 years later. First Thames tunnel, brickwork lining, 38 feet wide by 22.5 feet high. Second Thames tunnel, the Tower subway, cast iron lining of 8 feet outside diameter. First Thames tunnel, 120-ton cast iron shield accommodating 36 miners. Second Thames tunnel, Tower subway, 2.5-ton wrought iron shield accommodating at most 3 men. First Thames tunnel, workings filled by eruption of river 5 times. Second Thames tunnel, Tower subway, water encountered at almost any time could have been gathered in a stable pail. First Thames tunnel, 18 years elapsed between start and finish of work. Second Thames tunnel, subway tower, work completed in about 11 months. First Thames tunnel, cost $3 million. Second Thames tunnel, Tower subway, cost $100,000. Beach's Broadway subway. Almost simultaneously with the construction of the Tower subway, the first American shield tunnel was driven by Alfred Ely Beach, 1826 to 1896. Beach, as editor of the Scientific American and inventor of, among other things, a successful typewriter as early as 1856, was well known and respected in technical circles. He was not a civil engineer, but had become concerned with New York's pressing traffic problem, even then, and as a solution, developed plans for a rapid transit subway to extend the length of Broadway. He invented a shield as an adjunct to the system, solely to permit driving of the tunnel without disturbing the overlying streets. An active patent attorney as well, Beach must certainly have known of and studied the existing patents for tunneling shields which were without exception British. In certain aspects, his shield resembled the one patented by Barlow in 1864, but never built. However, work on the Beach Tunnel started in 1869, so close in time to that on the Tower subway that it is unlikely that there was any influence from that source. Beach had himself patented a shield in June of 1869, a 2-piece sectional design that bore no resemblance to the one used. His subway plan had been first introduced at the 1867 fair of the American Institute in the form of a short plywood tube through which a small close-fitting car was blown by a fan. The car carried 12 passengers. Sensing opposition to the subway scheme from Tammany in 1868, Beach obtained a charter to place a small tube beneath Broadway for transporting mail and small packages pneumatically, a plan he advocated independently of the passenger subway. Under this thin pretense of legal authorization, the Sub Rosa excavation began from the basement of a clothing store on Warren Street, near Broadway. The 8-foot diameter tunnel ran eastward a short distance, made a 90-degree turn, and thence southward under Broadway to stop a block away from under the south side of Murray Street. The total distance was about 312 feet. Work was carried on at night in total secrecy, the actual tunneling taking 58 nights. At the Warren Street terminal, a waiting room was excavated, and a large roots blower installed for propulsion of the single-passenger car. The plan was similar to that used with the model in 1867. The cylindrical car fitted the circular tunnel with only slight circumferential clearance. The blower created a plenum within the waiting room and tunnel area behind the car of about 0.25 pounds per square inch, resulting in a thrust on the car of almost a ton, not accounting for blow-by. The car was thus blown along its course and was returned by reversing the blower's suction and discharge ducts to produce an equivalent vacuum within the tunnel. The system opened in February of 1870 and remained in operation for about a year. Beach was ultimately subdued by the hostile influences of Boss Tweed, and the project was completely abandoned. Within a very few more years, the first commercially operated elevated line was built, but the subway did not achieve legitimate status in New York until the opening of the Interborough Line in 1904. Ironically, its route traversed Broadway for almost the length of the island. The beach shield operated with perfect success in this brief trial, although the loose sandy soil encountered was admittedly not a severe test of its qualities. No diaphragm was used. Instead, a series of 8 horizontal shelves with sharpened leading edges extended across the front opening of the shield. The outstanding feature of the machine was the substitution for the propelling screws used by Brunel and Greathead of 18 hydraulic rams, set around its circumference. These were fed by a single hand-operated pump, seen in the center of Figure 34. By this means, the course of the shield's forward movement could be controlled with a convenience and precision not attainable with screws. Vertical and horizontal deflection was achieved by throttling the supply of water to certain of the rams, which could be individually controlled, causing greater pressure on one portion of the shield than another. This system has not changed in the ensuing time, except, of course, in the substitution of mechanically produced hydraulic pressure for hand. Unlike the driving of the tower subway, no excavation was done in front of the shield. Rather, the shield was forced by the rams into the soil for the length of their stroke, the material which entered being supported by the shelves. This was removed from the shelves and hauled off. The ram plungers then were withdrawn, and a 16-inch length of permanent lining built up within the shelter of the shield's tail ring. Against this, the rams bore for the next advance. Masonry lining was used in the straight section, cast iron in the curved. The juncture is shown in the model. Enlarged versions of the beach shield were used in a few tunnels in the Midwest in the early 1870s, but from then on until 1886, the shield method, for no clear reason, again entered a period of disuse, finding no application on either side of the Atlantic, despite its virtually unqualified proof at the hands of Greathead and Beach. Little precise information remains on this work. The Beach system of pneumatic transit is described fully in a well-illustrated booklet published by him in January of 1868, in which the American Institute model is shown, and many projected systems of pneumatic propulsion as well as of subterranean and subaqueous tunneling described. Beach, again, presumably, is author of the sole contemporary account of the Broadway subway, which appeared in Scientific American following its opening early in 1870. Included are good views of the tunnel and car, of the shield in operation, and, most important, a vertical sectional view through the shield, Figure 35. It is interesting to note that optical surveys for maintenance of the course apparently were not used. The article illustrated and described the driving each night of a jointed iron rod up through the tunnel roof to the street 20 or so feet above for testing the position. The first Hudson River Tunnel. Despite the ultimate success of Brunel's Thames Tunnel in 1843, the shield in that case afforded only moderately reliable protection because of the fluidity of the soil driven through, and its tendency to enter the works through the smallest opening in the shield's defense. An English doctor who had made physiological studies of the effects on workmen of the high air pressure within diving bells is said to have recommended to Brunel in 1828 that he introduce an atmosphere of compressed air into the tunnel to exclude the water and support the workface. The plan was first formally described by Sir Thomas Cochrane, 1775 to 1860, in a British patent of 1830. Conscious of Brunel's problems, he proposed a system of shaft sinking, mining, and tunneling in water-bearing materials by filling the excavated area with air sufficiently above atmospheric pressure to prevent the water from entering and to support the earth. In this, and his description of airlocks for passage of men and materials between the atmosphere and the pressurized area, Cochrane fully outlined the essential features of pneumatic excavation as developed since. In 1839, a French engineer first used the system in sinking a mine shaft through a watery stratum. From then on, the sinking of shafts and somewhat later the construction of bridge pier foundations by the pneumatic method became almost commonplace engineering practice in Europe and America. Not until 1879, however, was the system tried in tunneling work, and then, as with the shield 10 years earlier, almost simultaneously here and abroad. The first application was in a small river tunnel in Antwerp, only 5 feet in height. This project was successfully completed relying on compressed air alone to support the earth, no shield being used. The importance of the work cannot be considered great, due to its lack of scope. In 1871, DeWitt C. Haskin, 1822 to 1900, a West Coast mine and railroad builder, became interested in the pneumatic caissons then being used to found the river piers of Eads Mississippi River Bridge at St. Louis. In apparent total ignorance of the Cochrane patent, he evolved a similar system for tunneling water-bearing media, and in 1873 proposed construction of a tunnel through the silt beneath the Hudson to provide rail connection between New Jersey and New York City. It would be difficult to imagine a site more in need of such communication. All lines from the south terminated along the west shore of the river, and the immense traffic, cars, freight, and passengers, was carried across to Manhattan Island by ferry and barge, with staggering inconvenience and at enormous cost. A bridge would have been, and still is, almost out of the question, due not only to the width of the crossing, but to the flatness of both banks. To provide sufficient navigational clearance without a draw span, impractically long approaches would have been necessary to obtain a permissibly gentle grade. Haskin formed a tunneling company and began working with the sinking of a shaft in Hoboken, on the New Jersey side. In a month it was halted because of an injunction by, curiously, the DL&W Railroad, who feared for their vast investment in terminal and marine facilities. Not until of November of 1879 was the injunction lifted and work again commenced. The shaft was completed and an airlock located in one wall, from which the tunnel proper was to be carried forward. It was Haskin's plan to use no shield, relying solely on the pressure of compressed air to maintain the work faces and prevent the entry of water. The air was admitted in late December, and the first large-scale pneumatic tunneling operation launched. A single 26-foot double-track bore was at first undertaken, but a workface of such diameter proved unmanageable, and 2 oval tubes, 18 feet high by 16 feet wide, were substituted, each carrying a single track. Work went forward with reasonable facility, considering the lack of precedent. A temporary entrance was formed of sheet iron rings from the airlock down to the tunnel grade, at which point the permanent work of the north tube was started. Immediately behind the excavation at the face, a lining of thin wrought iron plates was built up to provide form for the 2-foot permanent brick lining that followed. The 3 stages are shown in the model in about their proper relationship of progress. The work is shown passing beneath an old timber crib bulkhead used for stabilizing the shoreline. The silt of the riverbed was about the consistency of putty, and under good conditions formed a secure barrier between the excavation and the river above. It was easily excavated, and for removal was mixed with water and blown out through a pipe into the shaft by the higher pressure in the tunnel. About half was left in the bore for removal later. The basic scheme was workable, but in operation, an extreme precision was required in regulating the air pressure in the work area. It was soon found that there existed an 11 psi difference between the pressure of water on the top and the bottom of the working face, due to the 22-foot high of the unlined opening. Thus, it was impossible to maintain perfect pneumatic balance of the external pressure over the entire face. It was necessary to strike an average, with the result that some water entered at the bottom of the face, where the water pressure was greatest, and some air leaked out at the top, where the water pressure was below the air pressure. Constant attention was essential. Several men did nothing but watch the behavior of the leaks and adjusted the pressure as the ground density changed with advance. Air was supplied by several steam-driven compressors at the surface. The airlock permitted passage back and forth of men and supplies between the atmosphere and the work area, without disturbing the pressure differential. The principle is demonstrated by an animated model set into the main model to the left of the shaft, Figure 39. The variation of pressure within the lock chamber to match the atmosphere or the pressurized area, depending on the direction of passage, is clearly shown by simplified valves and gauges and by the use of light in varying color density. In the Haskin tunnel, 5 to 10 minutes were taken to pass the miners through the lock so as to avoid too abrupt a physiological change. Despite caution, a blowout occurred in July of 1880 due to air leakage not at the face but around the temporary entrance. One door of the airlock jammed, and 20 men drowned, resulting in an inquiry which brought forth much of the distrust with which Haskin was regarded by the engineering profession. His ability and qualifications were subjected to the bitterest attack in and by the technical press. There is some indication that, although the project began with a staff of competent engineers, they were alienated by Haskin in the course of work, and at least one withdrew. Haskin's remarks in his own defense indicate that some of the denunciation was undoubtedly justified. And yet, despite this reaction, the fundamental merit of the pneumatic tunneling method had been demonstrated by Haskin and was immediately recognized and freely acknowledged. It was apparent at the same time, however, that air by itself did not provide a sufficiently reliable support for large area tunnel works in unstable ground, and this remains the only major subaqueous tunnel work driven with air alone. After the accident, work continued under Haskin until 1882, when funds ran out. About 1,600 feet of the North Tube and 600 feet of the South Tube had been completed. Greathead resumed operations with a shield for a British company in 1889, but exhaustion of funds again caused stoppage in 1891. The tunnel was finally completed in 1904 and is now in use as part of the Hudson and Manhattan Rapid Transit System, never providing the sought-after rail link. A splendid document of the Haskin portion of the work is S.D.V. Burr's Tunneling Under the Hudson River, published in 1885. It is based entirely upon first-hand material and contains drawings of most of the work, including the auxiliary apparatus. It is interesting to note that electric illumination, arc, not incandescent lights, and telephones were used, unquestionably the first employment of either in tunnel work. The St. Clair Tunnel. The final model of the soft ground series reflects, as did the Hoosac Tunnel model for hard rock tunneling, final emergence into the modern period. Although the St. Clair Tunnel was completed over 70 years ago, it typifies in its method of construction the basic procedures of subaqueous work in the present day. The Thames Tunnel of Brunel and Haskin's efforts beneath the Hudson had clearly shown that by themselves both the shield and pneumatic systems of driving through fluid ground were defective in practice for tunnels of large area. Note that the earliest successful works by each method had been a very small area, so that the influence of adverse conditions was greatly diminished. The first man to perceive and seize upon the benefits to be gained by combining the two systems was, most fittingly, Greathead. Although he had projected the technique earlier, in driving the Underground City and South London Railway in 1886, he brought together for the first time the three fundamental elements essential for the practical tunneling of soft, water-bearing ground: compressed air support of the work during construction, the movable shield, and cast iron permanent lining. The marriage was a happy one indeed. The limitations of each system were almost perfectly overcome by the qualities of the others. The conditions prevailing in 1882 at the Sarnia, Ontario terminal of the Grand Trunk Railway, both operational and physical, were almost precisely the same as those which inspired the undertaking of the Hudson River Tunnel. The heavy traffic at this vital U.S.-Canada rail interchange was ferried inconveniently across the wide St. Clair River, and the bank and river conditions precluded construction of a bridge. A tunnel was projected by the railway in that year, the time when Haskin's tribulations were at their height. Perhaps because of this lack of precedent for a work of such size, nothing was done immediately. In 1884, the railway organized a tunnel company. In 1886, test borings were made in the riverbed, and small exploratory drifts were started across from both banks by normal methods of mine timbering. The natural gas, quicksand, and water encountered soon stopped the work. It was at this time that the railway's president visited Greathead City and South London workings. The obvious answer to the St. Clair problem lay in the successful conduct of the subway. Joseph Hobson, chief engineer of the Grand Trunk and of the tunnel project, in designing a shield, is said to have searched for drawings of the shields used in the Broadway and Tower subways of 1868-9, but unable to locate any, he relied, to a limited extent, on the small drawings of those in Drinker's volume. There is no explanation as to why he did not have drawings of the City and South London shield at that moment in use, unless one considers the rather unlikely possibility that Greathead maintained its design in secrecy. The Hobson shield followed Greathead's as closely as any other, and having a diaphragm with closable doors. But a modification of Beech's sharpened horizontal shelves was also used. However, these functioned more as working platforms than supports for the earth. The machine was 21.5 feet in diameter, an unprecedented size, and almost twice that of Greathead's current one. It was driven by 24 hydraulic rams. Throughout the entire preliminary consideration of the project, there was a marked sense of caution that amounted to what seems an almost total lack of confidence in success. Commencement of the work from vertical shafts was planned so that if the tunnel itself failed, no expenditure would have been made for approach work. In April of 1888, the shafts were started near both riverbanks, but before reaching proper depth, the almost fluid clay and silt flowed up faster than could be excavated, and this plan was abandoned. After this second inauspicious start, long open approach cuts were made and the work finally began. The portals were established in the cuts, several thousand feet back from each bank, and there the tunneling itself began. The portions under the shore were driven without air. When the banks were reached, brick bulkheads containing airlocks were built across the opening and the section beneath the river, about 3,710 feet long, driven under air pressure of 10 to 28 pounds above atmosphere. For most of the way, the clay was firm, and there was little air leakage. It was found that horses could not survive in the compressed air, and so mules were used under the river. In the firm clay, excavation was carried on several feet in front of the shield, as shown in the model of Figure 42. About 12 miners worked at the face. However, in certain strata, the clay encountered was so fluid that the shield could be simply driven forward by the rams, causing the muck to flow in at the door openings without excavation. After each advance, the rams were retracted, and a ring of iron lining segments built up, as in the Tower subway. Here, for the first time, an erector arm was used for placing the segments, which weighed about half a ton. In all respects, the work advanced with wonderful facility and lack of operational difficulty. Considering the large area, no subaqueous tunnel had ever been driven with such speed. The average monthly progress for the American and Canadian headings totaled 455 feet, and at top efficiency, 10 rings, or a length of 15.3 feet, could be set in a 24-hour day in each heading. The 6,000 feet of tunnel was driven in just a year. The two shields met vis-a-vis in August of 1890. The transition was complete. The work had been closely followed by the technical journals, and the reports of its successful accomplishment thus were brought to the attention of the entire civil engineering profession. As the first major subaqueous tunnel completed in America, and the first in the world of a size able to accommodate full-scale rail traffic, the St. Clair Tunnel served to dispel the doubts surrounding such work, and established a pattern for a mode of tunneling which has since changed only in matters of detail. Of the 8 models, only this one was built under the positive guidance of original documents. In the possession of the Canadian National Railways are drawings not only of all elements of the shield and lining, but of much of the auxiliary apparatus used in construction. Such materials rarely survive, and do so in this case only because of the foresight of the railway, which, to avoid paying a high profit margin to a private contractor as compensation for the risk and uncertainty involved, carried the contract itself, and therefore preserved all original drawing records. While the engineering of tunnels has been comprehensively treated in this paper from the historical standpoint, it is well to still reflect that the advances made in tunneling have not perceptibly removed the elements of uncertainty, but have only provided more positive and effective means of countering their forces. Still to be faced are the surprises of hidden streams, geologic faults, shifts of strata, unstable materials, and areas of extreme pressure and temperature. End of section 21. Section 22 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology, by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 42, The Pioneer, Light Passenger Locomotive of 1851 in the Museum of History and Technology, by John H. White. In the mid-19th century, there was a renewed interest in the light, single-axle locomotives which were proving so very successful for passenger traffic. These engines were built in limited number by nearly every well-known maker, and among the few remaining is the 6-wheel Pioneer, on display in the Museum of History and Technology, Smithsonian Institution. The locomotive is a true representation of a light passenger locomotive of 1851 and a historic relic of the mid-19th century. The author, John H. White, is Associate Curator of Transportation in the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of History and Technology. The Pioneer is an unusual locomotive, and on first inspection would seem to be imperfect for service on an American railroad of the 1850s. This locomotive has only one pair of driving wheels and no truck, an arrangement which marks it as very different from the highly successful standard 8-wheel engine of this period. All 6 wheels of the Pioneer are rigidly attached to the frame. It is only half the size of an 8-wheel engine of 1851 and about the same size of the 420 so common in this country some 20 years earlier. Its general arrangement is that of the rigid English locomotive, which had, years earlier, proven unsuitable for use on U.S. railroads. These objections are more apparent than real, for the Pioneer and other engines of the same design proved eminently successful when used in the service for which they were built, that of light passenger traffic. The Pioneer's rigid wheelbase is no problem, for when it is compared to that of an 8-wheel engine, it is found to be about 4 feet less, and its small size is no problem when we realize it was not intended for heavy service. Figure 2, a diagram, is a comparison of the Pioneer and a standard 8-wheel locomotive. Sidebar. Exhibits of the Pioneer. The Pioneer has been a historic relic since 1901. In the fall of that year, minor repairs were made to the locomotive so that it might be used in the sesquicentennial celebration at Carlisle, Pennsylvania. On October 22, 1901, the engine was ready for service, but as it neared Carlisle, a copper flue burst. The fire was extinguished and the Pioneer was pushed into town by another engine. In the 20th century, the Pioneer was displayed at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, St. Louis, Missouri, in 1904, and at the Wheeling, West Virginia Semi-Centennial in 1913. In 1927, it joined many other historic locomotives at the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad's Fair of the Iron Horse, which commemorated the first 100 years of that company. From about 1913 to 1925, the Pioneer also appeared a number of times at the Apple Blossom Festival at Winchester, Virginia. In 1933 through 34, it was displayed at the World's Fair in Chicago, and in 1948 at the Railroad Fair in the same city. Between 1934 and March 1947, it was exhibited at the Franklin Institute, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Since the service life of the Pioneer was spent on the Cumberland Valley Railroad, a brief account of that line is necessary to an understanding of the service history of this locomotive. The Cumberland Valley Railroad. The Cumberland Valley Railroad, CVRR, was chartered on April 2, 1831, to connect the Susquehanna and Potomac rivers by a railroad through the Cumberland Valley in south-central Pennsylvania. The Cumberland Valley, with its rich farmland and iron ore deposits, was a natural north-south route long used as a portage between these two rivers. Construction began in 1836, and because of the level valley, some 52 miles of line was completed between Harrisburg and Chambersburg by November 16, 1837. In 1860, by way of the Franklin Railroad, the line extended to Hagerstown, Maryland. It was not until 1871 that the Cumberland Valley Railroad reached its projected southern terminus, the Potomac River, by extending to Powell's Bend, Maryland. Winchester, Virginia, was entered in 1890, giving the Cumberland Valley Railroad about 165 miles of line. The railroad, which had become associated with the Pennsylvania Railroad in 1859, was merged with that company in 1919. By 1849, the Cumberland Valley Railroad was in poor condition. The strap rail track was worn out, and new locomotives were needed. Captain Daniel Tyler was hired to supervise rebuilding the line with T-rail and easy grades and curves. Tyler recommended that a young friend of his, Alba F. Smith, be put in charge of modernizing and acquiring new equipment. Smith recommended to the railroad's Board of Managers on June 25, 1851, that much lighter engines than those now in use may be substituted for the passenger transportation and thereby effect a great saving, both in point of fuel and road repairs. Smith may well have gone on to explain that the road was operating 3- and 4-car passenger trains with a locomotive weighing about 20 tons. The total weight was about 75 tons, equaling the uneconomical dead weight of 1,200 pounds per passenger. Since speed was not an important consideration, 30 miles per hour being a good average, the use of lighter engines would improve the dead weight to passenger ratio and would not result in a slower schedule. The Board of Managers agreed with Smith's recommendations and instructed him to examine the 2 locomotives lately built by Mr. Wilmarth and now in the protection of Captain Tyler at Norwich, and, if in his judgment they are adequate to our wants, have them forwarded to the road. Smith inspected the locomotives not long after this resolution was passed, for they were on the road by the time he made the following report to the board on September 24, 1851. In accordance with the resolution passed at the last meeting of your body, relative to the small engines built by Mr. Wilmarth, I proceeded to Norwich to make trial of their capacity, fitness, or suitability to the passenger transportation of our road, and after as thorough a trial as circumstances would admit, being on another road than our own, I became satisfied that with some necessary improvements which would not be expensive, and are now being made at our shop, the engines would do the business of our road not only in a manner satisfactory in point of speed and certainty, but with greater ultimate economy in expenses than has before been practiced in this country. After making the above trial of the engines, I stated to your Honorable President the results of the trial, with my opinion of their capacity to carry our passenger trains at the speed required, which was decidedly in favor of the ability of the engines. He accordingly agreed that the engines should at once be forwarded to the road in compliance with the resolution of your board. I immediately ordered the engines shipped at the most favorable rates. They came to our road safely in the condition in which they were shipped. One of the engines has been placed on the road, and I believed performed in such a manner as to convince all who are able to judge of this ability to perform, although the maximum duty of the engines was not performed on account of some original defects which are now being remedied, as I before stated. Within 10 days the engine will be able to run regularly with a train on the road, wherein shall be enabled to judge correctly of the merits. An accident occurred during the trial of the small engine at Norwich which caused a damage of about $300, in which condition the engine came here and is now being repaired, the cost of which will be presented to your board hereafter. As to the fault or blame of parties connected with the accident, as also the question of responsibility for repairs, are questions for your disposal. I therefore leave the matter until further called upon. The expenses necessarily incurred by the trial of the engines, and also the expenses of transporting the same, are not included in the statement herewith presented, the whole amount of which will not probably exceed $400. These two locomotives became the Cumberland Valley Railroad's Pioneer, No. 13, and Jenny Lind, No. 14. While Smith notes that one of the engines was damaged during the inspection trials, Joseph Winters, an employee of the Cumberland Valley who claimed he was accompanying the engine en route to Chambersburg at the time of their delivery, later recalled that both engines were damaged in transit. According to Winters, a train ran into the rear of the Jenny Lind, damaging both it and the Pioneer. The accident occurred near Middletown, Pennsylvania. The Jenny Lind was repaired at Harrisburg, but the Pioneer, less seriously damaged, was taken for repairs to the main shops of the Cumberland Valley Road at Chambersburg. While there seems little question that these locomotives were not built as direct order for the Cumberland Valley Railroad, an article appearing in the Railroad Advocate in 1855 credits their design to Smith. The article speaks of a 224 built for the Macon and Western Railroad, and says in part, "This engine is designed and built very generally upon the ideas embodied in some small tank engines designed by A. F. Smith, Esquire, for the Cumberland Valley Road. Mr. Smith is a strong advocate of light engines, and his novel style and proportions of engines, as built for him a few years since by Seth Wilmarth at Boston, are known to some of our readers. Without knowing all the circumstances under which these engines are worked on the Cumberland Valley Road, we should not venture to repeat all that we have heard of their performances. It is enough to say that they are said to do more, in proportion to their weight, than any other engines now in use." The author believes that the Railroad Advocate's claim of Smith's design of the Pioneer has been confused with his design of the Utility. Smith designed this compensating lever engine to haul trains over the CVRR Bridge at Harrisburg. It was built by Wilmarth in 1854. According to statements of Smith and the Board of Managers quoted on page 244, the Pioneer and the Jenny Lind were not new when purchased from their maker, Seth Wilmarth. Although of recent manufacture, previous to June 1851, they were apparently doing service on a road in Norwich, Connecticut. It should be mentioned that both Smith and Tyler were formerly associated with the Norwich and Worcester Railroad, and they probably learned of these two engines through this former association. It is possible that the engines were purchased from Wilmarth by the Cumberland Valley Road, which had bought several other locomotives from Wilmarth in previous years. It was the practice of at least one other New England engine builder, the Taunton Locomotive Works, to manufacture engines on the speculation that a buyer would be found. If no immediate buyers appeared, the engine was leased to a local road until a sale was made. Regarding the Jenny Lind and Pioneer, Smith reported to the Board of Managers at their meeting of March 17, 1852, "The small tank engines which were purchased last year, and which I spoke in a former report as undergoing at that time some necessary improvements, have since that time been fairly tested as to their capacity to run our passenger trains and prove to be equal to the duty. The improvements proposed to be made have been completed only on one engine, Jenny Lind, which is now running regularly with passenger trains. The cost of repairs and improvements of this engine, this being the one accidentally broken on the trial, amounted to $476.51. The other engine is now in the shop, not yet ready for service, but will be at an early day. The Pioneer and Jenny Lind achieved such success in action that the president of the road, Frederick Watts, commented on their performance in the annual report of the Cumberland Valley Railroad for 1851. Watts stated that since their passenger trains were rarely more than a baggage car and 2 coaches, the light locomotives have been found to be admirably adapted to our business. The Cumberland Valley Railroad, therefore, added 2 more locomotives of similar design in the next few years. These engines were the Boston and the Enterprise, also built by Wilmarth in 1854 through 1855. Watts reported the Pioneer and Jenny Lind cost $7,642. A standard 8-wheel engine costs about $6,500 to $8,000 each during this period. In recent years, the Pennsylvania Railroad has stated the Pioneer cost $6,200 in gold, but is unable to give the source for this information. The author can discount this statement, for it does not seem reasonable that a light, cheap engine of the pattern of the Pioneer could cost as much as a machine nearly twice its size. Service history of the Pioneer. After being put in service, the Pioneer continued to perform well, and was credited as able to move a 4-car passenger train along smartly at 40 miles per hour. This tranquility was shattered in October of 1862 by a raiding party led by Confederate General J.E.B. Stuart, which burned the Chambersburg shops of the Cumberland Valley Railroad. The Pioneer, Jenny Lind, and Utility were partly destroyed. The Cumberland Valley Railroad, in its report for 1862, stated, "The wood shop, machine shop, blacksmith shop, engine house, wood sheds, and passenger depot were totally consumed, and with the engine house, 3 second-class engines were much injured by the fire, but not so destroyed but that they may be restored to usefulness." However, no record can be found of the extent or exact nature of the damage. The shops and a number of cars were burned, so it is reasonable to assume that the cab and other wooden parts of the locomotive were damaged. One unverified report in the files of the Pennsylvania Railroad states that part of the roof and brick wall fell on the Pioneer during the fire, causing considerable damage. In June of 1864, the Chambersburg shops were again burned by the Confederates, but on this occasion, the railroad managed to remove all its locomotives before the raid. During the Civil War, the Cumberland Valley Railroad was obliged to operate longer passenger trains to satisfy the enlarged traffic. The Pioneer and its sister single-axle engines were found too light for these trains and were used only on work and special trains. Reference to Table 1 will show that the mileage of the Pioneer fell off sharply for the years 1860 through 1865. In 1871, the Pioneer was remodeled by A.S. Hull, master mechanic of the railroad. The exact nature of the alterations cannot be determined, as no drawings or photographs of the engine previous to this time are known to exist. In fact, the drawing of Figure 8 prepared by Hull in 1876 to show the engine as remodeled in 1871 is the oldest known illustration of the Pioneer. Paul Westhafer, a lifelong student of Cumberland Valley Railroad history, states that according to an interview with one of Hull's descendants, the only alteration made to the Pioneer during the 1871 remodeling was the addition of a handbrake. The Road's annual report of 1853 describes the Pioneer as a 6-wheel tank engine. The report of 1854 mentions that the Pioneer used link motion. These statements are enough to give substance to the idea that the basic arrangement has survived unaltered, and that it has not been extensively rebuilt as was the Jenny Lind in 1878. By the 1870s, the Pioneer was too light for the heavier cars then in use, and by 1880 it had reached the end of its usefulness for regular service. After nearly 30 years on the road, it had run 255,675 miles. Two new passenger locomotives were purchased in 1880 to handle the heavier trains. In 1881, the Pioneer was dropped from the roster, but was used until about 1890 for work trains. After this time, it was stored in a shed at Falling Spring, Pennsylvania, near the Chambersburg yards of the Cumberland Valley Railroad. End of Section 22. Section 23 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum. Bulletin 240. Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 42. The Pioneer. Light Passenger Locomotive of 1851 in the Museum of History and Technology by John H. White. Part 2. Mechanical Description of the Pioneer. After the early 1840s, the single-axle locomotive, having one pair of driving wheels, was largely superseded by the eight-wheel engine. The desire to operate longer trains and the need for engines of greater traction to overcome the steep grades of American roads called for coupled driving wheels and machines of greater weight than the 420. After the introduction of the 440, the single-axle engine received little attention in this country, except for light service or such special tasks as inspection or dummy engines. There was, however, a renewed interest in singles in the early 1850s because of W. B. Adams' experiments with light passenger locomotives in England. In 1850, Adams built a light single-engine tank locomotive for the Eastern Counties Railway, which proved very economical for light passenger traffic. It was such a success that considerable interest in light locomotives was generated in this country as well as in England. Nearly 100 single-axle locomotives were built in the United States between about 1845 and 1870. These engines were built by nearly every well-known maker, from Hinckley in Boston to the Vulcan Foundry in San Francisco. Danforth, Cook and Company of Paterson built a standard pattern 424 used by many roads. Of these, the C.P. Huntington survives to the present time. The following paragraphs describe the mechanical details of the Pioneer as it appears on exhibition in the Smithsonian Institution's new Museum of History and Technology. Boiler. The boiler is the most important and costly part of a steam locomotive, representing 1/4 to 1/3 of the total cost. A poorly built or designed boiler will produce a poor locomotive no matter how well made the remainder of mechanism. The boiler of the Pioneer is of the wagon top crown bar fire tube style and is made of 5/16-inch thick wrought iron plate. The barrel is very small, in keeping with the size of the engine, being only 27 inches in diameter. While some readers may believe this to be an extremely early example of a wagon-top boiler, we should remember that most New England builders produced few locomotives with the Berry Dome boiler, and that the chief advocates of this later style were the Philadelphia builders. By the early 1850s, the Berry boiler passed out of favor entirely, and the wagon-top became the standard type of boiler with all builders in this country. 63 iron tubes, 1 7/8 inches by 85 inches long, are used. The original tubes may have been copper or brass, since these were easier to keep tight than the less malleable iron tubes. The present tube sheet is of iron, but was originally copper. Its thickness cannot be conveniently measured, but it is greater than that of the boiler shell, probably about 1/2 inch to 5/8 inch. While copper tubes and tube sheets were not much used in this country, after about 1870, copper was employed as recently as 1950 by Robert Stephenson and Horthans Limited on some small industrial locomotives. The boiler shell is lagged with wooden tongue-and-groove strips, about 2.5 inches wide. Felt also was used for insulation during this period. The wooden lagging is covered with Russia sheet iron, which is held in place and the joints covered by polished brass bands. Russia sheet iron is a plainish iron, having a lustrous metallic gray finish. Sidebar: Alba F. Smith, the man responsible for the purchase of the Pioneer, was born in Lebanon, Connecticut, June 28, 1817. Smith showed promise as a mechanic at an early age, and by the time he was 22 had established lead pipeworks in Norwich. His attention was drawn particularly to locomotives since the tracks of the Norwich and Worcester Railroad passed his shop. His attempts to develop a spark arrestor for locomotives brought Smith to the favorable attention of Captain Daniel Tyler, 1799 to 1882, president of the Norwich and Worcester Railroad. When Tyler was hired by the Cumberland Valley Railroad in 1850 to supervise the line's rebuilding, he persuaded the managers of that road to hire Smith as superintendent of machinery. Smith was appointed as superintendent of the machine shop of the Cumberland Valley Railroad on July 22, 1850. On January 1, 1851, he became superintendent of the road. In March of 1856, Smith resigned his position with the Cumberland Valley Railroad and became superintendent of the Hudson River Railroad, where he remained for only a year. During that time, he designed the coal-burning locomotive Irvington, rebuilt the Waterman condensing dummy locomotive for use in hauling trains through city streets, and developed a superheater. After retiring from the Hudson River Railroad, he returned to Norwich and became active in enterprises in that area, including the presidency of the Norwich and Worcester Railroad. While the last years of Smith's life were devoted to administrative work, he found time for mechanical invention as well. In 1862, he patented a safety truck for locomotives and became president of a concern which controlled the most important patents for such devices. Alba F. Smith died on July 21, 1879, in Norwich, Connecticut. End sidebar. The steam dome is located directly over the firebox, inside the cab. It is lagged and jacketed in an identical manner to the boiler. The shell of the dome is of 5/16-inch wrought iron. The top cap is a cast iron plate which also served as a manhole cover, offering access to the boiler's interior for inspection and repair. A round plate, 20 inches in diameter, riveted on the forward end of the boiler just behind the bell stand, was found when the old jacket was removed in May of 1963. The size and shape of the hole which the plate covers indicate that a steam dome or manhole was located at this point. It is possible that this was the original location of the steam dome, since many builders of the early 1850s preferred to mount the dome forward of the firebox. This was done in the belief that there was less danger of priming because the water was less agitated forward of the box. The firebox is as narrow as the boiler shell and fits easily between the frame. It is a deep and narrow box measuring 27 inches by 28 inches by about 40 inches deep, and is well suited to burning wood. A deep firebox was necessary because a wide, shallow box suitable for coal burning allowed the fuel to burn so quickly it was difficult to fire the engine effectively. With the deep, narrow firebox, wood was filled up to the level of the fire door. In this way, the fire did not burn so furiously and did not keep ahead of the fireman. At the same time, since it burned so freely, a good fire was always on hand. The Pioneer burned oak and hickory. For the firebox, 5/16-inch thick sheet was used. For heavier sheet would have blistered and flaked off because of the intense heat of the fire and the fibrous quality of wrought iron sheet of the period. Sheet iron was fabricated from many small strips of iron rolled together while hot. These strips were ideally welded into a homogeneous sheet, but in practice it was found the thicker the sheet, the less sure the weld. The fire grates are cast iron and set just a few inches above the bottom of the water space so that the water below the grates remain less turbulent and mud or other impurities in the water settle here. 4 bronze mud plugs and a blow-off cock are fitted to the base of the firebox so that the sediment thus collected can be removed. The front of the boiler is attached to the frame by the smoke box, which is a cylinder bolted on a light cast-iron saddle, not part of the cylinder castings, nor attached to them, but bolted directly to the top rail of the frame. It may be a hastily made repair put on at the shops of the Cumberland Valley Railroad. The rear of the boiler is attached to the frame by two large cast-iron brackets, one on each side of the firebox. These are bolted to the top rail of the frame, but the holes in the brackets are undoubtedly slotted so that they may slide, since the boiler will expand about a quarter of an inch when heated. In addition to the crown bars, which strengthen the crown sheet, the boiler is further strengthened by stay-bolts and braces, located in the wagon top over the firebox where the boiler had been weakened by the large hole necessary for the steam dome. The boiler is a remarkably light, strong, and compact structure. Boiler fittings. Few boiler fittings are found on the Pioneer, and it appears that little was done to update the engine with more modern devices during its many years of service. With the exception of a steam gauge, it has no more boiler fitting than when it left the builder's shop in 1851. The throttle valve is a simple slide valve and must have been primitive for the time, for the balance poppet throttle valve was in use in this country previous to 1851. It is located directly below the steam dome, even though it was common practice to place the throttle valve at the front of the boiler in the smoke box. Considering the cramped condition inside the smoke box, there would seem to be little space for the addition of the throttle valve, hence its present location. The dry pipe projects up into the steam dome to gather the hottest, driest steam for the cylinders. The inverted funnel-like cap on the top of the dry pipe is to prevent priming, as drops of water may travel up the sides of the pipe and then to the cylinders with the possibility of great damage. After the steam enters the throttle valve, it passes through the front end of the valve, through the top of the boiler via the dry pipe, through the front tube sheet, and then to the cylinders via the petticoat pipes. The throttle lever is a simple arrangement, readily understood from the drawings. It has no latch, and the throttle lever is held in any desired setting by the wing nut and quadrant shown in Figure 18. The water level in the boiler is indicated by the three brass cocks located on the back head. No gauge glass is used. They were not employed in this country until the 1870s, although they were commonly used in England at the time the Pioneer was built. While two safety valves were commonly required, only one was used on the Pioneer. The safety valve is located on top of the steam dome. Pressure is exerted on the lever by a spring balance fixed at the forward end by a knife blade bearing. The pressure can be adjusted by the thumb screw on the balance. The graduated scale on the balance gave a general but uncertain indication of the boiler pressure. The valve itself is a poppet held against the face of the valve seat by a second knife blade attached to the lever. The ornamental column forming the stand of the safety valve is cast iron and does much to decorate the interior of the cab. The pipe carrying the escaping steam projects through the cab roof. It is made of copper with a decorative brass band. The entire mechanism was replaced by a modern safety valve for use at the Chicago Railroad Fair, 1949. Fortunately, the old valve was preserved and has since been replaced on the engine. The steam gauge is a later addition, but could have been put on as early as the 1860s, since the most recent patent date that it bears is 1859. It is an Ashcroft gauge, having a handsome 440 locomotive engraved on its silver face. The steam jet is one of the simplest yet most notable boiler fitting of the Pioneer, being nothing more than a valve tapped into the base of the steam dome with a line running under the boiler jacket to the smokestack. When the valve is opened, a jet of steam goes up the stack, creating a draft useful for starting the fire or enlivening it as is necessary. This device was the invention of Alba F. Smith in 1852, according to the eminent 19th century technical writer and engineer Zara Colburn. The two feed water pumps are located beneath the cab deck. They are cast iron construction and are driven by an eccentric on the driving wheel axle. The air chamber or dome imparts a more steady flow of the water to the boiler by equalizing the surges of water from the reciprocating pump plunger. A steam line, which heats the pump and prevents freezing in cold weather, is regulated by a valve in the cab. Note that the line on the right side of the cab has been disconnected and plugged. The eccentric drive for the pumps is unusual, and the author knows of no other American locomotive so equipped. Eastwick and Harrison, it is true, favored an eccentric drive for feed pumps, but they mounted the eccentric on the crankpin of the rear driving wheel and thus produced, in effect, a half-stroke pump. This was not an unusual arrangement, though a small crank was usually employed in place of the eccentric. The full-stroke cross-head pump, with which the Jenny Lind is equipped, was of course the most common style of feed pump used in this country in the 19th century. Of all the mechanisms on a 19th century locomotive, the feed pump was the most troublesome. If an engineer could think of nothing else to complain about, he could usually call attention to a defective pump and not be found a liar. Because of this, injectors were adopted after their introduction in 1860. It is surprising that the Pioneer, which was in regular service as late as 1880 and has been under steam many times since, for numerous exhibitions, was never fitted with one of these devices. Because its stroke is short and the plunger is in less rapid motion, the present eccentric arrangement is more complex but less prone to disorder than the simpler but faster crosshead pump. Sidebar: Seth Wilmarth. Little is known of the builder of the Pioneer, Seth Wilmarth, and nothing in the way of a satisfactory history of his business is available. For the reader's general interest, the following information is noted. Seth Wilmarth was born in Brattleboro, Vermont, on September 8, 1810. He is thought to have learned the machinist's trade in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, before coming to Boston and working for the Boston Locomotive Works, Hinckley and Drury proprietors. In about 1836, he opened a machine shop, and encouraged by an expanding business in 1841, he built a new shop in South Boston, which became known as the Union Works. Wilmarth was in the general machine business, but his reputation was made in the manufacture of machine tools, notably lathes. He is believed to have built his first locomotive in 1842, but locomotive building never became his main line of work. Wilmarth patterned his engines after those of Hinckley, and, undoubtedly in common with the other New England builders of this period, favored the steady-riding, inside-connection engines. The Shanghais, so called because of their great height, built for the Boston and Worcester Railroad by Wilmarth in 1849, were among the best-known inside-connection engines operated in this country. While the greater part of Wilmarth's engines was built for New England roads, many were constructed for lines outside that area, including the Pennsylvania Railroad, Ohio and Pennsylvania Railroad, and the Erie. A comparison of the surviving illustrations of Hinckley and Wilmarth engines of the 1850s reveals a remarkable similarity in their details. Notice particularly the straight boiler, riveted frame, closely set truck wheels, feed water pump driven by a pin on the crank of the driving wheel, and details of the dome cover. All of the features are duplicated exactly by both builders. This is not surprising, considering the proximity of the plants and the fact that Wilmarth had been previously employed by Hinckley. In 1854, Wilmarth was engaged by the New York and Erie Railroad to build 56-foot gauge engines. After work had been started on these engines, and a large store of material had been purchased for their construction, Wilmarth was informed that the railroad could not pay cash, but that he would have to take notes in payment. There was at this time a mild economic panic, and notes could be sold only at a heavy discount. The crisis closed the Union Works. The next year, 1855, Seth Wilmarth was appointed master mechanic of the Charlestown Navy Yard, Boston, where he worked for 20 years. He died in Malden, Massachusetts, on November 5, 1886. End of sidebar. Boiler fittings continued. The check valves are placed slightly below the center line of the boiler. These valves are an unfinished bronze casting and appear to be of a recent pattern, probably dating from the 1901 renovation. At the time the engine was built, it was usual to house these valves in an ornamental spun brass casing. The smokestack, is of the bonnet type, commonly used on wood-burning locomotives in this country between about 1845 and 1870. The exhaust steam from the cylinders is directed up the straight stack by the blast pipe. This creates a partial vacuum in the smoke box that draws the fire, gases, ash, and smoke through the boiler tubes from the firebox. The force of the exhausting steam blows them out of the stack. At the top of the straight stack is a deflecting cone, which slows the velocity of the exhaust and changes its direction, causing it to go down into the funnel-shaped outer casing of the stack. Here, the heavy embers and cinders are collected and prevented from directly discharging into the countryside as dangerous firebrands. Wire netting is stretched over top of the deflecting cone to catch the lighter, more volatile embers, which may defy the action of the cone. The term bonnet stack results from the fact that this netting is similar in shape to a lady's bonnet. The cinders thus accumulated in the stack's hopper could be emptied by opening a plug at the base of the stack. While the deflecting cone was regarded highly as a spark arrestor and used practically to the exclusion of any other arrangement, it had the basic defect of keeping the smoke low and close to the train. This was a great nuisance to passengers, as the low trailing smoke blew into the cars. If the exhaust had been allowed to blast straight out of the stack high into the air, most of the sparks would have burned out before touching the ground. Frame. The frame of the Pioneer defies an exact classification, but it more closely resembles the riveted or sandwich-type frame than any other. While the simple bar frame enjoyed the greatest popularity in the last century, riveted frames were widely used in this country, particularly by the New England builders between about 1840 and 1860. The riveted frame was fabricated from two plates of iron, about 5/8 inch thick, cut to the shape of the top rail and the pedestal. A bar about 2 inches square was riveted between the two plates. A careful study of photographs of Hinckley and other New England-built engines of this period will reveal this style of construction. The frame of the Pioneer differs from the usual riveted frame in that the top rail is 1 3/4 inches thick by 4 1/8 inches deep and runs the length of the locomotive. The pedestals are made of 2 3/8 inch plates, flush riveted to each side of the top rail. The cast iron shoes, which serve as guides for the journal boxes, also act as spacers between the pedestal plates. The bottom rail of the frame is a 1 1/8 inch diameter rod, which is forged square at the pedestals and forms the pedestal cap. The frame is further stiffened by 2 diagonal rods running from the top of each trunk wheel pedestal to the base of the driving wheel pedestal, forming a truss. 6 rods, riveted to the boiler shell and bolted to the frame's top rail, strengthen the frame laterally. 4 of these rods can be seen easily as they run from the frame to the middle of the boiler. The other 2 are riveted to the underside of the boiler. The attachment of these rods to the boiler was an undesirable practice, for the boiler shell was thus subjected to the additional strain of the locomotive's vibrations as it passed over the road. In later years, as locomotives grew in size, this practice was avoided, and frames were made sufficiently strong to hold the engine's machinery in line without using the boiler shell. The front and rear frame beams are of flat iron plate bolted to the frame. The rear beam has been pushed in during an accident, and instead of its being replaced, another plate was riveted on and bent out in the opposite direction to form a pocket for the rear coupling pin. Note that there is no drawbar, and that the coupler is merely bolted to the beams. Since the engine only pulled light trains, the arrangement was sufficiently strong. Running gear. The running gear is simply sprung with individual leaf springs for each axle. It is not connected by equalizing levers. To find an American locomotive not equipped with equalizers is surprising, since they were almost a necessity to produce a reasonably smooth ride on the rough tracks of American railroads. Equalizers steady the motion of the engine by distributing the shock received by any one wheel or axle to all the other wheels and axles so connected, thus minimizing the effects of an uneven roadbed. The author believes that the Pioneer is a hard-riding engine. The springs of the main drives are mounted in the usual fashion. The rear boiler bracket is slotted so that the spring hanger may pass through for its connection with the frame. The spring of the leading wheels is set at right angles to the frame and bears on a beam fabricated of iron plate, which in turn bears on the journal boxes. The springs of the trailing wheels are set parallel with the frame and are mounted between the pedestal plates. The center of the driving wheel is cast iron and has spokes of the old rib pattern, which is a T in cross-section and was used previous to the adoption of the hollow spoke wheel. In the mid-1830s, Baldwin and others used this rib pattern style of wheel, except that the rib faced inside. The present driving wheel centers are unquestionably original. The sister engine, Jenny Lind, was equipped with identical driving wheels. The present tires are very thin and beyond their last turning. They are wrought iron and shrunk to fit the wheel centers. Flush rivets are used for further security. The left wheel, shown in Figure 17, is cracked at the hub and is fitted with an iron ring to prevent its breaking. The truck wheels of the hollow spoke pattern are cast iron with chilled threads. They were made by Asa Whitney, one of the leading car wheel manufacturers in this country, whose extensive plant was located in Philadelphia. Made under Whitney's patent of 1866, these wheels may well have been added to the Pioneer during the 1871 rebuilding. Railroad wheels were not cast from ordinary cast iron, which was too weak and brittle to stand the service for which they were intended, but from a high-quality cast iron, similar to that used for cannons. Its tensile strength, which ranged from 31,000 to 36,000 psi, was remarkably high and very nearly approached that of the best wrought iron plate. The cylinders are cast iron, with an 8.5-inch bore about half the size of the cylinders of a standard 8-wheel engine. The cylinders are bolted to the frame, but not to the saddle, and are set at a 9-degree angle to clear the leading wheels, and at the same time to line up with the center of the driving wheel axle. The wood lagging is covered with a decorative brass jacket. Ornamental brass jacketing was extensively used on mid-19th century American locomotives to cover not only the cylinders, but steam and sandboxes, check valves, and valve boxes. The greater expense for brass, Russia iron, or painted sheet iron were a cheaper substitute, was justified by the argument that brass lasted the life of the engine and could be reclaimed for scrap at a price approaching the original cost, and also that when brightly polished, it reflected the heat, preventing loss by radiation, and its bright surface could be seen at great distance, thus helping to prevent accidents at grade crossings. The reader should be careful not to misconstrue the above arguments simply as rationalization on the part of master mechanics more intent on highly decorative machines than on practical considerations involved. The valve box, a separate casting, is fastened to the cylinder casting by 6 bolts. The side cover plates, when removed, show only a small opening suitable for inspection and adjustment of the valve. The valve box must be removed to permit repair or removal of the valve. A better understanding of this mechanism and the layout of the parts can be gained from a study of figures 23 through 26, 28, 8, 8A, and 8B. Both crossheads were originally of cast iron, but one of these has been replaced and is of steel. They run into steel guides, bolted at the forward end to the rear cylinder head and supported in the rear by a yoke. The yoke is one of the more finished and better made pieces of the entire engine. The main rod is of the old pattern, round in cross-section, and only 1.5 inches in diameter at the largest point. Valve gear. The valve gear is of the Stephenson shifting link pattern, a simple and dependable motion used extensively in this country between about 1850 and 1900. The author believes that this is the original valve gear of the Pioneer, Since the first mention, 1854, in the annual report of the Cumberland Valley Railroad of the style of valve gear used by each engine, states that the Pioneer was equipped with a shifting link motion. Assuming this to be the original valve gear of the Pioneer, it must be regarded as an early application because the Stephenson motion was just being introduced into American locomotive practice in the early 1850s. 4 eccentrics drive the motion. 2 are for forward motion and 2 for reverse. The link is split and made of 2 curved pieces. The rocker is fabricated of several forged pieces keyed and bolted together. On better-made engines, the rocker would be a one-piece forging. The lower arm of each rocker is curiously shaped, made with a slot, so that the link block may be adjusted. Generally, the only adjustment possible was effected by varying the length of the valve stem by the adjusting nuts provided. A simple weight and lever attached to the reversing shaft served as a counterbalance for the links and thus assist the engineer in shifting the valve motion. There are 8 positions on the quadrant of the reversing lever. Miscellaneous notes. The cab is solid walnut with a natural finish. It is very possible that the second cab was added to the locomotive after the 1962 fire. A brass gong, used by the conductor to signal the engineer, is fastened to the underside of the cab roof. This style of gong was in use in the 1850s and may well be original equipment. The water tank is in 2 sections, one part extending below the deck between the frame. The tank holds 600 gallons of water. The tender holds 1 quart of wood. The small pedestal-mounted sandbox was used on several Cumberland Valley engines, including the Pioneer. This box was removed from the engine sometime between 1901 and 1904. It was on the engine at the time of the Carlisle sesquicentennial, but disappeared by the time of the St. Louis Exposition. 2 small sandboxes mounted on the driving wheel splash guards replaced the original box. The large headlamp apparently disappeared at the same time and was replaced by a crudely made lamp, formerly mounted on the cab roof as a backup light. Headlamps of commercial manufacture were carefully finished and made with parabolic reflectors, elaborate burners, and handsomely fitted cases. Such a lamp could throw a beam of light for 1,000 feet. The present lamp has a flat cone-shaped piece of tin for a reflector. The brushes attached to the pilot were used in the winter to brush snow and loose ice off the rail and thus improve traction. In good weather, the brushes were set up to clear the tracks. After the Pioneer had come to the National Museum, it was decided that some refinishing was required to return it as nearly as possible to the state of the original engine. Replacing the sandbox was an obvious change. The brass cylinder jackets were also replaced. The cab was stripped and carefully refinished as natural wood. The old safety valve was replaced, as already mentioned. Rejacketing the boiler with simulated Russia iron produced a most pleasing effect, adding not only to the authenticity of the display, but making the engine appear lighter, and relieving the somber blackness which was not characteristic of a locomotive of the 1850s. Several minor replacements are yet to be done. Chiefly among these are the cylinder cock linkage and a proper headlamp. The question arises, has the engine survived as a true and accurate representation of the original machine built in 1851? In answer, it can be said that although the Pioneer was damaged en route to the Cumberland Valley Railroad, modified on receipt, burned in 1862, and operated for altogether nearly 40 years, surprisingly, few new appliances have been added, nor has the general arrangement been changed. Undoubtedly, the main reason the engine is so little changed is that its small size and odd framing did not invite any large investment for extensive alteration for other uses. But there can be no positive answers to its present variance from the original appearance as represented in the oldest known illustration of it, the whole drawing of 1871, Figure 8. There are few, if any, surviving 19th century locomotives that have not suffered numerous rebuildings, and are not greatly altered from the original. The John Bull, Also in the U.S. National Museum collection is a good example of a machine many times rebuilt in its 30 years of service. Unless other information is uncovered to the contrary, it can be stated that the Pioneer is a true representation of a light passenger locomotive of 1851. End of section 23. Section 24 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology, by the Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 43, History of the Division of Medical Sciences, by Sami Hamarna. History of the Division of Medical Sciences in the Museum of History and Technology. This paper traces, for the first time, the history and division of medical sciences in the Museum of History and Technology from its small beginnings as a section of the Materia Medica in 1881 to its present broad scope. The original collection of a few hundred specimens of crude drugs, which had been exhibited at the Centennial Exhibition of 1876 at Philadelphia, has now developed into the largest collection in the Western Hemisphere of historical objects relating to the healing arts. The author, Sami Hamarna, is the curator of the Division of Medical Sciences in the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of History and Technology. By the early 1870s, leading figures from both the health professions and the general public had begun to realize the necessity for having the medical sciences represented in the Smithsonian Institution. The impetus behind this new feeling resulted from the action of a distinguished American physician, philanthropist, and author, Joseph Meredith Toner, 1825 to 1896, and came almost a decade before the integration of a new section concerned with research and the historical and educational aspects of the healing arts in the Smithsonian Institution. In 1872, Dr. Toner established the Toner Lectures to encourage efforts towards discovering new truths for the advancement of medical science for the benefit of mankind. To finance these lectures, he provided a fund worthy approximately $3,000 to be administered by a board of trustees consisting of the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, the Surgeon General of the United States Navy, the Surgeon General of the United States Army, only in some years, and the President of the Medical Society of the District of Columbia. The interest from this fund was to compensate physicians and scholars who were to deliver at least 2 annual memoirs or essays based on original research on some branch of the medical sciences and containing information which had been verified by experiments or observations. The Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution agreed to have these lectures published by the institution in its miscellaneous collections. The first lecture, given by the Assistant Surgeon of the U.S. Army, on the structure of cancerous tumors and the mode in which adjacent parts are invaded, deserves credit even by current standards of scientific research. Only 10 lectures were given between 1873 and 1890, despite the recommendation for at least 2 every year. A more direct factor, which not only contributed to the establishment of a section on the healing arts, but also had a greater effect upon the Smithsonian Institution than any other event since its founding, was the 1876 Centennial Exhibition in Philadelphia. This magnificent international fair commemorated the 100th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. The finest exhibits of 30 foreign countries and various states of the Union participating in the fair were finally donated to the Smithsonian Institution as the official depository of historical and archaeological objects for this country. As a result, the institution's collections increased to an extent far beyond the capacity of the first Smithsonian building. This led to the erection of the National Museum, known for the last 2 decades and until date of publication as the Arts and Industries Building, which was completed on March 4, 1881, and was used that evening for the inaugural reception of incoming President James A. Garfield. Section of Materia Medica, 1881 to 1898. Throughout the 19th century, the study of materia medica, dealing with the nature and properties of drugs of various kinds and origins, their collection and mode of administration for the treatment of diseases, and the medical utilization of animal products, held an increasingly important place among the medical sciences. In the United States, as in other civilized countries, this topic was greatly emphasized in the curriculum of almost every school teaching the health professions. Today, the subject matter contained in this branch of science is taught under the heading of several specialized fields, such as pharmacology, pharmacognosy, and drug analysis of various types. However, when the decision was made in 1881 to promote greater knowledge and interest in the healing arts by creating a section devoted to such pursuits in the U.S. National Museum, the title of Section of Materia Medica was adopted. Added to this was the fact that the bulk of the first collections received in the section was a great variety of crude drugs, which constituted much of the material then taught in the academic courses of materia medica. The new section was included in the Department of Arts and Industries, then under the curatorship of Assistant Director G. Brown Good. From its beginning, and for 2 decades, however, the section of materia medica was sponsored and supervised by the U.S. Navy, in cooperation with the Smithsonian Institution. For this reason, the Navy decided not to establish a similar bureau for a health museum as did the Army, in starting the Medical Museum of the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology in 1862 through the efforts of Dr. William Alexander Hammond. The Smithsonian did, however, provide a clerk to relieve the curator of much of the routine work. The section's early vigorous activities were the result of the ingenuity of the first honorary curator, Dr. James Milton Flint, 1839 to 1919, an assistant surgeon of the U.S. Navy. From the establishment of the section in 1881 to 1912, Dr. Flint was curator during separate periods for a total of nearly 25 years. For 3 of his tenures, 1881 to 1884, 1887 to 1891, and 1895 to 1900, he was detailed to the Smithsonian Institution by the Surgeon General of the United States Navy. During the interim periods, other naval doctors were detailed as curators. Finally, in 1900, Dr. Flint retired from the Navy with the rank of Rear Admiral and volunteered to continue his services to the National Museum. The proposal was gladly accepted, and he continued on as curator until his retirement from the Smithsonian Institution in 1912. The section commenced with a wealth of material. After the close of the 1876 Centennial Exhibition, its materia medica collection had been stored with the other collections in a warehouse, awaiting an appropriation by Congress for transfer and installation. The collection was gradually brought into the new National Museum after that building's completion in 1881. Many other materia medica specimens were transferred from the Department of Agriculture. In addition to these large collections of crude drugs, generous contributions came from several prominent pharmaceutical firms such as Park Davis and Company of Detroit, Michigan, Wallace Brothers of Statesville, North Carolina, and Schieffelin and Company of New York City. These manufacturing houses are mentioned here because they and their agents abroad were the first to take interest and donate to the section. Complete assortments of contemporary remedial agents, then in common use throughout the United States and Europe, besides many hundreds of rare and curious drugs. Thus, in spite of difficulties encountered from bringing several collections into the building at one time, the Materia Medica exhibition got off to a good start. It was Dr. Flint, the first curator, who stated in 1883 that remedial agents used by a nation or a community are as indicative of the degree of their cultural development and standard of living as in the nature of their food, the character of their dwellings, and their social and religious traditions. Therefore, he felt that collections of drugs and medical, surgical, and pharmaceutical instruments and appliances should not be thought of or designed as instructive to the specialist only, but should also possess a general interest for the public, Because of these objectives, Dr. Flint added, "This section was conceived as a departmental division for the collecting and exhibiting of objects related to medicine, surgery, pharmacology, hygiene, and all material related to the health field at large." During his first term of curatorship, 1881 to 1884, Dr. Flint devoted much of his time to sorting, examining, identifying, and classifying the materia medica specimens. In 1881, he issued a memorandum of instructions to be followed by collectors of drugs and urged them to give detailed and accurate information regarding acquired specimens so that they might be more than mere museum curiosities. In addition, in 1883, he prepared a brief manual of classification of the materia medica collection in the museum, as well as a useful detailed catalog of information labels of the individual objects on exhibition. The unpublished catalog is still the property of the Smithsonian Institution Archives, Division of Medical Sciences Library. It was Dr. Flint's ambition to obtain a comprehensive, worldwide collection of all substances used as remedies. Then, in order to identify drugs from foreign countries, he tried to collect illustrated works on medical botany and printed pharmacopoeias of all nations having them. He rightly defined an official pharmacopoeia as a book containing directions for the identification and preparation of medicines prepared and issued with the sanction of a government or organized and authorized medical and pharmaceutical society. Its purpose is to establish uniformity in the nomenclature of remedies and in the character and potency of the pharmaceutical preparations. It is enacted by legislation and thus becomes binding on all who prepare drugs or sell them for medication. By soliciting the help of various American consuls and Navy officers abroad, about 16 such official pharmacopoeias were collected, making an almost complete international representation of all available official drug standards. With these sources of information, Dr. Flint compiled and arranged an international list of materia medica specimens indicating the authorized preparations of each. By so doing, the first curator of this section took the initiative, at least in proposing and to some extent acting on the preparation of an international pharmacopoeia of drugs used in existing authorized formularies, giving official synonyms and tables showing the constituents and comparative strength of all preparations. This undertaking is of special importance in the history of American pharmacy, since it was probably the first attempt of its kind in the United States. In addition, colored plates and photographs of medicinal plants were collected, forming the nucleus of the division's current collection of pictorial and photographic material related to the history of the health field. Dr. Flint also put on exhibition 630 Chinese materia medica specimens from the 1876 Philadelphia Centennial. These had been collected originally by the Chinese Imperial Customs Commission for the Centennial and were subsequently given to this country. In 1881, the numbered objects in the section's register amounted to 1,574 entries. In the following year, 1,590 more specimens were added, most of them drugs in their crude state. By the end of 1883, the total collection had reached 4,037, out of which 3,240 individual drugs in good condition were classified and put on display. Of these, about 500 specimens with beautiful illustrations of parts of their original plants had been mounted for exhibition. The drug exhibitions also included materials transferred from the Department of Agriculture in 1881, which originally had been brought from Central America and South America for the 1876 Centennial Exhibition, a variety of opium specimens from Turkey, and a number of rare drugs listed in the official formulary which were acquired from the Museum of Karachi in what was then India. Dr. Flint commented in the Smithsonian Annual Report for 1883 that the collection of cinchona barks was especially complete. It was comprised of specimens of nearly all the natural cinchona barks of South America and every known variety of the cultivated product from the British government plantations in India. In addition, there were specimens from Java, Ceylon, Mexico, and Jamaica. The Indian and Jamaican barks were accompanied by herbarium specimens of the leaf and flower, and in some cases, the fruit of each variety of tree from which the bark was obtained. In an attempt to protect specimens liable to attack by insects, a small piece of blotting paper, moistened with chloroform, was inserted underneath the stopper in each bottle. Later on, bichloride of mercury was found to be a better insecticide. These early collections of the section were brought into admirable condition and received compliments for their organization and completeness. In the Smithsonian Annual Report for 1883, the collections were praised as superior to any other in the United States and scarcely excelled by any in Europe. In spite of the apparent emphasis on the displaying of drugs, the first curator of the section had envisioned that the exhibits eventually would embrace the entire field of the healing arts. In the Smithsonian Annual Report for 1883, Dr. Flint noted that in the establishment of a museum designed to illustrate man and his environment, it is proper that the materials and methods used for the prevention and cures of disease should have a place. However, his plans were temporarily interrupted when his first term as honorary curator ended in 1884. On June 4, 1884, Dr. Henry Gustav Bayer was detailed by the Department of the Navy to become the second honorary curator of the section of Materia Medica. As a young man, Dr. Bayer, 1850 to 1918, had come from Saxony, Germany, to the United States, and in due course became a naturalized citizen. He was graduated from the Bellevue Hospital Medical College in New York City in 1876. Because of his interest in physiological experimental research, Dr. Bayer enrolled at the Johns Hopkins University, where he was awarded a Ph.D. degree in 1887. Unlike his predecessor, Dr. Bayer was primarily interested in carrying on research on the physiological action of certain drugs and in pharmacology. This was evident from the original scientific papers mentioned in the Smithsonian Annual Reports and published by him during the period of his curatorship from 1884 to 1887. Despite the pressure of his postgraduate studies at Johns Hopkins University, Dr. Bayer helped in arranging and classifying the Materia Medica collection without trying to extend materially the scope of the section. After the term of Dr. Bayer expired in 1887, Dr. Flint returned to take charge of the section. Surprisingly, at this time, it seems that he showed less enthusiasm and devotion to the work of the museum which he had previously served so well. It could have been a disappointment resulting from a lack of evidence of any real progress in the section, since he had left it 3 years before. Whatever the reasons may have been, the Smithsonian Annual Reports show that only a few hundred specimens were added to the Materia Medica collections between 1887 and 1890, bringing the total to 5,915 preserved in good condition. Further curtailment of the section's activities began in November of 1891, when Dr. Flint was again transferred to other duties for the U.S. Navy. From November 1891 to May 24, 1895, curatorship of the section was charged to 5 physicians of the U.S. Navy, Drs. John C. Boyd, from November 1891 to April 6, 1892, William S. Dixon, April 1892 to January 5, 1893, C. H. White, January 1893 to July 15, 1893, C. U. Gravatt, July 1893 to January 22, 1894, R. A. Marmion, January 22, 1894 to June 15, 1894, and to Medical Inspector Daniel McMurtry, June 1894 to May 24, 1895. During this interim of nearly 3.5 years, there were neither literary contributions nor additions made to the collections of the section that were of any significance. The reason is obvious, for all of these curators averaged less than 7 months of service, which is not enough time even for a well-trained individual to accomplish very much in a museum. Therefore, it is easy to imagine that when the Secretary of the Navy detailed Dr. Flint for a 3rd term to take charge of the section, he was rather discouraged. Nevertheless, at the Cotton States and International Exposition in Atlanta, Georgia, from September 18th to December 31st, 1895, the materia medica was represented by two displays, one on mineral waters and amounts of solid constituents in pure state, and another showing the quantities of minerals after analysis of the composition of the human body. A similar project was undertaken in 1897 at the Tennessee Centennial Exposition, May 1st to October 31st, in Nashville, where there were two displays of materia medica. One showed several kinds of the cinchona barks and the medicinal preparations made from them, and another containing the commercial varieties of the alkaloids of opium. At this time, Dr. Flint's attention turned to a new phase of medical exhibition. He felt the need for a program of exhibits on the practice and the historical development of the healing arts. A change of the section's name was deemed necessary, and thus in 1898, the more comprehensive title of Division of Medicine was adopted. End of section 24. Section 25 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240. Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 43. History of the Division of Medical Sciences by Samiha Marna. Part 2. Division of Medicine, 1898 to 1939. The statement by L. Emmett Holt of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research that before 1906 the Smithsonian Institution was never a beneficiary to medicine in any form is not entirely applicable. The previous discussion has clearly shown that the U.S. National Museum's cooperation with the Navy contributed materially towards encouraging and promoting medical knowledge. Furthermore, Dr. Flint tried to bring many of his plans for this medical division of the museum to a practical fulfillment. He devised a program for presenting medical history in a way which be of interest both to the public and to the profession. In order to best illustrate the history of the healing art, he divided his subject matter into 5 provisional classifications, according to the report upon the condition and progress of the U.S. National Museum during 1898. 1. Magical medicine, including exorcism, amulets, talismans, fetishes, and incantation. 2. Psychical medicine, including faith cures and hypnotism. 3. Physical and external medicine, including baths, exercise, electricity, massage, surgery, cautery, and bloodletting. 4. Internal medicine, including medications and treatment used by the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Hindus, Arabians, and Chinese. And 5. Preventative medicine, including beverages, food, soil, clothing, and habitation. It is certainly to Dr. Flint's credit that from its early conception, first as section of Materia Medica, and thereafter as Division of Medicine, he planned for an all-embracing exhibition and reference collection of the medical sciences. Until the end of the 19th century and the early years of the 20th century, crude drugs, as well as primitive and magic medicine, held a more prominent place than medical instruments in the exhibits and collections. In 1905, Flint issued his last known literary contribution, Directions for Collecting Information and Objects Illustrating the History of Medicine, in Part S of Bulletin of the U.S. National Museum, No. 39. The emphasis he put upon this shows Dr. Flint's interest in collecting medical and pharmaceutical objects and equipment of historical value. Consequently, he arranged new exhibits, including one on American Indian medicine. A medical historian, Fielding H. Garrison, inspected these about 1910, and in his An Introduction to the History of Medicine, wrote of their novelty and appeal. In the interesting exhibit of folk medicine in the National Museum at Washington, he commented, a buckeye or horse chestnut, Aesculus flavus, an Irish potato, a rabbit's foot, a leather strap previously worn by a horse, and a carbon from an arc light are shown as sovereign charms against rheumatism. Other amulets in the Washington exhibit, he added, are the patella of a sheep and a ring made out of a coffin nail dug out of a graveyard for cramps and epilepsy, a peony root to be carried in the pocket against insanity, and rare and precious stones for all and sundry diseases. It had been Dr. Flint's intention, besides presenting an educational display on the history of the medical arts, to warn the public against the perils of quackery and the faults of folk medicine, as well as to expose evils in drug adulteration. Today we can see actual fulfillment of these intentions in the present exhibit at the Medical Gallery, which has been executed recently on the basis of scientific historical research. After Dr. Flint's retirement from the Smithsonian Institution in 1912, there was no replacement for over 5 years. Thereafter, the Division of Medicine was placed, for administrative purposes, under the supervision of the curator of the newly reestablished 1912 Division of Textiles, Frederick L. Luton. During these years, he fought against the dispersal of the medical and materia medica collections. Thus, for lack of a curator of its own, almost all new activities in the Division of Medicine were curtailed until 1917. On January 31st, 1917, Luton addressed members of the American Pharmaceutical Association, inviting them to cooperate in gathering up and preserving at the National Museum the many unique and irreplaceable objects connected with the early history of pharmacy in this country which could still be saved. Then, on March 14, 1917, an examination was announced by the Civil Service, held May 2nd, for an assistant curator for the Division of Medicine, and the position was filled by Joseph Donner on August 16, 1917. Donner was the first full-time employee paid by the Smithsonian Institution for the curatorship of this division. He held the post until January 31, 1918, when he was inducted into the Sanitary Corps of the United States Army. No significant activities in the Division of Medicine were reported during these few months. Mr. Donner was followed by a second full-time museum officer who promoted a great amount of goodwill towards the division during his curatorship of a little over 30 years. Dr. Charles Whitebread, 1877 to 1963, the first pharmacist to head the division, joined the Smithsonian in 1918 and remained until his retirement in 1948, the longest service thus far of any individual in the division. Dr. Whitebread received his degree of Doctor of Pharmacy from the School of Pharmacy at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. in 1911. He entered government service late in 1915, but it was not until April 2, 1918, that he agreed to become assistant curator of the Division of Medicine. Curator Whitebread's first year was an active and challenging one, for in this new position he began to develop a deep interest in the history of the healing arts. He made a number of important acquisitions, most of them pertaining to pharmaceutical products, synthetic chemicals, and crude drugs. He found that many specimens from the older drug collections had deteriorated to such an extent as to be worthless, and he began replacing them with freshly marketed drugs. Plans were completed for the opening of new medical exhibits, and adopting, with some modifications and additions, earlier classifications set by Dr. Flint. Dr. Whitebread grouped these into the following classes: the evaluation of the healing arts, a picture display of medical men prominent in American history, a materia medica display including the history of pharmacy, and an exhibition on sanitation and public hygiene, which was later to evolve into the Hall of Health. In 1920, Dr. Whitebread added a number of specimens of medical dosage forms and pharmaceutical preparations to the division's collections. He also acquired other gifts to complete existing exhibits illustrating the basic principles of the various schools of medicine, such as homeopathy and osteopathy, their methods, tools, and ways of thought. In 1921, a tablet machine by the Arthur Colton Company of Detroit, Michigan, was acquired, and an exhibit illustrating vaccine and serum therapy was installed in the medical gallery. This was followed in 1922 by a collection arranged to tell the story of the prevention and cure of specific diseases by means of biological remedies. During the following 2 years, two more exhibits related to hospital supplies and sanitation were added to the rapidly developing Hall of Health exhibition, which was opened in 1924. A third exhibit in 1925 consisted of 96 mounted color transparencies illustrating services provided by hospitals to promote public health. Plans for the further development of the Hall of Health continued during 1926, and contacts were made with organizations interested in the educational aspects of the healing arts. As a result, several new exhibits were added. In 1926, the American Optometric Association helped in the installation of an exhibit on conservation of vision or the care of the eyes under the slogan, "Save Your Vision," as a phase of health work. Other exhibits in this hall at this time were What Parasites Are, Water Pollution and How to Obtain Pure Water, Waste Disposal, Ventilation and Healthy Housing, and the Importance of Recreation, Purification of Milk and How to Obtain Pure Milk, Transmission of Diseases by Insects and Animals, How Life Begins, Prenatal and Postnatal Care and Preschool Care, Duties of the Public Health Nurse, and Social, Oral, and Mental Hygiene. With the acquiring of more medical appliances and the widening of the scope of the exhibits, more and more space was needed, and attention was turned to the area of the medical gallery, which had been occupied by the Materia Medica collection for almost 4 decades. To gain more exhibit space, it was decided that the greater part of the crude drugs should be removed from the exhibits and be kept as a reference collection and for research. In 1926, original patent models, including those related to pharmacy, medicine, and dentistry, were transferred from the U.S. Patent Office to the National Museum. These patent models, together with other apothecary tools and the machines used in drug production, took up most of the available space. This unfortunate situation led Dr. Whitebread to turn down significant medical and pharmaceutical collections offered the museum between 1927 and 1930. Since the patent models were devised for inventions designed to simplify the practice of the health professions, 3 cases of these models were displayed in the medical gallery in the early 1930s. Other exhibits shown during this decade included the deception of folk medicine, with warnings against superstitions, and an exhibition on osteopathy, as well as dioramas of the manufacture of medicines and their use in scientific medical treatment. In the meantime, Dr. Whitebread was an active contributor to the literature of the health field in various periodicals, as well as in pamphlets issued by the museum and other governmental agencies. His literary contributions, guided by the exhibits he designed and the collections he acquired, were focused on the division's collections, such as primitive and psychic medicine, and warnings against reliance on magic and superstitions in treatment, medical oddities, and the utilization of drugs of animal origin, both past and present. Division of Medicine and Public Health, 1939 to 1957. After taking charge of the Division of Medicine in 1918, Dr. Whitebread gave special attention to public health displays. His activities in the area were accelerated after 1924 when the health exhibit at the Smithsonian Institution was inaugurated. As the exhibits in this field increased, the division in 1939 took the more comprehensive title of Division of Medicine and Public Health. Also in 1939, Dr. Whitebread was promoted to the rank of Associate Curator. He continued his efforts to collect more specimens of interest to medical history and to contribute to the literature. Among exhibited specimens in 1941 were a powder paper crimping machine, a portable drug crusher, an odd device for spreading plaster on cloth, a pill coating apparatus, various suppository molds, a lozenge cutter, and an ingenious Seidlitz powder machine. The derivation of medicinal drugs from animal, vegetable, and mineral sources was also depicted, as were synthetic materials and their intermediates. Basic prescription materials were displayed, and rows of glass-enclosed cases held samples of crude botanical drugs from almost every part of the globe, with explanatory cards giving brief, concise descriptions. The exhibition provided medical and pharmaceutical students about to take state board examinations the opportunity to study the subject in detail, especially the enormous collection of materia medica samples. Also in 1941, Eli Lilly and Company donated an exhibit on the medical treatment of various types of anemia. In the same year, a diorama including a hypochlorinator for purification of water on a farm was installed in the gallery. In 1942, the first Emerson iron lung, developed in 1931 by John Haven Emerson for artificial respiration, was acquired by the division. The division acquired in 1944 the first portable X-ray machine, known to have been operated successfully on the battlefield, as well as other X-ray equipment and early medicine chests. Without a doubt, the most outstanding accession in the field of pharmaceutical history during Whitebread's years of service was the acquisition of the E.R. Squibb & Sons' old apothecary shop. Most of the Baroque fixtures, including the stained glass windows with Hessian Nassau coat of arms and wrought iron frames, were part of the mid-18th century cathedral pharmacy Münster Apotheke in Freiburg im Breisgau, Germany. It was offered for sale in September of 1930 by Dr. Joe Mayer of Wiesbaden, Germany, who was an enthusiastic collector of antiques, especially those related to the health professions. Earlier that year, a historian of pharmacy and chemistry, Fritz Ferchel of Mittenwald, Germany, had published a series of scholarly and informative articles on the Mayer collection in which the outstanding specimens were beautifully portrayed and thoroughly described. As a result of Dr. Mayer's efforts to sell his collection, the impact of Ferchel's illustrated articles, and the uniqueness of the collection, E.R. Squibb & Sons purchased it in 1932 and brought it to the United States with the thought that it would provide for American pharmacy, its teachers and students, a museum illuminating the history, growth, and development of pharmacy, its interesting background and struggle through the ages. It was displayed at the Century of Progress Exposition, held in Chicago during 1933 and 1934. Subsequently, it was assembled in the Squibb Building in New York City as a private museum, where for about 10 years it was visited by many interested in pharmacy, ceramics, and art. Charles H. Lowell, who was originally engaged to prepare a descriptive catalog on the exhibit, gave it the title The Squibb Ancient Pharmacy. Late in 1943, E.R. Squibb & Sons offered the collection as a gift to the American Pharmaceutical Association, if the latter would provide museum space for it. The offer was accepted, but the association finally found it difficult to spare the needed space for the collection and decided to take up the matter with the U.S. National Museum. At this point, it should be stated that since 1883, the members of the American Pharmaceutical Association have been keenly interested in having the National Museum serve as the custodian for all collected objects and records of historical interest to pharmacy. In 1944, the association officially offered to deposit on permanent loan the Squibb's pharmacy collection in the Smithsonian Institution, with the understanding that a suitable place would be provided for prompt and permanent display. The offer was accepted, and during April and May of 1945, the entire collection was transferred to the Smithsonian Institution, and construction to recreate the original 2 rooms for the old 18th century European apotheke was underway. By August of 1946, the exhibit was completed. In the large room where the pharmacist met his customers, the shelves were filled with 15th to 19th century European pharmaceutical antiques. These included Renaissance mortars, 16th and 17th century nested weights, beautiful Italian, French, Swiss, and German Majolica and Fayence drug jars, Dutch and English Delft, drug containers made of flint or opal glass with fused enamel labels with alchemical symbols, rare 16th century wooden drug containers, each with the coat of arms of the city in which each was made, and 2 glass-topped display tables contained franchises, issued and signed by popes or state rulers, medical edicts, dispensatories, herbals, pharmacopoeias, and pharmaceutical utensils. On the walls in the small laboratory room, which also had been used as a workshop and a study, were a stuffed crocodile, shark's head, tortoise, fish, and salamander, parts of which were utilized as remedial agents. Their presence provided tangible evidence that the pharmacy dispensed genuine drugs and not substitutes. The pharmaceutical profession in this country hailed the outstanding exhibition, and the November 1946 issue of the Journal of the American Pharmaceutical Association, Practical Pharmacy Edition, devoted its front cover to depicting one corner of the study and laboratory room of the shop. Also, in a letter dated January 2, 1947, addressed to Dr. Alexander Wetmore, then Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, Dr. Robert P. Fischelis, the Secretary of the American Pharmaceutical Association, considered the completion of the deposited exhibition a triumph and as one of the highlights of the accomplishments of the association in 1946. From 1946 to 1948, the division's collection was further enriched with a number of historical specimens, among which was a Grossiflamma X-ray machine with induction coil tube and stand developed by Albert B. Coet. It is one of the earliest American-made machines of its kind, producing a 12-inch spark, the largest usable at that time with 180,000 volt capacity, and a forerunner of later auto-transformers. Other accessions included two 19th century drug mills, an electric belt used in quackery, two medicine chests, 3 sets of Hessian crucibles used in a Pioneer drugstore in Colorado, a drunkometer, mineral ores, and purely produced chemical elements. In the spring of 1948, Associate Curator Whitebread retired after 30 years of service with the U.S. National Museum. He was a pioneer in the field of health museums, and during his curatorship had developed a moribund section into a division of field-wide importance. Dr. Whitebread was succeeded by George S. Thomas, also a pharmacist, who served as associate curator from August 1948 until early 1952. During his almost 3.5 years of service, Thomas acquired hearing aid appliances, from which he designed an exhibit on the development of these aids, surgical sutures, early samples of aureomycin, and a static electricity machine made by Henkel about 1840. He also published 3 short articles under the title Now and Then in the National Capital Pharmacist, 1950, number 1, pages 8 through 9, number 2, pages 18 through 19 and 29, and number 3, pages 15 through 16. In early 1952, Dr. Arthur O. Morton presented to the division a Swiss-made keratometer, which he had purchased in 1907, and it is believed to be one of the first used in the United States to measure the curves of the cornea. The achievements of the division reached their highest point thus far in significantly increasing the national collection, as well as in contributing to the scientific, historical, and professional literature under the curatorships of George B. Griffenhagen, December 8, 1952, to June 27, 1959, and John B. Blake, July 1, 1957, to September 2, 1961. Their reorganization of exhibits and collections, their competence and industry, fulfilled the hopes, plans, and purposes laid down by earlier curators for the division. Immediately after assuming the responsibilities of the division, and throughout 1953, Mr. Griffenhagen, Master of Science in Pharmaceutical Chemistry from the University of Southern California, undertook to develop the collections still further. He increased the emphasis not only on historical pharmacy, but also on medicine, surgery, and dentistry. He also renovated the exhibits in the medical gallery. In 1954, several antibiotics were donated to the division, including a mold of Penicillium notatum, prepared and presented to the Smithsonian Institution by Sir Alexander Fleming, 1881 to 1955, the discoverer of penicillium, 1929, and a few petri dishes used by botanist Benjamin M. Dagger, who, while working for Lateral Laboratories, developed aureomycin, chlortetracycline, in 1948. The Forrest D. Dodrell GMR, Mechanical Heart, 1952. The first machine reported to be used successfully for the complete bypass of one side of the human heart during a surgical operation was presented to the Smithsonian Institution. The following year, 1955, the division acquired one of the earliest Einthoven string galvanometers, named after the Dutch physiologist Willem Einthoven, 1860 to 1927. Made in the United States in 1914 by Charles F. Hindle for an electrocardiograph. Also added to the division's collections was the electrocardiograph used by Dr. Frank E. Wilson of the United States, a pioneer educator in this field. 2 temporary exhibits on allergy and surgical dressings were installed in the gallery. In the same year, curator Griffenhagen published Early American Pharmacies, a catalog on 28 pharmacy restorations in this country. In 1956, among many publications of interest in the fields of medical and pharmaceutical history, was curator Griffenhagen's Pharmacy Museum, with a foreword by Lawrence V. Coleman, who termed it a useful catalog and a good reflection of the history of the museum movement at large. A third X-ray tube of Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, 1845 to 1922, was added to the collection in 1957, as well as a complete set of hospital ward fixtures of about 1900 from the Massachusetts General Hospital, rare patent medicines, 18th century microscopes, and a 13th century mortar and pestle made in Persia. In 1957, Mr. Griffenhagen published a series of illustrated articles in the Journal of the American Pharmaceutical Association Practical Pharmacy Edition, which were later reprinted by the association in a booklet entitled Tools of the Apothecary. In it, he described several pharmaceutical specimens in the collection and their place in history. Division of Medical Sciences, 1957 to present. The U.S. National Museum was reorganized on July 1, 1957, into 2 units, the National History Museum and the Museum of History and Technology. At the same time, and in view of the widening scope of the division, its more scientifically based planning, and the constantly increasing collection with equal emphasis on all branches of the healing arts, the division's title was changed to the Division of Medical Sciences, the title it still bears in 1964. With the reorganization, the Department of Engineering and Industries, under which the division fell administratively, was renamed the Department of Science and Technology of the Museum of History and Technology. It was also the first time since its establishment in 1881 that the division had 2 curators, for on July 1, 1957, Dr. John B. Blake joined the staff. As a result of these changes, the division was subdivided into a section of pharmaceutical history and health and a section of medical and dental history. The former was planned to encompass the collections of materia medica, pharmaceutical equipment, and all material related to the history of pharmacy, toxicology, pharmacology, and biochemistry, as well as the Hall of Health, which was opened November 2, 1957, and which emphasizes man's progressing knowledge of his body and the functions of its major organs. The latter section was planned to include all that belongs to the development of surgery, medicine, dentistry, and nursing, especially in relation to hospitals. In October of 1957, the division acquired a collection of rare ceramic drug jars, which included 2 13th century North Syrian and Persian albero-shaped Mayola jars, a 15th century Hispano-Moresque drug container, and a 16th century Italian faience dragon spout ewer. During the following 2 years, curator Griffenhagen periodically toured museums and medical and pharmaceutical institutions in this country, South America, and Europe, gathering specimens and information for the division, and for publication, respectively. However, on June 27, 1959, he resigned his curatorship to join the staff of the American Pharmaceutical Association in Washington, D.C. Dr. Blake became the curator in charge of the division, and Mr. Griffenhagen was succeeded on September 24, 1959, by the author of this paper as associate curator in charge of the section of pharmaceutical history and health. Dr. Blake, as curator of the section of medical and dental history, acquired a large number of valuable and varied specimens for the division's collections. They included optometric refracting instruments, an early 1920s General Electric portable X-ray machine, the Charles A. Lindbergh and Alex Carroll pump designed in 1935 to perfuse life-sustaining fluids to the organs of the body, the Sewell heart pump, 1950, to control delivery of air pressure and suction to the pumping mechanism, and a large and valuable collection of dental equipment formerly at the universities of Pennsylvania and Illinois. Dr. Blake wrote the explanatory material and supervised the design and production of the majority of exhibits in the renovated Hall of Medical and Dental History. He also contributed several scholarly articles and a book on the history of the healing arts and public health in particular. He resigned on September 2, 1961, to join the staff of the National Library of Medicine as chief of the History of Medicine Division, and was succeeded by the author as curator of the division. From the summer of 1962 to April 1964, the division benefited from the expert advice of Dr. Alfred R. Henderson as consultant in the preparation and designing of the surgical and medical exhibits of the Museum of History and Technology. During the period from 1961 to May 1964, the division's collections expanded greatly through its medical, dental, and pharmaceutical acquisitions. Specimens of antiques acquired from 1961 through 1963 numbered up to 1,539 and included gifts from leading institutions and individual philanthropists. The scope of these gifts and acquisitions ranges from electronic resuscitators, microscopes, X-ray equipment, and spectacles to patent medicines, amulets, apothecary tools, dental instruments, and office material of practitioners. In the last decade, the interest in the national endeavor for promoting research and scholarship in the history of medicine has increased greatly. It was most appropriate, therefore, for the Smithsonian Institution to play host on May 2nd for 2 sessions of the 37th Annual Meeting of the American Association for the History of Medicine held in the Washington, D.C. area from April 30th through May 2nd, 1964. In welcoming the members to the morning session, in the auditorium of the new Museum of History and Technology, Frank A. Taylor, director of the United States National Museum, expressed the feeling that the meeting of the association was in a sense a dedication of the new auditorium, and an opportunity for the Smithsonian to reaffirm its deep interest and commitment in fostering research and furthering the appreciation of scholarly endeavor in the history of the healing arts. A new dimension for the healing arts. One day, the United States will have a national museum of science, engineering, and industry, as most large nations have. This was the prediction made in 1946 by the director of the U.S. National Museum, Mr. Frank A. Taylor, then curator of the Division of Engineering. It was in 1963 that the new $36 million building of the Museum of History and Technology was completed and opened to the public in 1964. The offices of the Division of Medical Sciences, as well as the reference and study collections, were moved to the 5th floor of the new building. The exhibits, however, will be displayed in the gallery at the southwest corner of the 1st floor. These exhibits, it is hoped, will show a new dimension and an unprecedented approach in displaying the development of the healing arts throughout the ages, and the instruments and equipment associated with health professions. They also present the expanding objectives and plans of the division's growth as an integral part of the Smithsonian Institution. Conveniently, the exhibits form 4 closely connected halls in one large gallery, which will be open to the public in the summers of 1965 to 1966. 1. The Hall of Health displays models and graphic and historical exhibit materials to demonstrate the function of the various healthy organs of the human body. The main topics emphasized are embryology and childbirth, tooth structure, the heart and blood circulation, respiration, the endocrine glands, kidneys and the urinary excretory system, the brain and the nervous system, the ear, and vision and the use of eyeglasses. The most appreciated exhibit of all in this hall is the transparent woman figure, which rotates automatically every 15 minutes with a recorded message describing the function of each major organ of the body, at the same time that the organ is electronically lighted, so that the viewer can see its place in the body. 2. The Hall of Medicine and Dentistry will depict the history of these two sciences with exhibits of the equipment used through the centuries. In the medical field, early trephining and other surgical instruments will be displayed, along with a diorama of an 1805 surgical operation performed by Dr. Philip Singh Physic in the amphitheater of the Pennsylvania Hospital. Diagnostic instruments such as stethoscopes, endoscopes, speculums, and blood pressure measuring devices will be exhibited with a series of microscopes, illustrating the development of these instruments. Exhibits of original galvanometers and other apparatus will trace the development of cardiography. The early use of anesthesia will be shown by apparatus of William Morton and Crawford W. Long, American pioneers in this field. The development of the devices of modern medicine and surgery will be shown by exhibits of the iron lung and X-ray tubes, including a tube used by W. K. Roentgen. Medicine chests and surgical kits of different periods will graphically summarize the state of medical science in the period each represents. Exhibits on the development of dentistry and dental surgery will display examples of tooth filling and extracting tools, drilling apparatus from the early hand and foot engines to the first ultrasonic cutting instruments of 1954, and the original contra-angle, hydraulic, and air turbine handpiece model, which revolutionized the field of instrumentation for dental surgery with speeds of 200,000 to 400,000 RPM. This hydraulic turbine of Dr. Robert J. Nelson and Associates of the National Bureau of Standards set the design pattern for the remarkable and successful high-speed air turbine handpiece developed by Paul H. Tanner and Oscar P. Nagel of the U.S. Naval Dental School in 1956. Also underway is the reconstruction of the offices of famous dentists, such as G.V. Black and the father of American orthodontia, Edward H. Engel, using their original equipment and instruments. In addition, an exhibit is planned to include X-ray tubes and the electric dental engine, the first to be operated in a human mouth by the pioneer dentist on dental skiography, Charles E. Kells, 1856 to 1928. 3. The Hall of Pharmaceutical History will feature exhibits on the reconstruction of two pharmacy shops, an 18th century apothecary shop originally from Germany, with a very elegant collection of drug jars, decorated medicinal bottles, balances, mortars and pestles, and other tools and documents pertaining to the apothecary art, and a late 19th century American drugstore with shelves filled with patent medicines and drug containers of various sizes and shapes. The window will also feature symbols of pharmacy and beautiful show globes. Displays will show the development of antibiotics and the early tools used in the manufacture of the so-called miracle drugs, including a mold from Sir Alexander Fleming, the discoverer of penicillin. In addition, a platform will be reconstructed to display a variety of pharmaceutical apparatus used in the preparation and manufacture of drugs, such as tablet and capsule machines, and drug mills and percolators. Recently, with the assistance of Professor Glenn Sonnedecker, the division acquired a fine collection of pharmaceutical equipment and devices from the School of Pharmacy of the University of Wisconsin. Since the division houses the largest collection of materia medica in the country, a representative cross-section of crude drugs will be displayed in alphabetical order, as well as a display illustrating the role of cinchona and antimalarial drugs in the fight against disease. An exhibit will portray the origin of drugs from the three natural kingdoms, animal, vegetable, and mineral, together with synthetic drugs, including the manufacture of vitamins. Plans are being made for an elaborate exhibit of weights and balances used in many countries throughout the centuries. their impact on accuracy of dosage and weighing of drugs, and their use in the apothecary art. The division will also display pictorial and printed materials, as well as artifacts from all periods and all countries. These collections are intended to help in presenting a more complete picture of the story of medical sciences for educational purposes and research, and to increase man's knowledge in fighting disease and promoting health. Thus, from a few hundred specimens of crude drugs in the section of Materia Medica of 83 years ago, there has developed a museum division today which embraces the evolution of the health professions through the ages. The division now has the largest collection in the Western Hemisphere of historical objects which are related to the healing arts. The reference collections are available to the researcher and scholar, and the exhibits are intended for pleasure and educational purposes in these fields. The plans for expansion have no limitation as we keep pace with man's progress in the medical science and continue to collect materials that contribute to the historical development in the fight against diseases and the attempts to secure better health for everyone. End of section 25. Section 26 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum. Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 44, Development of Gravity Pendulums in the 19th Century, by Victor F. Lenzen and Robert P. Multhoff. The history of gravity pendulums dates back to the time of Galileo. After the discovery of the variation of the force of gravity over the surface of the Earth, gravity measurement became a major concern of physics and geodesy. This article traces the history of the development of instruments for this purpose. The authors: Victor F. Lenzen is Professor of Physics Emeritus at the University of California at Berkeley, and Robert P. Multhoff is Chairman of the Department of Science and Technology in the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of History and Technology. Figure 1. A study of the figure of the Earth was one of the earliest projects of the French Academy of Science. In order to test the effects of the Earth's rotation on its gravitational force, the Academy in 1672 sent Jean Richer to the equatorial island of Cayenne to compare the rate of a clock which was known to have kept accurate time in Paris. Richer found that the clock lost 2 minutes and 28 seconds at Cayenne, indicating a substantial decrease in the force of gravity on the pendulum. Subsequent pendulum experiments revealed that the period of a pendulum varied not only with a latitude, but also regionally under the influence of topographical features such as mountains. It became clear that the measurement of gravity should be made a part of the work of the geodetic surveyor. The intensity of gravity, or the acceleration of a freely falling body, is an important physical quality for the several physical sciences. The intensity of gravity determines the weight of a standard pound or kilogram as a standard or unit of force. In physical experiments, the force on a body may be measured by determining the weight of a known mass, which serves to establish equilibrium against it. Thus, in the absolute determination of the ampere with a current balance, the force between two coils carrying current is balanced by the Earth's gravitational force upon a body of determinable mass. The intensity of gravity enters into determinations of the size of the Earth, from the angular velocity of the Moon, its distance from the Earth, and Newton's inverse square law of gravitation, and the laws of motion. Prediction of the motion of an artificial satellite requires an accurate knowledge of gravity for this astronomical problem. The gravity field of the Earth also provides data for determination of the figure of the Earth, or geoid. But for this problem of geodesy, relative values of gravity are sufficient. If g is the intensity of gravity at some reference station and delta g is the difference between intensities at two stations, the values of gravity in geodetic calculations enter as ratios, delta g over the surface of the Earth. Gravimetric investigations, in conjunction with other forms of geophysical investigation, such as seismology, furnish data to test hypotheses concerning the internal structure of the Earth. Whether the intensity of gravity is sought in absolute or relative measure, the most widely used instrument for its determination since the creation of classical mechanics has been the pendulum. In recent decades, there have been invented gravity meters based upon the principle of the spring, and these instruments have made possible the rapid determination of relative values of gravity to a high degree of accuracy. The gravity meter, however, must be calibrated at stations where the absolute value of gravity has been determined by other means, if absolute values are sought. For absolute determinations of gravity, the pendulum historically has been the principal instrument employed. Although alternative methods of determining absolute values of gravity are now in use, the pendulum retains its value for absolute determinations, and even retains it for relative determinations, as is exemplified by the Cambridge pendulum apparatus and that of the Dominion Observatory at Ottawa, Ontario. The pendulums employed for absolute or relative determinations of gravity have been of two basic types. The first form of pendulum, used as a physical instrument, consisted of a weight suspended by a fiber, cord, or fine wire, the upper end of which was attached to a fixed support. Such a pendulum may be called a simple pendulum. The enclosure of the word simple by quotation marks is to indicate that such a pendulum is an approximation to a simple or mathematical pendulum, a conceptual object which consists of a mass point suspended by a weightless, inextensible cord. If L is the length of the simple pendulum, the time of swing, the half period in the sense of physics, for vibrations of infinitely small amplitude, as derived from Newton's laws of motion and the hypothesis that weight is proportional to mass, is T equals pi over the square root of L over G. The second form of pendulum is the compound or physical pendulum. It consists of an extended solid body which vibrates about a fixed axis under the action of the weight of the body. A compound pendulum may be constituted to oscillate about one axis only, in which case it is non-reversible and applicable only for relative measurements. Or a compound pendulum may be constituted to oscillate about two axes, in which case it is reversible or convertible, and may be used to determine absolute values of gravity. Captain Henry Cater, Fellow of the Royal Society during the years 1817 to 1818, was the first to design, construct, and use a compound pendulum for the absolute determination of gravity. He constructed a convertible pendulum with two knife edges, and with it determined the absolute value of the gravity at the house of Henry Brown, Fellow of the Royal Society, in Portland Place, London. He then constructed a similar compound pendulum with only one knife edge and swung it to determine relative values of gravity at a number of stations in the British Isles. The 19th century witnessed the development of the theory and practice of observations with pendulums for the determination of absolute and relative values of gravity. Galileo, Huygens, and Newton. The pendulum has been both an objective and an instrument of physical investigation since the foundations of classical mechanics were fashioned in the 17th century. It is tradition that the youthful Galileo discovered that the period of oscillation of a pendulum is constant by observations of the swings of the great lamp suspended from the ceiling in the Cathedral of Pisa. The lamp was only a rough approximation to a simple pendulum, but Galileo later performed more accurate experiments with a simple pendulum, which consisted of a heavy ball suspended by a cord. In an experiment designed to confirm his laws of falling bodies, Galileo lifted the ball to the level of a given altitude and released it. The ball ascended to the same level on the other side of the vertical equilibrium position, and thereby confirmed a prediction from the laws. Galileo also discovered that the period of vibration of a simple pendulum varies as the square root of its length, a result which is expressed by the formula for the time of swing. of the ideal simple pendulum. He also used a pendulum to measure lapse of time, and he designed a pendulum clock. Galileo's experimental results are important historically, but have required correction in the light of subsequent measurements of greater precision. Mersenne, in 1644, made the first determination of the length of the seconds pendulum, that is, the length of a simple pendulum that beats seconds, half period in the sense of physics. Subsequently, he proposed the problem to determine the length of the simple pendulum equivalent in period to a given compound pendulum. The problem was solved by Huygens, who in his famous work Horologium Oscillatorium in 1673 set forth the theory of the compound pendulum. Huygens derived a theorem which has provided the basis for the employment of the reversible compound pendulum for the absolute determination of the intensity of gravity. The theorem is that a given compound pendulum possesses conjugate points on opposite sides of the center of gravity. About these points, the periods of oscillation are the same. For each of these points, as center of suspension, the other point is the center of oscillation, and the distance between them is the length of the equivalent simple pendulum. Earlier in 1657, Huygens independently had invented and patented the pendulum clock, which rapidly came into use for the measurement of time. Huygens also created the theory of centripetal force, which made it possible to calculate the effect of the rotation of the Earth upon the observed value of gravity. The theory of the gravity field of the Earth was founded upon the laws of motion and the law of gravitation by Isaac Newton in his famous Principia in 1687. It follows from the Newtonian theory of gravitation that the acceleration of gravity, as determined on the surface of the Earth, is the resultant of two factors. The principal factor is the gravitational attraction of the Earth upon bodies, and the subsidiary factor is the effect of the rotation of the Earth. A body at rest on the surface of the Earth requires some of the gravitational attraction for the centripetal acceleration of the body, as it is carried in a circle with constant speed by the rotation of the Earth about its axis. If the rotating Earth is used as a frame of reference, the effect of the rotation is expressed as a centrifugal force, which acts to diminish the observed intensity of gravity. Glossary of gravity terminology. Absolute gravity. The value of the acceleration of gravity, also expressed by the length of the seconds pendulum. The seconds pendulum. A theoretical or simple pendulum of such length that its time of swing, or half period, is 1 second. This length is about 1 meter. Relative gravity. The value of the acceleration of gravity relative to the value at some standard point. Simple pendulum. See theoretical pendulum. Theoretical pendulum. A heavy bob, point mass, at the end of a weightless rod. Gravity pendulum. A precisely made pendulum used for the measurement of gravity. Compound pendulum. A pendulum in which the supporting rod is not weightless. In other words, any actual pendulum. Convertible pendulum. A compound pendulum having knife edges at different distances from the center of gravity. Huygens demonstrated in 1673 that if such a pendulum were to swing with equal periods from either knife edge, the distance between those knife edges would be equal to the length of a theoretical or simple pendulum of the same period. Reversible pendulum. A convertible pendulum which is also symmetrical in form. Invariable pendulum. A compound pendulum with only one knife edge, used for relative measurement of gravity. From Newton's laws of motion and the hypothesis that weight is proportional to mass, the formula for the half period of a simple pendulum is given by T equals pi times the square root of the value of L over G. If a simple pendulum beats seconds, 1 equals pi times the square root of lambda over G, where lambda is the length of the seconds pendulum. from t equals pi times the square root of L over g and 1 equals pi times the square root of lambda over g, it follows that lambda equals L over t squared. Then g equals pi squared lambda. Thus, the intensity of gravity can be expressed in terms of the length of the seconds pendulum, as well as by the acceleration of a freely falling body. During the 19th century, gravity usually was expressed in terms of the length of the seconds pendulum, but present practice is to express gravity in terms of g, for which the unit is the gal, or 1 centimeter per second per second. Figure of the Earth. A principal contribution of the pendulum as a physical instrument has been the determination of the figure of the Earth. That the Earth is spherical in form was accepted doctrine among the ancient Greeks. Pythagoras is said to have been the first to describe the Earth as a sphere, and this view has been adopted by Eudoxus and Aristotle. The Alexandrian scientist Eratosthenes made the first estimate of the diameter and circumference of a supposedly spherical Earth by an astronomical geodetic method. He measured the angle between the directions of the rays of the sun at Alexandria and Sienne, Aswan, Egypt, and estimated the distance between these places from the length of time required by a caravan of camels to travel between them. From the central angle corresponding to the arc on the surface, he calculated the radius and hence the circumference of the Earth. A second measurement was undertaken by Posidonius, who measured the altitude of stars at Alexandria and Rhodes and estimated the distance between them from the time required to sail from one place to the other. With the decline of classical antiquity, the doctrine of the spherical shape of the Earth was lost, and only one investigation, that by the Arabs under Caliph al-Ma'mun in AD 827, is recorded until the 16th century. In 1525, the French mathematician Fresnel measured the length of a degree of latitude between Paris and Amiens by the revolutions of the wheels of his carriage, the circumference of which he had determined. In England, Norwood in 1635 measured the length of an arc between London and New York with a chain. An important step forward in geodesy was the measurement of distance by triangulation, first by Tycho Brahe in Denmark, and later in 1615 by Willebroord Snell in Holland. Of historic importance was the use of telescopes in the triangulation for the measurement of a degree of arc by the Abbé Jean Picard in 1669. He had been commissioned by the newly established Academy of Sciences to measure an arc corresponding to an angle of 1 degree, 22 minutes, 55 seconds of the meridian between Amiens and Malvoisin near Paris. Picard proposed to the Academy the measurement of the meridian of Paris through all of France, and this project was supported by Colbert, who obtained the approval of the king. In 1684, Giovanni Domenico Cassini and De la Hire commenced a trigonometrical measure of an arc south of Paris. Subsequently, Jacques Cassini, the son of Giovanni Domenico, added to the arc the north of Paris. The project was completed in 1718. The length of a degree of arc south of Paris was found to be greater than the length north of Paris. From the difference, 57,097 toises minus 56,960 toises was concluded that the polar diameter of the Earth is larger than the equatorial diameter. That is, the Earth is a prolate spheroid. Meanwhile, Richer in 1672 had been sent to Cayenne, French Guiana, to make astronomical observations and to measure the length of the seconds pendulum. He took with him a pendulum clock, which had been adjusted to keep accurate time in Paris. At Cayenne, however, Richer found that the clock was retarded by 2 minutes and 28 seconds per day. He also fitted up a simple pendulum to vibrate in seconds and measured the length of this seconds pendulum several times every week for 10 months. Upon his return to Paris, he found that the length of the simple pendulum, which beat seconds at Cayenne, was 1 1/4 Paris lines shorter than the length of the seconds pendulum at Paris. Huygens explained the reduction in the length of seconds pendulum, and therefore the lesser intensity of gravity at the equator with respect to the value at Paris, in terms of his theory of centripetal force, as applied to the rotation of the Earth and pendulum. A more complete theory was given by Newton in the Principia. Newton showed that if the Earth is assumed to be a homogeneous, mutually gravitating fluid globe, its rotation will result in a bulging at the equator. The Earth will then have the form of an oblate spheroid, and the intensity of gravity as a form of universal gravitation will vary with position on the surface of the Earth. Newton took into account gravitational attraction and centrifugal action, and he calculated the ratio of the axes of the spheroid to be 230 to 229. He calculated and prepared a table of the lengths of degree of latitude and of the seconds pendulum for every 5 degrees of latitude from the equator to the pole. A discrepancy between his predicted length of the seconds pendulum at the equator and Richet's measured length was explained by Newton in terms of the expansion of the scale, with higher temperatures near the equator. Newton's theory that the Earth is an oblate spheroid was confirmed by the measurements of Richet, but was rejected by the Paris Academy of Sciences, for it contradicted the results of the Cassinis, father and son, whose measurements of arc to the south and north of Paris had led to the conclusion that the Earth is a prolate spheroid. Thus a controversy arose between the English sciences and the Paris Academy. The conflict was finally resolved by the results of expeditions sent by the Academy to Peru and Sweden. The first expedition, under Bouguer, Le Condamine, and Godin, in 1735, went to a region in Peru, and with the help of the Spaniard Ullo, measured a meridian arc of about 3 degrees 7 minutes near Quito, now in Ecuador. The second expedition, with Maupertuis and Clairaut in 1736, went to Lapland within the Arctic Circle and measured an arc of about 1 degree in length. The northern arc of 1 degree was found to be longer than the Peruvian arc of 1 degree, and thus it was confirmed that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, that is, flattened at the poles, as predicted by the theory of Newton. Figure 3. Measurements of the length of a degree of latitude, which were completed in different parts of France in 1669 and 1718, gave differing results, which suggested that the shape of the Earth is not a sphere but a prolate spheroid. But Richet's pendulum observation of 1672, as explained by Huygens and Newton, indicated that its shape is that of an oblate spheroid. The disagreement is reflected in the drawing. In the 1730s, it was resolved in favor of the latter view by 2 French geodetic expositions for the measurement of degrees of latitude in the equatorial and polar regions, Ecuador, then part of Peru, and Lapland. Figure 4. The direct use of a clock to measure the force of gravity was found to be limited in accuracy by the necessary mechanical connection of the pendulum to the clock, and by the unavoidable difference between the characteristics of a clock pendulum and those of a theoretical, usually called simple pendulum, in which the mass is concentrated in the bob and the supporting rod is weightless. After 1735, the clock was used only to time the swing of a detached pendulum by the method of coincidences. In this method, invented by J.J. Meyron, the length of the detached pendulum is first accurately measured, and the clock is corrected by astronomical observation. The detached pendulum is then swung before the clock pendulum, as shown here. The two pendulums swing more or less at a phase, coming into coincidence each time one has gained a vibration. By counting the number of coincidences over several hours, the period of the detached pendulum can be very accurately determined. The length of the period of the detached pendulum are the data required for the calculation of the force of gravity. The period from Eratosthenes to Picard has been called the spherical era of geodesy. The period from Picard to the end of the 19th century has been called the ellipsoidal period. During the latter period, the Earth was conceived to be an ellipsoid, and the determination of its ellipticity, that is, the difference of equatorial radius and polar radius divided by the equatorial radius, became an important geodetic problem. A significant contribution to the solution of this problem was made by determinations of gravity by the pendulum. An epoch-making work during the ellipsoidal era of geodesy was Clairaut's treatise Theorie de la figure de la Terre, on the hypothesis that the Earth is a spheroid of equilibrium, that is, such that a layer of water would spread all over it, and that the internal density varies so that layers of equal density are coaxial spheroids. Clairaut derived a historic theorem. If epsilon E and epsilon P are the values of gravity at the equator and pole respectively, and C the centrifugal force at the equator divided by epsilon E, then the ellipticity, alpha, equals 5/2 times C minus the quantity of epsilon P minus epsilon E over epsilon E. Laplace showed that the surfaces of equal density might have any nearly spherical form, and Stokes showed that it is unnecessary to assume any law of density as long as the external surface is a spheroid of equilibrium. It follows from Clairaut's theorem that if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, its ellipticity can be determined from relative values of gravity, and the absolute value at the equator, involved in C. Observations with non-reversible, invariable compound pendulums have contributed to the application of Clairaut's theorem in its original and contemporary extended form for the determination of the figure and gravity field of the Earth. Early types of pendulums. The pendulum employed in observations of gravity prior to the 19th century usually consisted of a small weight suspended by a filament, figures 4 and 6. Figure 6. The result of early pendulum experiments was often expressed in terms of the length of a pendulum, which would have a period of 1 second, and was called the seconds pendulum. In 1792, J.C. Borda and J.D. Cassini determined the length of the seconds pendulum at Paris with this apparatus. The pendulum consists of a platinum ball about 1.5 inches in diameter, suspended by a fine iron wire. The length of about 12 feet was such that its period would be nearly twice as long as that of a pendulum of the clock A. The interval between coincidences was determined by observing, through the telescope at the left, the times when the two pendulums emerged together from behind the screen. The exact length of the pendulum was measured by a platinum scale, not shown, equipped with a vernier and an auxiliary copper scale for temperature correction. When, at the end of the 18th century, the French revolutionary government established the metric system of weights and measures, the length of the seconds pendulum at Paris was considered but not adopted as the unit of length. The pioneer experimenters with simple pendulums changed the length of the suspension until the pendulum beat seconds. Picard, in 1669, determined the length of the seconds pendulum at Paris with a simple pendulum which consisted of a copper ball 1 inch in diameter suspended by a fiber of pite from jaws. Pite was a preparation of the leaf of a species of aloe and was not affected appreciably by moisture. A celebrated set of experiments with a simple pendulum was conducted by Bouguer in 1737 in the Andes as part of the expedition to measure the Peruvian arc. The bob of the pendulum was a double truncated cone, and the length was measured from the jaw suspension to the center of the oscillation of the thread and bob. Bouguer allowed for change of length of his measuring rod with temperature, and also for the buoyancy of the air. He determined the time of swing by an elementary form of the method of coincidences. The thread of the pendulum was swung in front of a scale, and Bouguer observed how long it took the pendulum to lose a number of vibrations on the seconds clock. For this purpose, he noted the time when the beat of the clock was heard, and simultaneously the thread moved past the center of the scale. A historic aspect of Bouguer's method was that he employed an invariable pendulum. That is, the length was maintained the same at the various stations of observation, a procedure that has been described as having been invented by Bouguer. Since T equals pi times L over G, it follows that T1 squared over T2 squared equals G2 over G1. Thus, if the absolute value of gravity is known at one station, The value at any other station can be determined from the ratio of the squares of times of swing of an invariable pendulum at the two stations. From the above equation, if T1 is the time of swing at a station where the intensity of gravity is g, and T2 is the time at a station where the intensity is g plus delta g, then delta g over g equals T1 squared over T2 squared minus 1. Bougier's investigations with his invariable pendulum yielded methods for the determination of the internal structure of the Earth. On the Peruvian expedition, he determined the length of the seconds pendulum at 3 stations, including one at Quito, at varying distances above sea level. If values of gravity at stations of different elevation are to be compared, they must be reduced to the same level, usually to sea level. Since gravity decreases with height above sea level, in accordance with the law of gravitation, a free air reduction must be applied to values of gravity determined above the level of the sea. Bouguer originated the additional reduction for the increase in gravity on a mountain or plateau caused by the attraction of the matter in a plate. From the relative values of gravity at elevated stations in Peru and at sea level, Bouguer calculated that the means of the density of the Earth was 4.7 times greater than that of the Cordilleras. For greater accuracy in the study of the internal structure of the Earth, in the 19th century, the Bouguer plate reduction came to be supplemented by corrections for irregularities of terrain and by different types of isostatic reduction. Condamine, who like Bouguer was a member of the Peruvian expedition, conducted his own pendulum experiments. He experimented in 1735 at Santo Domingo, en route to South America, then at various stations in South America, and again at Paris upon his return to France. His pendulum consisted of a copper ball suspended by a thread of pite. For experimentation, the length initially was about 12 feet and the time of swing 2 seconds, but then the length was reduced to about 3 feet with time of swing 1 second. Earlier, when it was believed that gravity was constant over the Earth, Picard and others had proposed that the length of the seconds pendulum be chosen as the standard. Condamine in 1747 revived the proposal in the form that the length of the seconds pendulum at the equator be adopted as the standard of length. Subsequently, he investigated the expansion of a toit of iron from the variation in the period of his pendulum. In 1755, he observed the pendulum at Rome with Boscovich. Condamine's pendulum was used by other observers and finally was lost at sea on an expedition around the world. The knowledge of the pendulum acquired by the end of the 18th century was summarized in 1785 in a memoir by Boscovich. Figure 5. An apparatus for the practice measurement of the length of the pendulum devised on the basis of a series of preliminary experiments by C.M. de la Condamine, who, in the course of the French geodetic expedition to Peru in 1735, devoted a 3-month sojourn on the island of Santo Domingo to pendulum observations by Mairene's method. In the arrangement shown here, a vertical rod of ironwood is used both as the scale and as the support for the apparatus, having at its top the brass pendulum support, and below a horizontal mirror, which serves to align the apparatus vertically through visual observation of the reflection of the pointer projecting from A. The pendulum, about 37 inches long, consisted of a thread of pite, a humidity-resistant natural fiber, and a copper ball of about 6 ounces. Its exact length is determined by adjusting the micrometer so that the ball nearly touches the mirror. It would be noted that the clock pendulum would be obscured by the scale. Condamine seems to have determined the times of coincidence by visual observation of the occasions on which the pendulums swing parallel. The practice with the simple pendulum on the part of Picard, Bouguer, and Condamine, and others in France culminated in the work of Borda and Cassini in 1792 at the observation in Paris. The experiments were undertaken to determine whether or not the length of the seconds pendulum should be adopted as the standard of length by the new government of France. The bob consisted of a platinum ball, 16 1/6 Paris lines in diameter, and 9,911 grains. slightly more than 17 ounces, in weight. The bob was held to a brass cup, covering about 1/5 of its surface by the interposition of a small quantity of grease. The cup with ball was hung by a fine iron wire about 12 Paris feet long. The upper end of the wire was attached to a cylinder which was part of a wedge-shaped knife edge, on the upper surface of which was a stem on which a small adjustable weight was held by a screw thread. The knife edge rested on a steel plate. The weight of the knife edge apparatus was adjusted so that the apparatus would vibrate with the same period as the pendulum. Thus, the mass of the suspending apparatus could be neglected in the theory of motion of the pendulum about the knife edge. In the earlier suspension from jaws, there was uncertainty as to the point about which the pendulum oscillated. Borda and Cassini hung their pendulum in the front of a seconds clock and determined the time of swing by the method of coincidences. The times on the clock were observed when the clock gained or lost one complete vibration, 2 swings, on the pendulum. Suppose that the wire pendulum makes n swings, while the clock makes 2n plus 2. If the clock beats seconds exactly, the time of one complete vibration is 2 seconds, and the time of swing of the wire pendulum is t equals the value of 2n plus 2 over n equals 2 over the value of 1 plus 1 over n. An error in the time caused by uncertainty in determining the coincidence of clock and wire pendulum is reduced by employing a long interval of observation of 2n. The whole apparatus was enclosed in a box in order to exclude disturbances from currents of air. Corrections were made for buoyancy, for amplitude of swing, and for variations in length of the wire with temperature. The final result was that the length of seconds pendulum at the observatory in Paris was determined to be 440.5593 Paris lines, or 993.53 millimeters, reduced to sea level 993.85 millimeters. Some years later, the methods of Borda were used by other French investigators, among whom was Biot, who used the platinum ball of Borda suspended by a copper wire 60 centimeters long. Another historic simple pendulum was the one swung by Bessel for the determination of gravity at Königsberg, 1825 through 1827. The pendulum consisted of a ball of brass, copper, or ivory that was suspended by a fine wire, the upper end of which was wrapped and unwrapped on a horizontal cylinder or support. The pendulum was swung first from one point and then from another, exactly at tour de Peru, higher up, the bob being at the same level in each case. Bessel found the period of the vibration of the pendulum by the method of coincidences, and in order to avoid disturbances from the comparison clock, it was placed at some distance from the pendulum under observation. Bessel's experiments were significant in view of the care with which he determined the corrections. He corrected for the stiffness of the wire and for the lack of rigidity or connection between the bob and wire. The necessity for the latter correction had been pointed out by Laplace, who showed that through the circumstances that the pull of the wire is now on one side and now on the other side of the center of gravity, the bob acquires angular momentum about its center of gravity, which cannot be accounted for if the line of wire, and therefore the force that it exerts, always passed through the center. In addition to a correction for buoyancy of the air, considered by his predecessors, Bessel also took account of the inertia of the air, set in motion by the pendulum. The latter effect has been discovered by Dubois in 1786, but his work was unknown to Bessel. The length of the seconds pendulum at Königsberg, reduced to sea level, was found by Bessel to be 440.8179 lines. In 1835, Bessel determined the intensity of gravity at his site in Berlin, where observations later were conducted in the Imperial Office of Weights and Measures by Charles S. Pierce of the U.S. Coast Guard. End of section 26. Section 27 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology. Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 44. Development of Gravity Pendulums in the 19th Century by Victor F. Lenzen and Robert P. Multhoff. Part 2. Keter's Convertible and Invariable Pendulums. The systematic survey of the gravity field of the Earth was given a great impetus by the contributions of Captain Henry Keter, Fellow of the Royal Society. In 1817, he designed, constructed, and applied a convertible compound pendulum for the absolute determination of gravity at the house of Henry Brown, Fellow of the Royal Society, in Portland Place, London. Keter's convertible pendulum consisted of a brass rod, to which were attached a flat circular bob of brass and two adjustable weights, the smaller of which was adjusted by a screw. The convertibility of the pendulum was constituted by the provision of two knife edges turned inwards on opposite sides of the center of gravity. The pendulum was swung on each knife edge, and the adjustable weights were moved until the times of swing were the same about each knife edge. When the times were judged to be the same, the distance between the knife edges was inferred to be the length of the equivalent simple pendulum, in accordance with Huygens' theorem on conjugate points of a compound pendulum. Keter determined the time of the swing by the method of coincidences. He corrected for the buoyancy of the air. The final value of the length of the seconds pendulum at Brown's house in London, reduced to sea level, was determined to be 39.13929 inches. The convertible compound pendulum had been conceived prior to its realization by Keter. In 1792, on the occasion of the proposal in Paris to establish the standard of length as the length of the seconds pendulum, Baron de Prony had proposed the employment of a compound pendulum with 3 axes of oscillation. In 1800, he proposed the convertible compound pendulum with knife edges about which the pendulum could complete swings in equal times. De Prony's proposals were not accepted, and his papers remained unpublished until 1889, at which time they were discovered by Deforges. The French decision was to experiment with the ball pendulum, and the determination of the length of the seconds pendulum was carried out by Borda and Cassini by methods previously described. Bonberger, in his Astronomie, 1811, made the proposal to employ a convertible pendulum for the absolute determination of gravity. Thus he has received credit for priority in publication. Captain Keter independently conceived of the convertible pendulum and was the first to design, construct, and swing one. After his observations with the convertible pendulum, Captain Keter designed an invariable compound pendulum with a single knife edge, but otherwise similar in external form to the convertible pendulum. 13 of these Keter invariable pendulums have been reported as constructed and swung at stations throughout the world. Keter himself swung an invariable pendulum at a station in London and at various other stations in the British Isles. Captain Edward Sabine, between 1820 and 1825, made voyages and swung Keter invariable pendulums at stations from the West Indies to Greenland and Spitzbergen. In 1820, Keter swung a Keter invariable pendulum at London and then sent it to Goldingham, who swung it in 1821 at Madras, India. Also in 1820, Keter supplied an invariable pendulum to Hall, who swung it at London, and then made observations near the equator and in the southern hemisphere, and at London again in 1823. The same pendulum, after its knives were reground, was delivered to Admiral Lutka of Russia, who observed gravity with it on a trip around the world between 1826 and 1829. While the British were engaged in swinging the Keter invariable pendulums to determine relative values of the length of the seconds pendulum, or of gravity, the French also sent out expeditions. Captain de Freycinet made initial observations at Paris with 3 invariable brass pendulums and 1 wooden one, and then carried out observations at Rio de Janeiro, Cape of Good Hope, Ile-de-France, Rawak near New Guinea, Guam, Maui, and various other places. A similar expedition was conducted in 1822 through 1825 by Captain Duperrey. During the years from 1827 to 1840, various types of pendulum were constructed and swung by Francis Baily, a member of the Royal Astronomical Society, who reported in 1832 on experiments in which no less than 41 different pendulums were swung in vacuo, and their characteristics determined. In 1836, Baily undertook to advise the American Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, who was to head the United States exploring expedition of 1838 to 1842, on the procurement of pendulums for this voyage. Wilkes ordered from the London instrument maker, Thomas Jones, two unusual pendulums, which Wilkes described as those considered the best form by Mr. Baily for traveling pendulums, and which Baily himself described as precisely the same as the two invariable pendulums belonging to this Royal Astronomical Society, except for the location of the knife edges. The unusual feature of these pendulums was in their symmetry of mass, as well as of form. They were made of bars of iron in one case, and of brass in the other, and each had two knife edges at opposite ends, equidistant from the center. Thus, although they resembled reversible pendulums, their symmetry of mass prevented their use as such, and they were rather equivalent to four separate invariable pendulums. Wilkes was taught the use of the pendulum by Baily, and conducted experiments at Baily's house, where the latter had carried out the work reported on in 1832. The subsequent experiments made on the U.S. exploring expedition were under the charges of Wilkes himself, who made observations on 11 separate occasions, beginning with that in London in 1836 and followed by others in New York, Washington, D.C., Rio de Janeiro, Sydney, Honolulu, Pendulum Peak at Mauna Loa, Mount Kanoa, Nesqually, Oregon Territory, and finally two more times in Washington, D.C. in 1841 and 1845. Wilkes' results were communicated to Baily, who appears to have found the work defective because of insufficient attention to the maintenance of temperature constancy and to certain alterations made to the pendulums. The results were also to have been included in the publications of the expedition, but were part of the unpublished 24th volume. Fortunately, they still exist in what appears to be a printer's proof. The Cater invariable pendulums were used to investigate the internal constitution of the Earth. Airy sought to determine the density of the Earth by observing the times of swing of pendulums at the top and bottom of a mine. The first experiments were made in 1826 at the Dulcoath copper mine in Cornwall, and failed when the pendulum fell to the bottom. In 1854, the experiments were again undertaken in the Harton coal pit near Sunderland. Gravity at the surface was greater than below, because of the attraction of a shell equal to the depth of the pit. From the density of the shell, as determined from specimens of rock, Airy found the density of the earth to be 6.5 times greater than that of water. T.C. Mendhall in 1880 used a Cater convertible pendulum in an invariable manner to compare values of gravity on Fujiyama and at Tokyo, Japan. He used a simple pendulum of the Borda type to determine the absolute value of gravity at Tokyo. From the values of gravity on the mountain and at Tokyo, and an estimate of the volume of the mountain, he estimated the mean density of the Earth as 5.77 times greater than that of water. In 1879, Major J. Herschel, R.E., stated, "The years from 1840 to 1865 are a complete blank. If we accept Airy's relative density experiments in 1854, this pause was broken simultaneously in 3 different ways. 2 pendulums of the Cater pattern were sent to India. 2, after Bessel's design, were set to work in Russia. And at Geneva, Plantamour's zealous experiments with a pendulum of the same kind mark the commencement of an era of renewed activity on the European continent." With the statement that Cater invariable pendulums numbers 4 and 6, 1821, were used in India between 1865 and 1873, we now consider the other events mentioned by Herschel. Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum. As we have noted, Bessel made determinations of gravity with a ball, a simple pendulum, in the period of 1825 through 1827, and in 1835 at Königsberg in Berlin, respectively. In the memoir of his observations at Königsberg, he set forth the theory of the symmetrical compound pendulum with interchangeable knife edges. Bessel demonstrated theoretically that if the pendulum were symmetrical with respect to its geometrical center, if the times of swing about each axis were the same, the effects of buoyancy and of air set in motion would be eliminated. Laplace had already shown that the knife edge must be regarded as a cylinder as not as a mere line of support. Bessel then showed that if the knife edges were equal cylinders, their effects were eliminated by inverting the pendulum, and if the knife edges were not equal cylinders, the difference in their effects was cancelled by interchanging the knives and again determining the times of swing in the so-called erect and inverted positions. Bessel further showed that it is unnecessary to make the times of swing exactly equal for the two knife edges. The simplified discussion for infinitely small oscillations in a vacuum is as follows. If T1 and T2 are the times of swing about the knife edges, and if H1 and H2 are distances of the knife edges from the center of gravity, and if K is the radius of gyration about an axis through the center of gravity, then from the equation of motion of a rigid body oscillating about a fixed axis under gravity, T1 squared equals pi squared times the value of K squared plus H1 squared over GH1. T2 squared equals pi squared times the value of K squared plus H2 squared over GH2. Then the value of H1 times T1 squared minus H2 times T2 squared over the value of H1 minus H2 equals the value of pi squared over G times the value of H1 plus H2, and that equals rho squared. Rho is then the time of a swing of a simple pendulum of length H1 plus H2. If the difference T1 minus T2 is sufficiently small, rho equals the value of H1 times T1 minus H2 times T2 divided by the value of H1 minus H2. Prior to its publication by Bessel in 1828, the formula for the time of swing of a simple pendulum of length H1 plus H2 in terms of T1 and T2 have been given by C. F. Gauss in a letter to H. C. Schumacher dated November 28, 1824. The symmetrical compound pendulum with interchangeable knives, for which Bessel gave a posthumously published design and specifications, has been called a reversible pendulum. It may therefore be distinguished from Kader's unsymmetrical convertible pendulum. In 1861, the Swiss Geodetic Commission was formed, and in one of its first sessions in 1862, it was decided to add determinations of gravity to the operations connected with the measurement, at different points in Switzerland, of the arc of the meridian traversing Central Europe. It was decided further to employ a reversible pendulum of Bessel's design and to have it constructed by the firm of A. Repsold & Sons, Hamburg. It was also decided to make the first observations with the pendulum in Geneva. Accordingly, the Repsold-Bessel pendulum was sent to Professor E. Plantamore, director of the observatory at Geneva, in the autumn of 1864. The Swiss reversible pendulum was about 560 millimeters in length, distance between the knife edges, and the time of swing was approximately 3/4 of a second. At the extremities of the stem of the pendulum were movable cylindrical discs, one of which was solid and heavy, the other hollow and light. It was intended by the mechanicians that equality of times of oscillation about the knife edges would be achieved by adjusting the position of a movable disc. The pendulum was hung by a knife edge on a plate, supported by a tripod, and having an attachment from which a measuring rod could be suspended, so that the distance between the knife edges could be measured by a comparator. Plantamore found it impracticable to adjust a disc until the times of swing about each knife edge were equal. His colleague, Charles Severia, then showed that if T1 minus T2 over T1 is sufficiently small so that one can neglect its square, one can determine the length of the second's pendulum from the times of swing about the knife edges by a theory which uses the distance of the center of the gravity from the respective knife edges. Thus, a role for the position of the center of gravity in the theory of the reversible pendulum, which had been set forth earlier by Bessel, was discovered independently by Celerier for the Swiss observers of pendulums. In 1866, Plantemore published an extensive memoir, Expériences faites à Geneva avec le pendule à reversion. Another memoir, published in 1872, presented further results of determinations of gravity in Switzerland. Plantemore was the first scientist in Western Europe to use a Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum and to work out methods for its employment. The Russian Imperial Academy of Sciences acquired two Repsold-Bessel pendulums, and observations with them were begun in 1864 by Professor Savich, University of St. Petersburg, and others. In 1869, the Russian pendulums were loaned to the India Survey in order to enable members of the survey to supplement observations with Decatur invariable pendulums number 4 and 6 of 1821. During the transport of the Russian apparatus to India, the knives became rusted, and the apparatus had to be reconditioned. Captain Heaviside of the India Survey observed with both pendulums at Kew Observatory near London in the spring of 1874, after which the Russian pendulums were sent to Pulkovo, Russia, and were used for observations there and in the Caucasus. The introduction of the Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum for the determination of gravity was accompanied by the creation of the first international scientific association, one for geodesy. In 1861, Lieutenant J. Bayer, director of the Prussian Geodetic Survey, sent a memorandum to the Prussian Minister of War, in which he proposed that the independent geodetic surveys of the states of Central Europe be coordinated by the creation of an international organization. In 1862, invitations were sent to the various German states and to other states of Central Europe. The first General Conference of the Association, initially called Die Mitteleuropäische Grenzmessung, also La Association Géodésique Internationale, was held from the 15th to the 22nd of October of 1864 in Berlin. The conference decided upon questions of organization. A general conference was to be held ordinarily every 3 years. A permanent commission, initially consisting of 7 members, was to be the scientific organ of the association and to meet annually. A central bureau was to be established for the reception, publication, and distribution of reports from the member states. Under the topic Astronomical Questions, the General Conference of 1864 resolved that there should be determinations of the intensity of gravity at the greatest possible number of points of the geodetic network, and recommended the reversible pendulum as the instrument of observation. At the Second General Conference in Berlin of 1867, on the basis of favorable reports by Dr. Hirsch, director of the observatory at Neuchâtel of Swiss practice with the Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum, this instrument was specifically recommended for determinations of gravity. The title of the association was changed to Die Europäische Gradmessung. In 1886, it became Die Internationale Erdmessung, under which title it continued until World War I. On April 1, 1866, the Central Bureau of Die Europäische Gradmessung was opened in Berlin under the presidency of Baer, and in 1868 there was founded at Berlin, also under his presidency, the Royal Prussian Geodetic Institute, which obtained regular budgetary status on January 1, 1870. A reversible pendulum for the institute was ordered from A. Repsold and Sons, and it was delivered in the spring of 1869. The Prussian instrument was symmetrical geometrically, as specified by Bessel, but different in form from the Swiss and Russian pendulums. The distance between the knife edges was 1 meter, and the time of swing approximately 1 second. The Prussian Repsold-Bessel pendulum was swung at Leipzig and other stations in Central Europe during the years of 1869 to 1870 by Dr. Albrecht under the direction of Dr. Bruns, director of the observatory at Leipzig and chief of the astronomical section of the Geodetic Institute. The results of these first observations appeared in a publication of the Royal Prussian Geodetic Institute in 1871. Results of observations with the Russian Repsold-Bessel pendulums were published by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. In 1872, Professor Sausage reported the work for Western Europeans in Variation de la pesanteur dans les provinces occidentales de l'Empire russe. In November of 1873, the Austrian Geodetic Commission received a Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum, and on September 24, 1874, Professor Theodor von Oppolzer reported on observations at Vienna and other stations to the Fourth General Conference of Die Europäische Grandmessung in Dresden. At the fourth session of the conference, on September 28, 1874, a special commission consisting of Bayer as chairman and Bruns, Hirsch, von Oppolzer, Peters, and Albrecht was appointed to consider, under Topic 3 of the program, observations for the determination of the intensity of gravity. The question, which pendulum apparatuses are preferable for the determination of many points? After the adoption of the Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum for gravity determinations in Europe, work in the field was begun by the U.S. Coast Survey under the superintendency of Professor Benjamin Pierce. There is mention in reports of observations with pendulums prior to Pierce's direction to his son Charles on November 30th of 1872 to take charge of the pendulum experiments of the Coast Survey and to direct and inspect all parties engaged in such experiments, and as often as circumstances will permit, to take the field with the party. Systematic and important gravity work by the survey was begun by Charles Sanders Peirce. Upon receiving notice of his appointment, the latter promptly ordered from the Repsolds a pendulum similar to the Prussian instrument. Since the firm of mechanicians was engaged in making instruments for observations of the transit of Venus in 1874, the pendulum for the Coast Survey could not be constructed immediately. Meanwhile, during the years of 1873 through 1874, Charles Peirce conducted a party which made observations of gravity in the Hoosac Tunnel near North Adams and at Northampton and Cambridge, Massachusetts. The pendulums used were non-reversible, invariable pendulums with conical bobs. Among them was a silver pendulum, but similar pendulums of brass were also used. In 1874, Charles Peirce expressed the desire to be sent to Europe for at least a year, beginning about March 1, 1875, to learn the use of the new convertible pendulum and to compare it with those of the European measure of a degree and the Swiss, and to compare his invariable pendulums in the manner which has been used by swinging them in London and Paris. Charles S. Peirce, Assistant, U.S. Coast Survey, sailed for Europe on April 3, 1875. On his mission to obtain the Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum ordered for the Society and to learn the methods of using it for the determination of gravity. In England, he conferred with Maxwell, Stokes, and Airy concerning the theory and practice of research with pendulums. In May, he continued on to Hamburg and obtained delivery from the Repsolds of the pendulum for the Coast Survey. Peirce then went to Berlin and conferred with General Bayer, who expressed doubts of the stability of the Repsold stand for the pendulum, where, under arrangements with Professor Plantamore, he swung the newly acquired pendulum at the observatory. In view of Bayer's expressed thoughts of the rigidity of the Repsold stand, Peirce performed experiments to measure the flexure of the stand caused by the oscillations of the pendulum. His method was to set up a micrometer in front of the pendulum stand and with a microscope to measure the displacement caused by a weight passing over a pulley, the friction of which had been determined. Peirce calculated the correction to be applied to the length of the seconds pendulum, on account of the swaying of the stand during the swings of the pendulum, to amount to over 0.2 millimeters. Although Peirce's measurements of flexure in Geneva were not as precise as his later measurements, he believed that failure to correct for flexure of the stand in determinations previously made with Repsold pendulums was responsible for appreciable errors in reported values of the length of the seconds pendulum. The Permanent Commission of the Die Europäische Gradmessung met in Paris September 20th through 29th in 1875. In conjunction with this meeting, there was held on September 21st a meeting of the Special Commission on the pendulum. The basis of the discussion by the Special Commission was provided by reports which had been submitted in response to a circular sent out by the Central Bureau to the members on February 26, 1874. General Bayer stated that the distance of 1 meter between the knife edges of the Prussian Repsold-Bessel pendulum made it unwieldy and unsuited for transport. He declared that the instability of the stand also was a source of error. Accordingly, General Bayer expressed the opinion that absolute determinations of gravity should be made at a control station by a reversible pendulum, hung on a permanent and therefore stable stand, and he said that relative values of gravity with respect to the control station should be obtained in the field by means of a Bouguer invariable pendulum. Dr. Bruns and Dr. Peters agreed with General Bayer. However, the Swiss investigators, Professor Plantamore and Dr. Hirsch, reported in defense of the reversible pendulum as a field instrument, as did Professor von Oppolzer of Vienna. The circumstance that an invariable pendulum is subject to changes in length was offered as an argument in favor of the reversible pendulum as a field instrument. Pierce was present during these discussions by the members of the Special Commission, and he reported that his experiments at Geneva demonstrated that the oscillations of the pendulum called forth a flexure of the support, which hitherto had been neglected. The observers who used the Swiss and Austrian Repsold pendulums contended, in opposition to Pierce, that the Repsold stand was stable. The outcome of these discussions was that the Special Commission reported to the Permanent Commission that the Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum, except for some small changes, satisfied all requirements for the determination of gravity. The Special Commission proposed that the Repsold pendulums of the several states be swung at the Prussian Eichenstand in Berlin, where, as Pierce pointed out, Bessel had made his determination of the intensity of gravity with a ball pendulum in 1835. Pierce was encouraged to swing the Coast Survey reversible pendulum at the stations in France, England, and Germany, where Borda and Cassini and Bessel respectively had made historic determinations. The Permanent Commission, in whose sessions Pierce also participated, by resolutions adopted the report of the Special Commission on the pendulum. During the months of January and February of 1876, Pierce conducted observations in the Grande Salle du Méridien at the observatory in Paris, where Borda, Biot, and Captain Edward Sabine had swung pendulums early in the 19th century. He conducted observations in Berlin from April to June of 1876, and by experiment determined the correction for flexure to be applied to the value of gravity previously obtained with the Prussian instrument. Subsequent observations were made at Kew. After his return to the United States on August 26, 1876, Pierce conducted experiments at the Stevens Institute in Hoboken, New Jersey, where he made careful measurements of the flexure of the stand by statistical and dynamical methods. In Geneva, he had secured the construction of a vacuum chamber, in which the pendulum could be swung on a support which he called the Geneva support. At the Stevens Institute, Pierce swung the Repsold-Bessel pendulum on the Geneva support and determined the effect of different pressures and temperatures on the period of oscillation of the pendulum. These experiments continued into 1878. Meanwhile, the Permanent Commission met October 5th through 10th in 1876 in Brussels and continued the discussion of the pendulum. General Bayer reported on Pierce's experiments in Berlin to determine the flexure of the stand. The difference of 0.18 millimeters in the lengths of the seconds pendulum, as determined by Bessel, and as determined by the Repsold instrument, agreed with Pierce's estimate of error caused by neglect of flexure of the Repsold stand. Dr. Hirsch, speaking for the Swiss survey, and Professor von Oppolzer, speaking for the Austrian survey, contended, however, that their stands possessed sufficient stability, and that the results found by Pierce applied only to the stands and bases investigated by him. The Permanent Commission proposed further study of the pendulum. The Fifth General Conference of die Europäische Grandmessung was held from September 27th to October 2nd, 1877 in Stuttgart. Pierce had instructed from Superintendent Patterson of the U.S. Coast Survey to attend this conference, and on arrival presented a letter of introduction from Patterson requesting that he, Pierce, be permitted to participate in the sessions. Upon invitation from Professor Plantamore, as approved by General Ibanez, the president of the Permanent Commission, Pierce had sent on July 13, 1877, from New York, the manuscript of a memoir titled De la influence de la flexibilité du trapède sur l'oscillation du pendule à réversion. This memoir, and others by Celerier and Plantamore, confirming Pierce's work, were published as appendices to the proceedings of the conference. As appendices to Pierce's contribution were published also 2 notes by Professor von Oppolzer. At the second session on September 29, 1877, when Plantamore reported that the work of Hirsch and himself had confirmed experimentally the independent theoretical work of Celerier and the theoretical and experimental work of Pierce on flexure, Pierce described his Hoboken experiments. During the discussions at Stuttgart on the flexure of the Repsold stand, Hervé Fay, president of the Bureau of Longitudes, Paris, suggested that the swaying of the stand during oscillations of the pendulum could be overcome by the suspension from one support of 2 similar pendulums which oscillated with equal amplitudes and in opposite phases. This proposal was criticized by Dr. Hirsch, who declared that exact observation of passages of a double pendulum would be difficult, and that 2 pendulums swinging so close together would interfere with each other. The proposal of the double pendulum came up again at the meeting of the Permanent Commission at Geneva in 1879. On February 17, 1879, Pierce had completed a paper on a method of swinging pendulums for the determination of gravity proposed by M. Fay. In this paper, Pierce presented the results of an analytical mechanical investigation of Fay's proposal. Pierce set up the differential equations, found the solutions, interpreted them physically, and arrived at the conclusion that the suggestion of M. Fay is as sound as it is brilliant and offers some peculiar advantages over the existing method of swinging pendulums. In a report to Superintendent Patterson, dated July 1879, Pierce stated, "I think it is important, before making a new pendulum apparatus, to experiment with Fay's proposed method." He wrote further, "The method proves to be perfectly sound in theory, and as it would greatly facilitate the work, it is probably destined eventually to prevail. We must unfortunately leave to other surveys the merit of practically testing and introducing the new method, as our appropriations are insufficient for us to maintain the leading position in this matter, which we otherwise might take." Copies of the published version of Pierce's remarks were sent to Europe. At a meeting of the Academy of Sciences in Paris on September 1, 1879, Fay presented a report on Pierce's findings. The Permanent Commission met September 16 through 20, 1879, in Geneva. At the third session on September 19, by action of General Bayer, copies of Pierce's paper on Fay's proposed method of swinging pendulums were distributed. Dr. Hirsch again commented adversely on the proposal, but moved that the question be investigated and reported on at the coming General Conference. The Permanent Commission accepted the proposal of Dr. Hirsch, and Professor Plantamore was named to report on the matter at the General Conference. At Plantamore's request, Charles Celerier was appointed to join him, since the problem essentially was a theoretical one. The Sixth General Conference of die Europäische Grandmessung met September 13th through 16th, 1880, in Munich. Topic 3, Part 7 of the program was entitled On Determinations of Gravity Through Pendulum Observations, which construction of a pendulum apparatus corresponds completely to all requirements of science. Special Report on the Pendulum. The conference received a memoir by Celerier on the theory of the double pendulum, and a report by Plantamore and Celerier. Celerier's mathematical analysis began with the equations of Peirce, and used the latter's notation as far as possible. His general discussion included the results of Peirce, but he stated that the difficulties to be overcome did not justify the employment of the double pendulum. He presented an alternative method of correcting for flexure based upon a theory by which the flexure caused by the oscillation of a given reversible pendulum could be determined from the behavior of an auxiliary pendulum of the same length, but of different weight. This method of correcting for flexure was recommended to the General Conference by Plantamore and Celerier in their joint report. At the fourth session of the conference on September 16, 1880, the problem of the pendulum was discussed, and in consequence, a commission consisting of Fay, Helmholtz, Plantamore, replaced in 1882 by Hirsch, and von Oppolzer, was appointed to study apparatus suitable for relative determinations of gravity. The Permanent Commission met September 11th through 15th, 1882, at The Hague, and at its last session appointed Professor von Oppolzer to report to the Seventh General Conference on different forms of apparatus for the determination of gravity. The Seventh Conference met October 15th through 24th, 1883, in Rome, and, at its eighth session, on October 22nd, received a comprehensive critical review from Professor von Oppolzer entitled Über die Bestimmung der Schwere mit Hilfe verschiedener Apparate. Von Oppolzer especially expounded the advantages of the Bessel reversible pendulum, which compensated for air effects by symmetry of form if the time of swing for both positions were maintained between the same amplitudes, and compensated for irregular knife edges by making them interchangeable. Professor von Oppolzer reviewed the problem of flexure for the rest-poled stand and stated that a solution in the right direction was the proposal made by Fay and theoretically pursued by Peirce to swing two pendulums from the same stand with equal amplitudes and in opposite phases. But that proposal was not practicable. He concluded that for absolute determinations of gravity, the Bessel reversible pendulum was highly appropriate if one swung two exemplars of different weight from the same stand for the elimination of flexure. Professor von Oppolzer's important report recognized that absolute determinations were less accurate than relative ones and should be conducted only at special places. The discussions initiated by Peirce's demonstration of the flexure of the Repsold stand resulted finally in the abandonment of the plan to make absolute determinations of gravity at all stations with the reversible pendulum. End of section 27. Section 28 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology, by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 44, Development of Gravity Pendulums in the 19th Century, by Victor F. Lenzen and Robert P. Multoff. Part 3. Peirce and Duforge's Invariable Reversible Pendulums. The Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum was designed and initially used to make absolute determinations of gravity not only at initial stations such as Kew, the Observatory in Paris, and the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., but also at stations in the field. An invariable pendulum with a single knife edge, however, is adequate for relative determinations. As we have seen, such invariable pendulums has been used by Bouguer and Kater, and after the experiences with the Repsold apparatus had been recommended again by Bayer for relative determinations. But an invariable pendulum is subject to uncontrollable changes of length. Peirce proposed to detect such changes in an invariable pendulum in the field by combining the invariable and reversible principles. He explained his proposal to Fay in a letter dated July 23, 1880, and he presented it on September 16, 1880, at the fourth session of the Sixth General Conference of the Europäische Gradmessung in Munich. As recorded in the proceedings of the conference, Peirce wrote, "But I obviate it in making my pendulum both invariable and reversible. Every alteration of the pendulum will be revealed immediately by the change of the difference of the two periods of oscillation in the two positions. Once discovered, it will be taken account of by means of new measures of the distance between the two supports." Peirce added that it seemed to him that if the reversible pendulum perhaps is not the best instrument to determine absolute gravity, it is, on condition that it be truly invariable, the best to determine relative gravity. Peirce further stated that he would wish that the pendulum be formed of a tube of drawn brass with heavy plugs of brass equally drawn. The cylinder would be terminated by two hemispheres. The knives would be attached to tongues fixed near the ends of the cylinder. During the years 1881 and 1882, 4 invariable reversible pendulums were made after the design of Peirce at the office of the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey in Washington, D.C. The report of the superintendent for the year, 1880 to 1881, states a new pattern of the reversible pendulum has been invented, having its surface as nearly as convenient in the form of an elongated ellipsoid. 3 of these instruments have been constructed, 2 having a distance of 1 meter between the knife edges, and a third a distance of 1 yard. It is proposed to swing one of the meter pendulums at a temperature near 32 degrees Fahrenheit, at the same time that the yard is swung at 60 degrees Fahrenheit, in order to determine anew the relation between the yard and the meter. The report for 1881 to 1882 mentions 4 of these Peirce pendulums. A description of the Peirce invariable reversible pendulums was given by Assistant E.D. Preston in Determinations of Gravity and the Magnetic Elements in connection with the United States Scientific Expedition to the West Coast of Africa, 1889-90. The invariable reversible pendulum, Peirce No. 4, now preserved in the Smithsonian Institution's Museum of History and Technology, may be taken as typical of the meter pendulums. In the same memoir, Preston gives the diameter of the tube as 63.7 millimeters, thickness of tube 1.5 millimeters, weight 10.68 kilograms, and distance between the knives 1.000 meter. The combination of invariability and reversibility in the Peirce pendulums was an innovation for relative determinations. Indeed, the combination was criticized by Major J. Herschel, R.E., of the Indian Survey, at a conference on gravity held in Washington in May 1882, on the occasion of his visit to the United States, for the purpose of connecting English and American stations by relative determinations with 3 Cater invariable pendulums. These 3 pendulums have been designated as numbers 4 and 6, 1821, and 11. Another novel characteristic of the Peirce pendulums was the mainly cylindrical form. Professor George Gabriel Stokes, in a paper on the effect of the eternal friction of fluids on the motion of pendulums, that was read to the Cambridge Philosophical Society on December 9, 1850, had solved the hydrodynamical equations to obtain the resistance to the motions of a sphere and a cylinder in a viscous fluid. Peirce had studied the effect of viscous resistance on the motion of his Repsold-Bessel pendulum, which was symmetrical in form but not cylindrical. The mainly cylindrical form of his pendulums permitted Peirce to predict from Stokes' theory the effect of viscosity and to compare the results with experiment. His report on November 20, 1889, in which he presented the comparison of experimental results with the theory of Stokes, was not published. Peirce used his pendulums in 1883 to establish a station at the Smithsonian Institution that was to serve as the base station for the Coast and Geodetic Survey for some years. Pendulum Peirce No. 1 was swung at Washington in 1881 and was then taken by the party of Lieutenant Greely, USA, on an expedition to Lady Franklin Bay, where it was swung in 1882 at Fort Conger, Grinnell Land, Canada. Pierce numbers 2 and 3 were swung by Pierce in 1882 at Washington, D.C., Hoboken, New Jersey, Montreal, Canada, and Albany, New York. Assistant Preston took Pierce number 3 on a U.S. eclipse expedition to the Caroline Islands in 1883. Pierce, in 1885, swung pendulums numbers 2 and 3 at Ann Arbor, Michigan, Madison, Wisconsin, and Ithaca, New York. Assistant Preston, in 1887, swung Pierce number 3 and 4 at stations in the Hawaiian Islands, and in 1890 he swung Pierce number 3 and 4 at stations on the west coast of Africa. The new pattern of pendulum designed by Pierce was also adopted in France, after some years of experience with a Repsold-Bessel pendulum. Pierce in 1875 had swung his Repsold-Bessel pendulum at the observatory in Paris, where Borda and Cassini and Biot had made historic observations, and where Sabine also had determined gravity by comparison with Kater's value at London. During the spring of 1880, Pierce made studies of the supports of the pendulums, of these earlier determinations, and calculated corrections to those results for hydrodynamic effects, viscosity, and flexure. On June 14, 1880, Pierce addressed the Academy of Sciences, Paris, on the value of gravity at Paris, and compared his results with the corrected results of Borda and Biot and with the transferred value of Kater. In the same year, the French Geographic Service of the Army acquired a Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum of the Smorla type, and Deforges conducted experiments with it. He introduced the method of measuring flexure from the movement of interference fringes during motion of the pendulum. He found an appreciable difference between dynamical and statical coefficients of flexure, and concluded that the correction formula of Pierce and Sillerier is suited perfectly to practice, and represents exactly the variation of period caused by swaying of the support, on the condition that one uses the statical coefficient. Deforges developed a theory for the employment of two similar pendulums of the same weight, but of different length, and hung by the same knives. This theory eliminated the flexure of the support and the curvature of the knives from the reduction of observations. Pendulums of 1 meter and of half-meter distance between the knife edges were constructed from Deforges' design by Brunner Brothers in Paris. These Deforges pendulums were cylindrical in form with hemispherical ends, like the Pierce pendulums, and were hung on knives that projected from the sides of the pendulum, as in some unfinished Gautier pendulums designed by Pierce in 1883 in Paris. Figure 21. Reversible pendulum apparatus of Deforges, as constructed by Brunner, Paris, about 1887. The clock and telescope used to observe coincidences are not shown. The telescope shown is part of an interferometer used to measure flexure of support. One mirror of the interferometer is attached to the pendulum support, the other to the separate masonry pillar at the left. Figure 23. The overall size of portable pendulum apparatus was greatly reduced with the introduction of this half-second apparatus in 1887 by the Austrian military officer Robert von Sterneck. Used with a vacuum chamber not shown here, the apparatus is only about 2 feet high. Coincidences are observed by the reflection of a periodic electric spark in 2 mirrors, one on the support and the other on the pendulum itself. Von Sterneck and Mendenhall pendulums. While scientists who had used the Repsold-Bessel pendulum apparatus discussed its defects and limitations for gravity surveys, Major Robert von Sterneck of Austria-Hungary began to develop an excellent apparatus for the rapid determination of relative values of gravity. Major von Sterneck's apparatus contained a non-reversible pendulum, 1/4 of a meter in length, and half-second time of swing. The pendulum was hung by a single knife edge, which rested on a plate that was supported by a tripod. The pendulum was swung in a chamber from which air was exhausted, and which could be maintained at any desired temperature. Times of swing were determined by the observation of coincidences of the pendulum with chronometer signals. In the final form, a small mirror was attached to the knife edge, perpendicular to the plane of vibration of the pendulum, and a second fixed mirror was placed close to it, so that the two mirrors were parallel when the pendulum was at rest. The chronometer signals worked a relay that gave a horizontal spark, which was reflected into the telescope from the mirrors. When the pendulum was at rest, the image of the spark in both mirrors appeared on the horizontal crosswire in the telescope, and during oscillation of the pendulum, the two images appeared in that position upon coincidence. In view of the reduced size of the pendulum, the chamber in which it was swung was readily portable, and with an improved method of observing coincidences, relative determinations of gravity could be made with rapidity and accuracy. By 1887, Major von Sterneck had perfected his apparatus, and it was widely adopted in Europe for relative determinations of gravity. He used his apparatus in extensive gravity surveys and also applied it in the silver mines in Saxony and Bohemia, by the previously described methods of Airy, for investigations into the internal constitution of the Earth. On July 1, 1889, Thomas Corwin Mendenhall became superintendent of the U.S. Coast Guard and Geodetic Survey. Earlier, he had been professor of physics at the University of Tokyo and had directed observations of pendulums for the determination of gravity on Fujiyama and at Tokyo. Superintendent Mendenhall, with the cooperation of members of his staff in Washington, designed a new pendulum apparatus of the von Sterneck type, and in October of 1890 he ordered construction of the first model. Like the von Sterneck apparatus, the Mendenhall pendulum apparatus employed a non-reversible, invariable pendulum 1/4 of a meter in length and of slightly more than 1/2 second in time of swing. Initially, the knife edge was placed in the head of the pendulum and hung on a fixed plane support, but after some experimentation, Mendenhall attached the plane surface to the pendulum and hung it on a fixed knife edge. An apparatus was provided with a set of 3 pendulums, so that if discrepancies appeared in the results, the pendulum at fault could be detected. There was also a dummy pendulum which carried a thermometer. A pendulum was swung in a receiver in which the pressure and temperature of air were controlled. The time of swing was measured by coincidences with the beat of a chronometer. The coincidences were determined by an optical method with the aid of a flash apparatus. Figure 25. Mendenhall's 1/4 meter half-second apparatus, shown on the left, is the flash apparatus, and on the right, the vacuum chamber, within which the pendulum is swung. The flash apparatus consists of a kerosene lantern and a telescope, mounted on a box containing an electromagnetically operated shutter. The operation of the shutter is controlled by a chronograph, not shown, so that it emits a slit of light at regular intervals. The telescope is forced on 2 mirrors within the apparatus, one fixed, the other attached to the top of the pendulum. It is used to observe the reflection of the flashes from these mirrors. When the 2 reflections are aligned, a coincidence is marked on the chronograph tape. The second telescope attachment to the bottom of the vacuum chamber is for observing the amplitude of the pendulum swing. The flash apparatus was contained in a light metal box, which supported an observing telescope, and which was mounted on a stand. Within the box was an electromagnetic whose coils were connected with a chronometer circuit, and whose armature carried a long arm that moved 2 shutters, in both of which were horizontal slits of the same size. The shutters were behind the front face of the box, which also had a horizontal slit. A flash of light from an oil lamp or an electric spark was emitted from the box when the circuit was broken, but not when it was closed. When the circuit was broken, a spring caused the arm to rise, and the shutters were actuated so that the 3 slits came into line and a flash of light was emitted. A small circular mirror was set in each side of the pendulum head, so that from either face of the pendulum, the image of the illuminated slit could be reflected into the field of the observing telescope. A similar mirror was placed parallel to these 2 mirrors and rigidly attached to the support. The chronometer signals broke the circuit, causing the three slits momentarily to be in line. And when the images of the slit and the two mirrors coincided, a coincidence was observed. A coincidence occurred whenever the pendulum gained or lost one oscillation on the beat of the chronometer. The relative intensity of gravity was determined by observations with the first Mendenhall apparatus at Washington, D.C., at stations on the Pacific Coast and in Alaska, and at the Stevens Institute, Hoboken, New Jersey, between March and October 1891. Figure 26. Vacuum receiver within which the Mendenhall pendulum is swung. The pressure is reduced to about 50 millimeters to reduce the disturbing effects of air resistance. When the apparatus is sealed, the pendulum is lifted on the knife edge by the lever Q and is started to swing by the lever R. The arc of swing is only about 1 degree. The stationary mirror is shown at G. The pendulum, shown in outline in the center, is only about 9.7 inches long. Under Superintendent Mendenhall's direction, a smaller quarter-second pendulum apparatus was also constructed and tested, but did not offer advantages over the half-second apparatus, which therefore continued in use. In accordance with Peirce's theory of the flexure of the stand under oscillations of the pendulum, determinations of the displacement of the receiver of the Mendenhall apparatus were part of a relative determination of gravity by members of the Coast and Geodetic Survey. Initially, a statical method was used, but during 1908 through 1909, members of the survey adapted the Michelson interferometer for the determinations of flexure during oscillations from the shift of fringes. The first Mendenhall pendulums were made of bronze, but about 1920, Invar was chosen because of its small coefficient of expansion. About 1930, Lieutenant E.J. Brown of the Coast and Geodetic Survey made significant improvements in the Mendenhall apparatus, and the new form came to be known as the Brown pendulum apparatus. Figure 27. The Michelson interferometer. The horizontal component of the force acting on the knife edge through the swinging pendulum causes the support to move in unison with the pendulum, and thereby affects the period of the oscillation. This movement is the so-called flexure of the pendulum support and must be taken into account in the most accurate observations. In 1907, the Michelson interferometer was adopted to this purpose by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey. As shown here, the interferometer resting on a wooden beam is introduced into the path of a light beam reflected from a mirror on the vacuum chamber. Movement of that mirror causes a corresponding movement in the interference fringes in the interferometer, which can be measured. The original von Sterneck apparatus and that of Mendenhall provided for the oscillation of one pendulum at a time. After the adoption of the von Sterneck pendulum in Europe, there were developed stands on which 2 or 4 pendulums hung at the same time. This procedure provided a convenient way to observe more than one invariable pendulum at a station for the purpose of detecting changes in length. Professor M. Haid of Karlsruhe in 1896 described a 4-pendulum apparatus, and Dr. Schumann of Potsdam subsequently described a 2-pendulum apparatus. The multiple pendulum apparatus then provided a method of determining the flexure of the stand from the action of one pendulum upon a second pendulum hung on the same stand. This method of determining the correction for flexure was a development from a Wippverfahren invented at the Geodetic Institute in Potsdam. A dynamometer was used to impart periodic impulses to the stand, and the effect was observed upon a pendulum initially at rest. Refinements of this method led to the development of a method used by Lorenzoni in 1885 through 1886 to determine the flexure of the stand by action of an auxiliary pendulum upon the principal pendulum. Dr. Schumann in 1899 gave a mathematical theory of such determinations, and in his paper cited the mathematical methods of Peirce and Serrurier for the theory of phase proposal at Stuttgart in 1877 to swing 2 similar pendulums on the same support with equal amplitudes and in opposite phases. In 1902, Dr. P. Furtwängler presented the mathematical theory of coupled pendulums in a paper in which he referred to Fay's proposal of 1877 and reported that the difficulties predicted upon its application had been found not to occur. Finally, during the gravity survey of Holland in the years 1913 through 1921, in view of instability of supports caused by the mobility of the soil, F.A. Venning Meinitz adopted Fay's proposed method of swinging two pendulums on the same support. The observations were made with the ordinary Stuckrath apparatus, in which 4 von Sterneck pendulums swung 2 by 2 in planes perpendicular to each other. This successful application of the method, which had been proposed by Fay, and had been demonstrated theoretically to be sound by Pierce, who also published a design for its application, was rapidly followed for pendulum apparatus for relative determinations by Potsdam, Cambridge, England, Gulf Oil and Development Company, and the Dominion Observatory at Ottawa. Heiskanen and Vennig-Meinitz state the best way to eliminate the effect of flexure is to use 2 synchronized pendulums of the same length swinging on the same apparatus in the same plane and with the same amplitudes but in opposite phases. It is clear then the flexure is 0. In view of the fact that the symmetrical reversible pendulum is named for Bessel, who created the theory, and a design for its application by Repsold, it appears appropriate to call the method of eliminating flexure by swinging 2 pendulums on the same support the Fay-Pierce method. Its successful application was made possible by Major von Sterneck's invention of the short quarter-meter pendulum. Figure 30. The accumulated data of gravity observations over the Earth's surface have indicated that irregularities such as mountains do not have the effect which would be expected in modifying gravity, but are somehow compensated for. The most satisfactory solution to this still unanswered question has been the theory of isostasy, according to which variations in the density of the material in the Earth's crust produced a kind of hydrostatic equilibrium between its higher and lower parts as they float on the Earth's fluid core. The metals of different density floating in Mercury in this diagram illustrate isotasy according to the theory of Pratt and Hayford. End of section 28. Section 29 of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240, Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, Papers 34 through 44 on Science and Technology, by Museum of History and Technology. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paper 44, Development of Gravity Pendulums in the 19th Century, by Victor F. Lenzen and Robert P. Multhoff, Part 4. The development of the reversible pendulum in the 19th century culminated in the absolute determination of the intensity of gravity at Potsdam by Kühnen and Furtwängler of the Royal Prussian Geodetic Institute, which then became the world base for gravity surveys. We have previously seen that in 1869 the Geodetic Institute, founded by Lieutenant General Bayer, had acquired a Repsold-Bessel reversible pendulum which was swung by Dr. Albrecht under the direction of Dr. Bruns. Dissatisfaction with this instrument was expressed by Bayer in 1875 to Charles S. Pierce, who then, by experiment and mathematical analysis of the flexure of the stand under oscillations of the pendulum, determined that previously reported records with the Repsold apparatus required correction. Dr. F. R. Helmert, who in 1887 succeeded Bayer as director of the Institute, secured construction of a building for the Institute in Potsdam, and under his direction, the scientific study of the intensity of gravity was pursued with vigor. In 1894, it was discovered in Potsdam that a pendulum constructed of a very flexible material yielded results which differed markedly from those obtained with pendulums of greater stiffness. Dr. Kühnen of the Institute discovered that the departure from expectations was the result of the flexure of the pendulum staff itself during oscillations. Pierce in 1883 had discovered that the recesses cut in his pendulums for the insertion of tongues that carried the knives had resulted in the flexure of the pendulum staff. By experiment, he also found an even greater flexure for the Repsol pendulum. In order to eliminate this source of error, Pierce designed a pendulum with knives that extended from each side of the cylindrical staff, and he received authorization from the superintendent of the Coast of Geodetic Survey to arrange for the construction of such pendulums by Gautier in Paris. Pierce, who had made his plans in consultation with Gautier, was called home before the pendulums were completed, and these new instruments remained undelivered. In his memoir titled Effect of the Flexure of a Pendulum Upon Its Period of Oscillation, Pierce determined analytically the effect on the period of a pendulum with a single elastic connection between two rigid parts of the staff. Thus, Pierce discovered experimentally the flexure of the staff and derived, for a simplified case, the effect on the period. It is not known if he ever found the integrated effect of the continuum of elastic connections in the pendulum. Lorenzoni in 1896 offered a solution to the problem, and Almansi in 1899 gave an extended analysis. After the independent discovery of the problem at the Geodetic Institute, Dr. Helmert took up the problem and criticized the theories of Pierce and Lorenzoni. He then presented his own theory of flexure in a comprehensive memoir. In view of the previous neglect of the flexure of the pendulum staff and the reduction of observations, Helmert directed that the Geodetic Institute make a new absolute determination of the intensity of gravity at Potsdam. For this purpose, Kühnen and Furtwängler used the following reversible pendulums, which had been constructed by the firm of A. Repsold & Sons in Hamburg. 1. The seconds pendulum of the Geodetic Institute procured in 1869. 2. A seconds pendulum from the Astronomical Observatory, Padua. 3. A heavy seconds pendulum from the Imperial and Royal Military Geographical Institute, Vienna. 4. A light seconds pendulum from the Imperial and Royal Military Geographical Institute. 5. A 1/2 second reversible pendulum of the Geodetic Institute procured in 1892. Work was begun in 1898, and in 1906, Kühnen and Furtwängler published their monumental memoir, Bestimmung der absoluten Größe der Schwerkraft zu Potsdam mit Reversionen Pendeln. The acceleration of gravity in the pendulum room of the Geodetic Institute was determined to be 981.274 plus or minus 0.003 centimeters per second square. In view of the exceptionally careful and thorough determination at the Institute, Potsdam was accepted as the world base for the absolute value of the intensity of gravity. The absolute value of gravity at some other station on the Potsdam system was determined from times of swing of an invariable pendulum at the station and at Potsdam by the relation T1 squared over T2 squared equals G2 over G1. Thus, in 1900, a system G.R. Putnam of the Coast and Geodetic Survey swung Mendenhall pendulums at the Washington base and at Potsdam, and by transfer from Potsdam, determined the intensity of gravity at the Washington base to be 980.112 centimeters per second square. In 1933, Lieutenant E.J. Brown made comparative measurements with improved apparatus and raised the value at the Washington base to 980.118 centimeter per second square. In view of discrepancies between the results of various relative determinations, the Coast and Geodetic Survey in 1928 requested the National Bureau of Standards to make an absolute determination for Washington. Heil and Cook used reversible pendulums made of fused silica, having a period of approximately 1 second. Their result, published in 1936, was interpreted to indicate that the value at Potsdam was too high, by 20 parts in 1 million. This estimate was lowered slightly by Sir Harold Jeffreys of Cambridge, England, who recomputed the results of Heil and Cook by different methods. In 1939, J.S. Clark published the results of a determination of gravity with pendulums of a non-ferrous Y alloy at the National Physical Laboratory at Teddington, England, and after recomputation of results by Jeffreys, the value was found to be 12.8 parts in 1 million less than the value obtained by transfer from Potsdam. Dr. U. L. Dryden of the National Bureau of Standards and Dr. A. Baruth of the Geodetic Institute at Potsdam have recomputed the Potsdam data by different methods of adjustment and concluded that the Potsdam value was too high, by about 12 parts in a million. Determination of gravity at Leningrad by Russian scientists likewise has indicated that the 1906 Potsdam value was too high. In the light of present information, it appears justifiable to reduce the Potsdam value of 981.274 by 0.13 centimeters per second square for purposes of comparison. If the Brown transfer from Potsdam in 1933 was taken as accurate, the value for the Washington base would be 980.105 centimeters per second square. In this connection, it is of interest to note that the value given by Charles S. Pierce for the comparable Smithsonian base in Washington, as determined by him from comparative methods in the 1880s and reported in the annual report of the Superintendent of the Coast and Geodetic Survey for the year 1890 through 1891, was 980.1017 centimeters per second square. This value would appear to indicate that Pierce's pendulums, observations, and methods of reduction of data were not inferior to those of the scientists of the Royal Prussian Geodetic Institute at Potsdam. Doubts concerning the accuracy of the Potsdam value of gravity have stimulated many new determinations of the intensity of gravity since the end of World War II. In a paper published in June of 1957, A. H. Cook, Metrology Division, National Physical Laboratory, Teddington, England, stated, "At present, about a dozen new absolute determinations are in progress, or are being planned. Hale and Cook's reversible pendulum apparatus is in use in Buenos Aires, and further reversible pendulum experiments have been made in the All-Union Scientific Research Institute of Metrology, Leningrad, and are planned at Potsdam. A method using a very long pendulum was tried out in Russia about 1910, and again more recently, and there are plans for similar work in Finland. The first experiment with a freely falling body was that carried out by Vallet, who photographed a graduated scale falling in an enclosure at low air pressure. Similar experiments have been completed in Leningrad and are in progress at the Physikalische Technische Bundesanstalt at Brunswick and at the National Research Council in Ottawa, and analogous experiments are being prepared at the National Physical Laboratory and at the National Bureau of Standards. Finally, Professor Medi, director of the Istituto Nazionale di Geofisica, Rome, is attempting to measure the focal length of the paraboloidal surface of a liquid in a rotating dish. Application of gravity surveys. We have noted previously that in ancient and early modern periods, the Earth was presupposed to be spherical in form. Determination of the figure of the Earth consisted in the measurement of the radius by the astronomical geodetic method invented by Eratosthenes. Since the Earth was assumed to be spherical, gravity was inferred to be constant over the surface of the Earth. The conclusion appeared to be confirmed by the determination of the length of seconds pendulum at various stations in Europe by Picard and others. The observations of Richer in South America, the theoretical discussions of Newton and Huygens, and the measurements of degrees of latitude in Peru and Sweden demonstrated that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. The theory of gravitation and the theory of central forces led to the result that the intensity of gravity is invariable over the surface of the Earth. Accordingly, determinations of the intensity of gravity became of value to the geodesist as a means of determining the figure of the Earth. Newton, on the basis of the meager data available to him, calculated the ellipticity of the Earth to be 1/230. The ellipticity is defined by A minus B over A, where A is the equatorial radius and B the polar radius. Observations of the intensity of gravity were made on the historic missions to Peru and Sweden. Bouguer and La Condamine found that at the equator, at sea level, the seconds pendulum was 1.26 Paris lines shorter than at Paris. Maupertuis found that in northern Sweden, a certain pendulum clock gained 59.1 seconds per day, on its rate in Paris. Then Clairaut, from the assumption that the Earth is a spheroid of equilibrium, derived a theorem from which the ellipticity of the Earth can be derived from values of the intensity of gravity. Early in the 19th century, a systematic series of observations began to be conducted in order to determine the intensity of gravity at stations all over the world. Cater invariable pendulums, of which 13 examples have been mentioned in the literature, were used in surveys of gravity by Cater, Sabine, Goldingham, and other British pendulum swingers. As has been noted previously, a Cater invariable pendulum was used by Admiral Lutke of Russia on a trip around the world. The French also sent out expeditions to determine values of gravity. After several decades of relative inactivity, Captains Bassavy and Heaviside of the Indian Survey carried out an important series of observations from 1865 to 1873 with Cater invariable pendulums and the Russian Repsol-Bessel pendulums. In 1881 through 1882, Major J. Herschel swung Cater invariable pendulums number 4 and 6, 1821, and 11 at stations in England, and then brought them to the United States in order to make observations which would connect American and English base stations. The extensive sets of observations of gravity provided the basis of calculations of the ellipticity of the Earth. Colonel A.R. Clark, in his Geodesy, London, 1880, calculated the ellipticity from the results of gravity surveys to be 1 over 292.2, give or take 1.5. Of interest is the calculation by Charles S. Pierce, who used only determinations made with Cater invariable pendulums and corrected for elevation, atmospheric effect, and expansion of the pendulum through temperature. He calculated the ellipticity over the Earth to be 1 over 291.5, give or take 0.9. The 19th century witnessed the culmination of the ellipsoid era of geodesy, but the rapid accumulation of data made possible a better approximation to the figure of the Earth by the geoid. The geoid is defined as the average level of the sea, which is thought of as extended through the continents. The basis of geodetic calculations, however, is an ellipsoid of reference for which a gravity formula expresses the value of normal gravity at a point on the ellipsoid as a function of gravity at sea level, at the equator, and of latitude. The General Assembly of the International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics, which was founded after World War I to continue the work of Die Internationale Messung, adopted in 1924 an international reference ellipsoid, of which the ellipticity, or flattening, is Hayford's value, 1 over 297. In 1930, the General Assembly adopted a correlated international gravity formula of the form gamma equals gamma e times the value of 1 plus beta times the value of sine squared phi plus epsilon times the value of sine squared times 2 phi, where gamma is normal gravity at latitude phi, gamma e is the value of gravity at sea level at the equator, beta is a parameter which is computed on the basis of Clairaut's theorem from the flattening value of the meridian, and epsilon is a constant which is derived theoretically. The plumb line is perpendicular to the geoid, and the components of angle between the perpendiculars to geoid and reference ellipsoid are deflections of the vertical. The geoid is above the ellipsoid of reference under mountains, and it is below the ellipsoid on the oceans where the geoid coincides with mean sea level. In physical geodesy, gravimetric data are used for the determination of the geoid and components of deflections of the vertical. For this purpose, one must reduce observed values of gravity to sea level by various reductions, such as free air, Bouguer, isostatic reductions. If G0 is observed gravity reduced to sea level and gamma is normal gravity obtained from the International Gravity Formula, then delta G equals G0 minus delta is the gravity anomaly. In 1849, Stokes derived a theorem whereby the distance of n of the geoid from the ellipsoid of reference can be obtained from an integration of gravity anomalies over the surface of the Earth. Venning minus further derived formula for the calculation of components of the deflection of the vertical. Geometrical geodesy, which was based on astronomical geodetic methods, could give information only concerning the external form of the figure of the Earth. The gravimetric methods of physical geodesy, in conjunction with methods such as those of seismology, enable scientists to test hypotheses concerning the internal structure of the Earth. Heiskanen and Venning-Meinitz summarize the present-day achievements of the gravimetric method of physical geodesy by stating that it alone can give 1. The flattening of the reference ellipsoid, 2. The undulations n of the geoid, 3. The components of the deflection of the vertical, zeta and eta at any point, oceans and islands included, 4. The conversion of existing geodetic systems to the same world geodetic system, 5. The reduction of triangulation baselines from the geoid to the reference ellipsoid, 6. The correction of errors in triangulation in mountainous regions due to the effect of the deflections of the vertical, 7. Geophysical applications of gravity measurements, that is, the isostatic study of the Earth's interior and the exploration of oil fields and ore deposits. With astronomical observations, or with existing triangulations, the gravimetric method can accomplish further results. Heiskanen and Venning-Meinitz state, "It is the firm conviction of the authors that the gravimetric method is by far the best of the existing methods for solving the main problems of geodesy, that is, to determine the shape of the geoid on the continents as well as at sea and to convert the existing geodetic systems to the world geodetic system. It can also give invaluable help in the computation of the reference ellipsoid." Summary. Since the creation of classical mechanics in the 17th century, the pendulum has been a basic instrument for the determination of the intensity of gravity, which is expressed as the acceleration of a freely falling body. Basis of theory is the simple pendulum, whose time of swing under gravity is proportional to the square root of the length divided by the acceleration due to gravity. Since the length of a simple pendulum divided by the square of its time of swing is equal to the length of the pendulum that beats seconds, the intensity of gravity also has been expressed in terms of the length of the second's pendulum. The reversible compound pendulum has served to the absolute determination of gravity by means of a theory developed by Huygens. Invariable compound pendulums with single axes also have been used to determine relative values of gravity by comparative times of swing. The history of gravity pendulums begins with the ball, or simple pendulum of Galileo, as an approximation to the ideal simple pendulum. Determinations of the length of the second's pendulum by French scientists culminated in a historic determination at Paris by Borda and Cassini from the corrected versions with a long ball pendulum. In the 19th century, Bessel found the length of the second's pendulum at Königsberg and Berlin by observations with a ball pendulum and by original theoretical considerations. During the century, however, the compound pendulum came to be preferred for absolute and relative determinations. Captain Henry Cater at London constructed the first convertible compound for an absolute determination of gravity, and then he designed an invariable compound pendulum, examples of which were used for relative determinations at various stations in Europe and elsewhere. Bessel demonstrated theoretically the advantages of a reversible compound pendulum, which is symmetrical in form and is hung by interchangeable knives. The firm of A. Repsold and Sons in Hamburg constructed pendulums from the specifications of Bessel for European gravity surveys. Charles S. Pierce, in 1875, received delivery in Hamburg of a Repsold-Bessel pendulum for the U.S. Coast Survey and observed with it in Geneva, Paris, Berlin, and London. Upon an initial stimulation from Bayer, founder of Die Europäische Gradmessung, Pierce demonstrated by experiment and theory that results previously obtained with the Repsold apparatus required correction because of the flexure of the stand under oscillations of the pendulum. At the Stuttgart Conference of the Geodetic Association in 1877, Hervé Faye proposed to solve the problem of flexure by swinging two similar pendulums from the same support with equal amplitudes and in opposite phases. Pierce, in 1879, demonstrated theoretically the soundness of the method and presented a design for its application, but the double pendulum was rejected at that time. Pierce also designed and had constructed 4 examples of a new type of invariable reversible pendulum of cylindrical form, which made possible the experimental study of Stokes' theory of the resistance to motion of a pendulum in a viscous fluid. Commandant de Forges of France also designed and used cylindrical reversible pendulums, but of different length, so that the effect of flexure was eliminated in the reduction of observations. Major Robert von Sterneck of Austria-Hungary initiated a new era in gravity research by the invention of an apparatus with a short pendulum for relative determinations of gravity. Stands were then constructed in Europe on which 2 of 4 pendulums were hung at the same time. Finally, early in the present century, Wenig Meines found that the Fay-Pierce method of swinging pendulums hung on a Stuckrath 4-pendulum stand solved the problem of instability due to the mobility of the soil in Holland. The 20th century has witnessed increasing activity in the determination of absolute and relative values of gravity. Gravimeters have been perfected and have been widely used for rapid relative determinations, but the compound pendulums remain as indispensable instruments. Mendenhall's replacement of knives by planes attached to non-reversible pendulums has been used also for reversible ones. The Geodetic Institute at Potsdam is presently applying the Fay-Pierce method to the reversible pendulum. Pendulums have been constructed of new materials such as invar, fused silica, and fused quartz. Minimum pendulums for precise relative determinations have been constructed and used. Reversible pendulums have been made with I-cross sections for better stiffness. With all these modifications, however, the foundations of the present designs of compound pendulum apparatus were created in the 19th century. End of Smithsonian Institution, United States National Museum, Bulletin 240. Contributions from the Museum of History and Technology, papers 34 through 44 on science and technology by the Museum of History and Technology.